All right, let's jump into lesson number 8. This is where we're going to be talking about vulnerability management. Remember when I was saying that cybersecurity is split up into different type of sectors where you can either be a cybersecurity analyst, engineer, DLP specialist. Vulnerability management falls in one of those categories of, it has its own sector, it has its own lane, and this is where we're going to be helping the company um, recognize the vulnerabilities that they face, and then how can we actually um, put things in place in order to help them alleviate or mitigate those issues, those vulnerabilities. So let's go ahead and let's jump into it. First thing we're going to talk about is the device and the OS vulnerabilities. Um, Normally, when you're talking about vulnerability management, you're going to be talking about some type of uh, PC, mobile device, tablet, whatever's hooked up to the internet is going to, really need some type of patchwork done to it. And so understanding that these things are talking to the internet, but they also are needing updates from time to time is very important. And so we just want to make sure that we understand the severity of those vulnerabilities. Some may be small, some may be 0 days. And I'll go through 0 days in just a second. But those that are small should be routinal. And that'll be, really updating those PCs once a month and making sure that we see a rise in vulnerabilities. But then when we apply those patches, we see the numbers in those vulnerabilities go down, right? And then kind of level off and then to rise up as we get to the end of the month, going into that second week of the new month. So for you didn't, for those who don't know that when it comes to Windows products, Microsoft always will have kind of like the second Tuesday of each month will be their patch Tuesday, and that means that they'll push out all the patches that are necessary for the vulnerabilities that they found out the prior month, right? And so we would always kind of understand that on that second Monday that we need to prep for Patch Tuesday, which we would do a lot of resets. Maybe we even have the change management to go through and actually have a reset during that off hours so we can go ahead and bring servers back up. We can reset everybody's computer that's inside the building. We, make sure that it restart and, we clear those patches because once you apply those patches, sometimes they will not take effect until they actually get a restart. Um, Now, I mentioned 0 days. 0 days are vulnerabilities that happen on the dime or just at that moment, and they don't have any kind of patches written for them. And so that's a big problem when you're talking about um, everything that is associated with this vulnerability now has no fix to it until that provider can provide a patch for it. In some cases, some 0 days happen for those out of date OSs that we talked about, where they don't have any type of update coming because we don't support that piece of software anymore. So now that 0 day is just a permanent vulnerability that we always got to deal with. So you want to keep those things in mind when dealing with the severity of vulnerabilities. Now, there's different types of vulnerabilities, of course. Um, Here on this slide, we're going to talk about the legacy systems where a lot of times with legacy end of life, that's just basically we're holding on to software and hardware too long, and we're not really setting ourselves up to actually move the system or the process to the new latest and greatest. So we get kind of stuck in our ways of just staying on the same system, and then you get lost as far as maybe that company goes out of business, maybe they move on to a whole nother version that we don't want to pay for. Whatever the case may be, you get these legacy systems out there and you get these end of life systems that are just out of date and there's no helping them, right? Firmware vulnerabilities. So a firmware is going to be closely to your chipset. And this is the system before your OS actually populates. So when you hit that power button and you kind of see that black and white writing that comes across the screen, and then it kind of like has this 80s feel to it, and it loads up. That's normally your firmware going through its chipsets checks and making sure that the keyboard is uh working, make sure the screen is working, make sure the fan is working, going through all its checks. It goes through it fairly quickly, but it goes through it, right? Now, sometimes that piece of the system needs to be updated. And normally Windows and Apple will let you know that, hey, we need to go ahead and update this. And you shouldn't unplug your computer when we're running this actual update. And so a lot of times you'll see that with that. And then also if you go into your local router, you'll be able to see the same thing if it needs a firmware update. And so whenever you see a firmware update, you pretty much want to, take time out and let's go ahead and address those issues, because those can be overlooked, and then they're probably going to be more severe as far as what they can let a hacker do versus a patch that you didn't necessarily patch for the month of June. So just keep those things in mind. Virtualization vulnerabilities. So remember, when I gave you guys the VirtualBox address, and if you have installed VirtualBox with another OS on there, remember that new OS that you put onto your computer is like a brand new computer. So it needs to have the patches ran on that as well as the one that's hosting that particular OS or that particular virtual machine. So you have to treat that as two different machines versus one, right? You just can't update your personal one thinking that it's going to update VirtualBox. Okay, that's two different systems, two different applications that need to be addressed. So also obviously is with the application as well, making sure that your applications are up to date. I showed you that a couple of times with Google Chrome, going up there and looking into the about section and making sure that it updates on its own. And that's the same thing that goes for any other application that you work with. And a lot of times you'll see the end of life and the legacy systems apply to those versus, the actual hardware, a piece of server that's actually out of date. You'll see it more with the application that's out of date, and no one's even you can't even really contact the manufacturer for it. It's just out of date. We already touched on 0 days, but I'll go a little bit further into it. It's just like I said, these are vulnerabilities that are found in the wild, right? They are found by normal people, and then um, they are they go to the manufacturer and let them know that, hey, this is out there. And when they let the manufacturer know, or let's just say, you found it out in your company, and you go to the manufacturer's website to see if there's a fix for it, and there is none, then it's the first day or the 0 day, the actual doomsday or whatever you want to call it. It's the first iteration of it. And so we have to wait until there's an actual fix for it. Normally, when it comes to 0 days, if you got a well-known company that's really trying to keep their reputation going, they're going to probably have a patch out by the end of the day, if not the next day. And even if they don't have to, if it's on an inopportune time, let's say during the holidays or something like that, they'll probably get somebody, they'll probably get a team in to actually give you a workaround to mitigate that vulnerability. But the patch for that 0 day won't be too far after that. Okay. So I've witnessed a couple of 0 days, but it's it's a little nerve-wracking at first because of who if people don't understand it, they may think that, oh, we're getting hacked actively, like right now. And no, that's not always the case. You have to look at other factors in your network to see if you actually have um, someone in there moving around, moving stuff around and stuff like that, where you have different boxes that you need to check to actually see if there's a hacker actively into your network. But a 0 day does let you know that, hey, you have a gaping hole when it comes to a vulnerability that you need to take care of immediately. Vulnerabilities also may come in misconfiguration. So when you're setting things up, if you are not using the proper protocols. Maybe you're using weak passwords, things of that nature. When you're configuring these systems, these applications, you may be setting them up wrong or just in an insecure manner. And therefore, while it's set up, it's vulnerable. It's actually easy to, get past those levels that you have. So you remember when we had the big outage during the class where I was trying to show you my home personal router. I was trying to, get over to the fact of saying, hey, there's a default username and password on a router in your house. This is how they give you these things. And that default configuration could be known by anybody that's familiar with that product or has worked for that company before. And so when you have these default configurations, um, it is a vulnerability for the people who are in the know that may run across your type of equipment and have the ability to go ahead and take advantage of those things. Now, on top of the default configurations, you also have cryptographic um, configurations that could be vulnerable too. And this is simply coming down to using an algorithm or some type of cryptography that's just weak. Um, it doesn't really have a robust system or a robust algorithm to it in order to create enough of a encryption in order to withstand any type of brute force attack that comes against it. So we want to make sure that we are using the proper protocols, the proper encryptions when it comes to networking configuration. So if we're using HTTP, then that's a weak protocol. That's a weak encryption that we are using when it comes to web browsing. We need to use HTTPS in order to get that secure factor that we have that we will want in our system. Now, side loading, rooting, and then jailbreaking. This is more on the mobile and tablet side, the mobile phone and tablet side. This is where we're bypassing the default settings and going into the kernel of the actual phone, and then changing settings on it that are usually not meant for you to actually change. And so when you're able to do that, then you're opening the access to anybody being able to put anything on your computer or on your phone, really. When you think about that, then it's more for the Android users versus the Apple users because it's harder to get things into the Apple Play Store the Apple Store versus Google Play. Um, if you download the wrong thing from Google Play, then it could give more access to that particular user if you have rooted your phone or you jailbroke the phone in order to gain access to it to do whatever that you wanted to do with it. But it could give more access than what you are bargaining to do. So just be mindful of that when faced with, hey, I want to jailbreak a phone or a device. It may give more access to, putting things on a computer or a device that you're bargaining for. Okay. Applications and cloud vulnerabilities. Let's jump into that. So we're talking about web application attacks, things that can happen on a web browser or in a web application. Cross-site scripting is where we can create a different site, but at the same time put scripts within the site that allow for certain commands to be ran. And so it may mirror a particular site, like the ones that I showed you, and I'll show it again in our next class. But I'll show it shows kind of like a phishing site, so it's a mirror one for one site. But when you click on certain um, features within that fake site, it may have some scripts that's hidden in that particular web browser that run in the background on your PC. And so that's why it's so important to look for the cues on these fake sites to make sure that you're not on a place that's, doesn't have a certificate, not using HTTPS, looks weird. Maybe the URL is not written correctly. If you see these cues, then it's not only is it important to not put information into it, it's also important not to really click on anything because they could be running something in the background. Okay. Same thing when it comes to SQL injection. So this is where a hacker can do some research and be able to understand that there's a SQL database, or they're going to take a wild guess that it's a SQL database, collecting all the username and passwords from the username and password section of a web browser, and they're going to put a SQL, they're going to inject some type of SQL command in those fields to try to get some information back, due to the fact that with the, hopefully with the commands in the way that it was set up, that it was set up in a misconfigured way or a defaulted way in order to spill some information back. Okay, so we want to be aware of that when it comes to creating our SQL databases, making sure your database team is doing things properly and securely, to avoid these type of attacks that may happen. All right, cloud-based application attacks. So these attacks could be just targeted to a particular application on a cloud platform, um, and you need to be able to understand in your threat fees if these applications are pertaining to your security applications or the application stacks that you have for your company, right? In order to understand that, like I said, have your feeds or understanding where you're going for real live information. It'll be important to understand that, and then once you see those applications that may fall in your realm, then you take the precautions that you need to take in order to keep the business safe. One of those precautions could be a security broker, or a CASB, right? So a cloud asset security broker sits in between the device user, and then the cloud provider. So that cloud provider could be anything, right? Um, I'm going to use box.com as the cloud provider, and it's sitting between you. So that CASB is sit on your computer. And whenever you drag a file from your computer up to box.com, that CASB will scan it to make sure that there's nothing sensitive going out. Or if it is, then it makes sure that it checks this list to make sure that it's proper to actually leave. Um, Security brokers, I haven't seen too many places with a robust system of a CASB already set up and running. The places that I've been are looking to get further into that, but they haven't really have a mature model of it just yet. Supply chain. So a supply chain could be a vulnerability that's waiting to happen, right? We talked about the ransomware attack that shut down the whole east coast of America, where they couldn't really get any kind of gas anywhere, right? So that's a supply chain type of vulnerability. If you're doing something, and that process in the business is relying on one supplier, one particular supplier, then guess what? Like we said before, this is a single point of failure. If that supplier goes down or is attacked themselves, while nothing happened to you and your company, it does reduce your supply of whatever you're getting from them. And so now we have to either find a alternate, or we just have to be without until they're able to get back up and running. And then you need to think about what information do they have of you and your company that for them to be hacked or data leaked or whatever the case may be, what do they get from you in order and let that slip out the back door? So those things you need to keep those things in mind when it comes to your supply chain. You more than likely you want more than one, but the caveat to that is that you need to understand how much of a budget you have, and then what can we actually do with it. So this is where the planning goes on at. When you're planning for recovery or continuity within the business or recovery when it comes to disaster, these things come into play, and you need to, be open-minded with the type of supplies that you get, and then run that stuff up the chain to make sure that everybody is okay with it. They sign off on it and be able to have it in their back pocket for whenever, a problem does arise. All right, identifying the vulnerabilities. How do we actually figure out that we have vulnerabilities on our PCs and on our servers? 9 times out of 10, it's going to be done with scanning. So there's two big players in the scanning market that I know of, and that'll be Rapid7 and Nessus, or I'm sorry, there's another one, and that's Qualys. And we'll take a look at those um, tomorrow. But those three are going to be able to have systems that sit on our network in different spots and be able to scan the network and see different workstations and servers that are connected to um, our actual network. And then on top of that, they can see what patches that they have received and what applications they have. Now, they can make changes of pushing different patches there, um, but it takes more. I thought it takes more of a authenticating piece to do that. So a lot of times you'll see people who are working with the Windows servers push patches out via Intune or WSUS, which is WSUS, and it's it's kind of is it varies from shop to shop or from business to business on how they actually want to go about doing it. But um, to finish up on this slide, you can actually get one of these tools and be able to basically tell what PC needs these things. And based off of the scans that you run, you could tell if things are severe or not, right? Based off the scoring. And we'll go off the scoring later. Um, like I already named, Nessus is a free vulnerability scanner. Now you have to set it up in a virtual box, but or some type of server, but it is free for those that are willing to go about actually trying to download it and then install it. Uh, OpenVAS is more on the web browser and vulnerability uh, domain. So they're going to look at those web browsers, websites, and then have a list that they compare them to see exactly what is vulnerable and then what is not. Threat feeds. Now, I already kind of said that, you should have some type of threat feeds going on. And a lot of times I see these coming from the actual cybersecurity companies, such as Symantec or Broadcom. Um, Rapid7 would have some. You could get them. It's pretty much anybody who's offering a security tool probably has some type of RSS feed that they're probably, giving updates on what's out there in the wild, what to look for, things of that nature. Um, I honestly think that the best place to go to for real up to date feeds is Twitter or X, or however you wanna call it. But it's a community of cybersecurity analysts and engineers out there that's already just sharing information. I think the first time that I've heard of not know before, but Log4j is something that we had, I think, like last year. around this time. Log4j, I found it out on Twitter, versus any RSS feed that I got going to my inbox. And so, while it's not professional, but it is on time in real time, and that's where the people are at. So, sometimes that's where it kind of it rules what's going on. Now, some good places that you can go and see some threat feeds are listed here. IBM, the FireEye website is pretty good. Recorded Future, I've seen and worked with them a couple of years ago. Proofpoint is always a good leader when it comes to email security. So all of these places have their hands into what's going on today in the real world, and what type of threats that we are actually facing today. Now let's talk about the dark web, the deep and the dark web. So the dark web is where um, these are sites that are on the internet that are not registered, and you have to have different ways of getting to the dark web. So this is normally where illegal activity is going on because of it. The way you get to the dark web is um, it has so much of an anomaly of how to actually take your IP address and switch from different networks to different routers. Um, with all that switching, it actually creates a security to it to where you really become almost invisible to anybody monitoring you on a regular basis. So, um, for a personal note, I never been to the dark web. I don't have a need to go to the dark web. And in my position, I don't need to go there. Even as a SOC analyst, I don't think that you would need to go and check that place out. Um, it can get, from what I've seen, it gets real dark quick over there. And if you're not really built to try to one, try to put the Tor router on your computer and then try to navigate your way there, I don't think it's any place to really kind of go. So um, just know that, in order to get there, it's not just as simple as opening up a web browser in incognito mode and then going there. So just keep those things in mind. Now on the other way, the kind of like on the other spectrum of vulnerability assessments, is you got places like that will hire you to be a vulnerability management, right? But then you have other places where they want you to do an assessment, and this is where pen testing comes into play. And pen testing has a user come in and be able to run tests against different phases of the network, processes in the network, everything that's in your business. They're able to run some type of process against it to see if there's some type of weakness to it. And on this slide, it goes a lot deeper than just what this slide says. But normally you set up some rule sets on what a pen tester can actually do in your environment, because potentially they have you're letting a hacker come into your network and not only see the vulnerability, attack on the vulnerability if said so. And so this could really just bring down the company that day. I remember my first pen test that I ever witnessed and tried to defend against. Uh, he ended up taking down our whole system that day, and we had to tell him to stop, within the first 2 hours of saying, hey, all right, just chill out, roll everything back. And then, we proceeded forward after we set the rules and boundaries in. But here on this slide, you got a black box testing. This is where I know nothing about the network. I'm pretty much starting from outside of the building, and they're telling me, hey, all right, try your best to get into our servers, or just to, find out what you can about our business, and then try to work your way in that way, right? Then you have white box texting, and this is where I know everything about it. I'm understanding, that you got different servers. I may even know the different OSs that you have on those servers. So I have a great deal of information about what's happening. And then there's gray box testing, where I know a little bit of something. Maybe I even have a little bit of access to particular places. And this is, a lot of times you might see gray box testing because you want to get the information from that you get from a black box testing. Uh, but you don't want to go through the trouble of him or her taking down the whole network. And so we will say, hey, come into the building. We'll give you a guest password, username and password. Work from there, right? And stay within these boundaries. That's gray box. But to really find out truly what vulnerabilities you have from a hacker standpoint, you need to have some type of black box testing, to just say, hey, this is my company's name, go for it. And whatever comes out of that comes out of that. But it could get ugly. And so um a lot of times you want to have testing environments for those particular situations. Bug bounties are something that you all can do if you have a feel for pen testing, and being able to hack and do that ethically. Then you can look at bug bounties as being something that you can get some good experience on, and make some money on the side, when if you're able to look at the codes and be able to decipher those things. Now, I've said before that I don't know how to code, and I said to you guys that you don't need to know how to code, but I would say this is the exception, right? If you're gonna do bug bounties, if you're gonna do pen testing, then I think understanding Python is probably gonna be a good learning point of coding, and understanding what to do and what not to do, and then how to manipulate that code to make it do what you want it to do. Now that's where I would say the exception is at. But just because you don't know how to pen test doesn't mean that you can't be in vulnerability management. So just wanted to get that out there. All right. So vulnerability analysis and remediation. So let's jump into it. We're talking about the scores that you see. So when you run these scans will come back with a score of each vulnerability that they find. And then normally the higher the score, of course, the more critical that it is. Does that mean that you actually change that at that point in time? You see a critical? Maybe not. Maybe not. It's according to what it is. It's according to what PC is on. It's according to who owns that PC, right? If this is the CEO and he has a critical vulnerability that needs to get patched, let's see if he's in town. Let's see if we can get him another PC. Let's see. Let's test out all our options before we just run up there and say, "Hey, get off. We need a doggone computer," and start running patches and restarting. That's a good way to get yelled at. So all the patches, just because it's a low, doesn't necessarily mean that you ignore it. Everything is taken into consideration, and then based off of how your company holds processes, it'll basically dictate on how you actually mitigate these vulnerabilities. But on the test, you're going to see common vulnerability scoring systems, that CVSS. That's what it's going to stand for. And whenever you see that CVSS, just know and commit to memory that chart that you see over to the right, where nine being a critical vulnerability, and then everything in the middle um, being kind of like medium to high, and then anything lower than a three will be considered low. Now, sometimes you get these scans back and they may give you a false positive. And a false positive means that we got something, but we're not too sure if this applies to you, or if it's actually a vulnerability. And a lot of times you'll get a lot of false positives. And what I end up happening is that you'll put exceptions in for these false positives to not alert on these type of things because it could be while the system thinks that this is something you should be worried about, you can put critical thought to it and say, you know what, I don't need to be alerted on this particular thing. Let me go ahead and put an exception in for this false positive and not be alerted on this particular thing. Now, on the flip side of that, you have false negatives. False negatives are vulnerabilities that should be alerted to your attention and are not. That's a problem, and that's more on the tool not being able to be configured right to understand what is a critical process or a critical uh, vulnerability. And so, if you have false negatives, then you need to, make sure that we look into it and set that alert up that every time you see this, I want to be notified immediately because the last thing you want is that a false negative goes by and you treat it like, whatever. It didn't alert, so therefore, is everything is good. Not always the case. So you want to make sure that you run over when you're running your scans, you're looking at your logs to make sure that everything is proper. Prioritization. So just like how I just said in the last slide, um, based off of the score and then false negatives and false positives, we're going to prioritize, what is critical, um, and then how we're going to go about actually solving those issues. And having a classification is important when it comes to, the the description here, the low, medium, high, critical. Yeah, that's important, but the exposure factor is also important too. How many people is it actually getting to? Um, is this something that'll get out of hand very quick? Excuse me for a second. Is this something that can get out of hand very quick, or is this something that's just for 6, 7 people that we can knock out within a day? What are the impacts? Is it if somebody gets compromised? Is it something that can we get out of hand real quick? Is it something that if it's compromised, it stops the critical function of our business? These impacts plays a major part on how you actually react. So therefore, going back to this chart here, that impact on a medium might be so high to where, hey, now this is a critical because even though it's a medium, it might our impact I'm sorry, where is that? Our impact and our exposure factor are very high. So therefore, you know what? We need to take care of this yesterday. You get what I'm saying? And so just keep those things in mind. Risk tolerance. Um, how much risk are you willing to take when it comes to um, reading those vulnerabilities and that assessment? Are you willing to sometimes they call it risk tolerance, sometimes it's a risk appetite, where is, do you have the capacity to actually withstand a vulnerability? And that's in turn saying, do you have the appetite to withstand an attack on this particular vulnerability? So if you knew about something and then you didn't do anything about it, that's, accepting the risk. And then you have the tolerance to actually take whatever's coming with it and be able to keep the business moving without any type of repercussions. So response and remediation. So sometimes, most of the times, it's going to be remediated via patching, but sometimes we can have a cybersecurity assurance. So something, let's just say you were hacked, right? Data leak. Um, we can essentially move that off to a insurance policy holder, and the things that we have taken damage on, maybe we can recoup some of that money based off of the insurance policy that we had. Segmentation is also great. So those 0 days that we had, if we can't really do anything about it, segmentation to the network will always kind of alleviate the fact that, anything in a legacy system, end of life, 0 day, I could segment that device off, and then at least I don't have to worry about anyone getting to it. Now, nobody can't really do anything with it as far as working, but that's just what we have to do right now when it comes to 0 days and end of life, right? Compensating controls. Do we put things in place to offset what we have going on? And then we got exceptions and exemptions, like I said before, when it comes to those false positives, putting those things in place, making sure that um, maybe we don't want any debugging type of logs to alert us anymore. Maybe someone needs uh, this particular software, so we have to accept now the vulnerability that comes with that application. So now we put that into an exemption. Okay, so validation, after you fix your patches or after you patch your machines, you want to rescan. And those rescans is going to let you know if you fixed the issue, you addressed it, mitigated, whatever the case may be, it'll let you know if you have taken the right steps. And so we always want to rescan. And then more importantly, is that after we rescan and we have those reports come out, we always want to show our higher ups what are we doing? Did we take care of the issue? Um, and this in turns let them know, okay, these are the actions that we're taking to keep us safe, because there's a great way of job security, because you are constantly showing the CEO or whoever you're reporting to that we are vulnerable. We're taking vulnerabilities every day, but we're also taking actions against those vulnerabilities, making us safe, mitigating those vulnerabilities on a day-to-day basis. And you can see that here in this report, and it happens monthly, so it's always something to look at, always something to report on, and that's always a great thing. So like I said, to summarize, vulnerability management is one of those areas that I would definitely tell you guys to get into if you want to kind of go a different route than being an analyst or engineer. Is one of those fields in cybersecurity that is not talked about a lot, but it's such a critical piece for the companies that do have it. So always, we'll talk about it more, like I said, tomorrow. But always just keep this in the back of your mind when it comes to looking for those jobs. And yeah. So we'll go over the hands-on piece tomorrow in the beginning of the class, and then we'll take any questions on that. All right. And did you guys have a chance to take a look at that, or are you going to look at it sometime this weekend?
Sometime this weekend. Being
This
transparent.
weekend.
I rewatch all of your classes on B2 on the weekend. So because I'm in class as we speak, like I'm currently in class as well. Oh, I'm on Zoom on this phone, and then I'm with you. So I rewatch everything on the weekend. So
See, that's what I'm saying. That's why I don't want to just pull y'all away, because everybody's got something going on, and I don't. Anyway, the videos will be there. If the questions come up, we probably need to do like a big recap or something like that. On a Monday or something like that. So whenever y'all do watch the videos, y'all can have those questions fresh. But so I guess my question of, is there any questions about lesson 8, probably goes out of the window. If I just go ahead and say this, what about vulnerability management do you guys have questions about? Is it something that you heard about, or you just have more questions about? I brought it up a couple of times in class, but any questions on it? Take silence.
Not at the moment.
No.
Not
okay.
at the moment.
Gotcha. All right. Well, let's go ahead and let's jump into lesson 9. Lesson 9, evaluating the network security capabilities. This is where we're going to be talking about a lot of we already put our network appliances into the network, but how do we configure them to be secure? And what are the some of the processes that we're going to use to have a secure network? And this is where we start off with baselines. So having a secure baseline, a standard, so to say, is key. Where you already have your product that you want to bring into the company, but now you want to configure it to where um, it's doing the task safely. So we can have a router in, we can have a switch in, but if we have left the default passwords on them, then they're not so secure in that manner. While they may be doing what they are made to do efficiently, they may not be secure in that manner. So not just about changing passwords. It could be monitoring, like I got highlighted here. The encryption algorithms that we use can sometimes be weak, and we don't want to use those things. But sometimes they set those configurations up to make sure that they catch every client that they may have. You got to understand that while going to a hospital may be a lot secure than going to a industrial plant, because they're going to be up to date with computers and laptops and desktops, where the industrial center, their whole main goal is just to make whatever product that they're making, or um, maybe stack whatever product that they have out for physical labor. And so we got to understand that while it may be the standard to have a strong encryption, maybe a SHA-1, a SHA-2, that they may need to use a what we call an encryption called WEP, WEP, at the lower, not a lower place, but more of a place that doesn't, it has old technology, and it needs older technology to in order for it to speak. And so having that secure baseline will allow you to look at every aspect of what you got secure appliance wise, and then say, hey, okay, we're going to apply these processes and rules to it in order to make sure that we're secure as possible while using these products. So some things that we want to look at when it comes to configurations, not just on computers, I mean, switches and routers, but it could be computers, phones, things of that nature too. You hear me say all the time, we want to change the default credentials. I'm pretty much sure, I'm pretty sure that that's going to show up on this CompTIA Security Plus, that if it's a default credential, let's go ahead and change it. If they give you the opportunity to change it, do change it, and then change it to something that you can remember, or let's use that password manager that we've been talking about in order to change those default credentials. Disable any unnecessary service. So this is going into the switches and routers stage. So on your switch, you would have 24 ports, and they kind of look like telephone ports, right? Telephone cord ports that you can just, it has that little weird shape to it. All of those are defaulted to be active. So if you plug something into it, it should give you connectivity. Matter of fact, if you look at your modem that's at your house, you turn it around to the back, it should have that telephone looking RJ45 port. Those things are hot automatically out of the box. It would be in your best interest to go into the configurations and disable those ports. But a lot of times it's a 50-50 chance. I would say that they might be on, they might not be on. And that's typically off of someone actually disabling that feature and turning them off. But we want to turn them off and turn them on whenever we need them. We want to make sure that we use secure management protocols. So this is SSH, SSH, or IPsec when it comes to communicating uh, via remote desktop or through the internet via VPN. We want to use access control lists. So ACLs, I haven't really touched on it too much, but ACLs is a list of who's invited to use this service, right? And that's how you want to look at every ACL, no matter if it's network or if it's system based. So they can be two different types of ACLs. You can see one that's on your computer where we allow um, these applications to be on your computer. That's an allow ACL list. And you also have a ACL list that's on a network where we are allowing these IPs to connect to our network and actually communicate. If you have these lists, then it's easier to understand who can get in versus letting everybody in and then you kicking out people who don't need to be there, right? So having these lists is critical in order to one kind of get a grasp on your network and know who's in it, and then versus just letting it be the wild wild west and letting everybody roam around. Again, if I have any kind of network issues, you guys please just stop me, and I'll try to work on that. We having storms in South Carolina right now. Along with the configurations, we also want to talk about strong passwords, like I always say, port security, and then last thing that they got here is the physical secure of the equipment. So making sure they're behind locked doors. One thing that I haven't brung up is that if you have laptops that necessarily don't need to go home, but they need to stay on a desk, then we want to make sure that we have those locking cables that can hook up to a laptop, and you can wrap it around a desk leg or something like that to keep it within the building. Just having this physical secure, uh, having things physically secured will give you an extra layer of defense versus someone actually routing into something and actually taking control of it. Just a side note here is that it's very it takes a very skilled individual to actually uh, log into a computer from their house and then log into your computer from your house that's on totally different networks in a totally different state and not be found out, and then take information from there. That's an incredible skilled person. And then so with that being said, it doesn't happen often. And in order to really do it, you probably need some kind of cheat codes in there. So I need some type of agent that's on your computer or something aiding me that's going to help me out in order to get that information. So it's much easier if I just take the item, or if I can just take the whole switch, take the whole router, and bring it back to the house, plug it up, and then use something to brute force it right then and there, versus me trying to get from my house past my router into the internet. I mean, the service provider's router to your your PC. It's just a lot of it's a lot of work, and it's just easier if I just take it. So just keep those things in mind. Is it can be overlooked sometimes when it comes to the physical, but let's not overlook it.
So that's a possibility. You can do that. You can you could take control of someone else's desktop through means of wherever you are and your technology.
If so, okay, then why not, right?
I've heard
I'm
of it.
technically connected to you right now,
That
right?
is correct, sir. Okay. Okay.
And so how can I do it through just code, like just running commands? No, it's things that's put into your operating system that will not allow me to take control of your PC right now. But I do know that there's a way that I can get from South Carolina, and you're in Alabama.
Correct.
I can get to those. I can link us up that way, right? So now I just have to think about, okay, if I can't if I can't just naturally get to your computer, what can I do to put on your computer to give me permissions to talk? And
Mm.
that's where I was saying you need something to aid you or to give you a little bit more leverage. Can I put an agent on your computer somehow? That's where I go back to my social engineering, and I say, hey, why don't you, for training purposes, install this piece of software on your PC so you can learn how to work into an EDR, and I'm trying to sway you into that. If you install that, then now it allows me to jump so many hurdles that I had to jump, and I got great connection to your computer that way. That's cheating, but at the same time, just trying to think about all the hurdles that you would try to get to just to figure out what's your computer name so I can try to get to it from my house. I might as well just take the other route. You get what I'm saying?
I do get what you're saying. I thought it was rumors, but uh, I overheard someone tell me once before that there's such and such. It was a significant other that had access to their phones through their phone. It was remarkable, but technology is magical.
We all talk, like, when I showed the example of the Wireshark, all of those entries are just, it's just our machines talking back and forth, really. And even if it's just saying, hey, I'm here, hey, I'm here, that's all it's saying. That's all one computer could be saying. That's just letting the other computers know that if I do need to talk to Ryan's computer, then I know that he done shouted out 10 times that he's here. All right, now I need something from you. Here's this document. That's how computers really kind of talk in the background. So just real quick, and so I'm gonna pull up you see all of these applications that I got running. Y'all can see this, right? Yeah. So
Yes,
all of these applications, these are running in the background. But they're all talking to something, to someone, and it doesn't have to be directly on my computer or in my house. It could be, I'm not going to say to you guys, but I would say Zoom is probably still talking to you guys. It should be at the top if I do memory. Well, it's in Chrome, so I'm yeah. Chrome is where I launch Zoom so I can do my desktop share. But this is why it's taking up so much memory on mine, because I'm connected to you all. And I would imagine something similar for you guys as well. As you can see, Microsoft eats up a lot of memory too. And I'm really not doing anything with Teams. I don't even know why I got it on here. But basically, what I'm saying is that in the background, while we may be talking to each other over the voice over IP protocol, this is going on in the background, and it's constant. It doesn't matter if I'm doing something or if I'm just kind of, you know, if I'm sending some files. If I was uploading a file to the cloud, all of this would be going crazy, and we probably wouldn't be able to talk over Zoom. But to go from here and make this point, then I'll take it back. To go from this stage, application stage, to get to that same point on your computer is I would say it would be remarkable if I could just go through the command line. That'd be awesome, but it won't let you do that just because we're on different networks. So I have to jump over that hurdle doing something else. Good question though. Any other question? So default credentials, we want to make sure that we enable logging and monitoring. So this is where we're going into having a SOC. So if y'all remember from the first day of class, I talked about working in a SOC, Security Operations Center. This is what they really kind of dwell in. They are threat hunters by nature or by career. And so what they do is they look at the logs that come in on different appliances. And your computer has logs too. So everything that we're doing is logged down into some type of event book. And whether it's you got your password wrong to get into the system, or you open up a web browser, or you open up control panel and then you close it down, all of these things are being logged into that logbook. And the reason why you want that is that if someone hacks into your system, you want to be able to see when did they get access and then what did they do when they were in your system. So to look at yours, event manager, I'm not too sure where it is in the Apple sense, where the logs are, but I know in the Windows settings, it'll be in what we call the event viewer. And this is where everything is um, logged down. So right here in the security section, it should show, I might be taxing it. It should show how many times that, I logged into the computer. Yep. So all of this blank space should be having some information there, and I should see a bunch of keys up here in this white spot. There it is. I was about to say. So it logs down all this information. And when you're working in a SOC and you come up against an incident, you may have to dig through all of these files just to understand what happened and in what time. Okay. So to know if someone's been in your PC or in your appliances is fairly, you should be able to understand that if you look through the logs. If not, if those logs are gone or a section of it is gone, that's a good indicator that someone has already been in there and then erased their footsteps by taking the logs with them. So just keep those things in mind and understand that if you see a job title working in a SOC, SOC, that this is where you're going to probably be living at, is in those logs. And that's just my computer. So you can imagine something like a network router having millions of logs on a daily basis. Going into other configurations and setup when it comes to the network, let's talk about the wireless access points. So, quick question: do you guys understand how Wi-Fi works when it comes to walls and appliances such as microwaves and things of that nature? Like it degrades the signal. Are y'all familiar with that?
Earlier we talked about how microwaves can disrupt things like memory and swipe things from last class, and honestly that's my understanding of application of everything. The microwave simply disrupt the
Okay.
signal.
All right. Well, in this case, it does the same thing without it being in the microwave. Um, it's just microwaves take so much energy just to turn on. Um, the Wi-Fi signal is like a radio signal. Now, I know I'm old, and I grew up when we listened to the radio, and we had antennas that we had to point it to the radio tower, and we get a better signal. The Wi-Fi works the same way. And so if you think about it, if well, I hate to ask, but have y'all ever had a radio with an antenna on it that you had to?
I
All right.
did. I did.
Okay. Okay.
Even like the satellites, the little TVs through the antenna. I had that too.
Okay. All right. So maneuvering the antenna can get you a better or a clearer picture or a clearer sound of the station. Same thing when it comes to the wireless network or your Wi-Fi, is that if you can get a better signal or a line of sight to that modem, you should have a better strength signal to your devices. So when you think about it, if you have your router tucked away under a cupboard or on the floor somewhere, around a closed room, it's probably not getting the best reception that it can get. You want to have your router or your modem that comes from that your telephone company in the middle, preferably in the middle of the house, away from any walls or anything like that to get a better broad coverage. And having it around appliances also disrupts that same airwave channel. And so we want to keep those things away from that in order to have better speeds. So we're not creating our own DOS attacks on our own, DOS attacks on our own self. So, um, but I know it could be hard if you already have your Wi-Fi signal, Wi-Fi modem already set up by the company, and they're not going to tell you that. They're just going to set it up wherever your telephone coax cable comes into the house at. And so if you can have them move it, I would prefer you move it to a spot that's nice and open, and you should get a better um, connection each and every time. And so that's Wi-Fi wireless access point placement. The same thing for in a job where, especially like you'll see a great case of this in a hospital. Uh, Up and down their hallways, they have wireless access points in the middle of the hallways because each one of those uh, rows or floors of a hospital is concrete um, stone, and so the signal can't really go from floor to floor. So you need to have access points up and down those hallways, and then you really have to have so many in that hallway because there could be concrete walls in between each room. And so, in order to have a good signal in a hospital, they have to have a lot of access points, and you want them in certain spots so everyone in the building can have access to it, but you don't want them so much to the edges that someone can just sit in the parking lot and get access to the network. So we want to cut that off in some kind of way. So to give a better example of that, if you guys see here, and I'm not going to do anything to my router, all right? You look here in the lower right hand corner, you see all of these networks here, and these are all my neighbors, and these three are mine. All of these networks, I can potentially take something like is in Kali Linux. There's a application called AirCrack, and be able to get into their Wi-Fi network. And then now I should be able to see whatever's on that network. So to go back to your question, Ryan, if I'm willing to go all the way to Alabama and then take my laptop and go outside your house and then get onto your home Wi-Fi, I should be able to connect from my PC to your PC that way. But from South Carolina all the way to Alabama, it might be a bit of a stretch, but I'm not going to rule it out and say it's not.
Yeah,
Um,
especially you could cheat, right?
yeah, I believe you have to. That's it. Just to think about, if you want to keep it fair, then yeah, you wouldn't need so many security tools out here. But if we're gonna, if you ain't cheating, you ain't trying type thing, then I'm going to do whatever I can, especially if you got the information on your computer that I want. I'm going to find out, okay, at least I can find out what cloud provider you use so I can try to get into your system that way. You know what I'm getting? You get what I'm saying? So it's just different ways that you can go about it instead of just thinking about it so straight up and down.
Oh
Okay, I
yeah,
got it.
I got the social engineering aspect of it. That's smart, honestly.
Got you. Okay. So that's Wi-Fi access point. So you want to make sure that it's put up in a nice, decent spot, get a nice connection, but at the same time, you don't want that to bleed over into the parking lot if it's possible. Um, Sometimes you might have to bite the bullet on it, and it may bleed out into the parking lot, but that's where we want other things to be set up, such as passwords to be strong, encryption to be strong. Maybe we put up a welcome site or a kind of like an open portal to where you know how you go and you log into the Wi-Fi at a hotel and they send you to an open portal where they ask you to go ahead and accept the policies. You want to put those type of things up. Site surveys and heat maps. So those heat maps and surveys will help you understand where's the good connection at and bad connection. Remember, if it's around a congested area, such as a lot of walls or concrete, and then appliances around kitchens and ovens and stuff like that, it's probably going to be a bad degraded signal. We kind of touched on this a little bit in the earlier slides where I talked about having a bad or weak encryption. Typically, we want to run a WPA or a WPA2. You see nowadays where they say the latest and greatest is the WPA3. And this is encryption that you set up in your router on your modem, right? We didn't get to see this on mine because it jacked up my system. So I don't want to, I'm too cautious to show you again. But if you see it over here on the right hand side, this piece where you see 5 gigahertz, well, I'm sorry, you can see it up here where it says version at. That's WPA2 pre-shared key. So that's basically saying that we want to run a username and password. So that's pretty much having that type of encryption on that type of authentication that we're trying to get onto the network. WEP and then WPS are weaker encryptions, but they are some cases for it. So WPS, a lot of times, and I don't know how many of you got experiences with printers. You can pick up a printer and it has a button on there that has WPS written on it. And so if you look at your modem, the modern ones have WPS on it as well, and you can hit both of those buttons around the same time, maybe within 10 seconds of each other, and they'll communicate over the Wi-Fi to each other and make that connection versus you having to go through the system and actually add a printer onto that actual computer or on that router. All right, NAC. So network access control. This is where in the enterprise section, you're going to see NAC a lot used in the real world. And it's a way to put in security to so many different devices getting onto the network. We used to just have a guest network set up for people to, visit the campus or visit the building, the business. But that can end up with being someone jumping from the guest network on to the private network. And we don't want that. So in order to alleviate that, we put in things such as network access control, where it's going to authenticate the device based off of who the user is. So if you're logged into, if that device has been authenticated to you, or better yet, if it has been authorized to you, so they gave it to you and written down your information that, hey, PC1 belongs to Lee, then once you log in with it with your username and password on the Windows network, it checks the database to make sure that you are who you say you are, and then it will let you onto the private network. And so anything that's not authorized or checked in with that database doesn't get access. So it's a very good way to keep things off of the network. It's a good way to make sure you know what type of vendors coming into your network and be able to authorize if they have the right, because maybe you don't want them to have an old PC on your network. You could put requirements on NAC in order for it to do kind of like a check, and it goes through its checklist similar to an ACL, right? It checks that list to make sure that you have the the latest and greatest antivirus. The OS is up to date. You don't need any patches, and maybe you're not pending a reboot. And then if you all authenticate with your username and password, it lets you in. So this is where NAT comes in. It is a great way to keep things at bay when it comes to getting onto your network. All right, so I already talked about access control lists, and I remember it could be a networking thing, and it could be an application thing. So the most famous one that is known for, well, I wouldn't say it's most famous, but it's kind of equal when it comes to applications and firewall. But when you think about a firewall, it's more, that's how I really only just said that's all a firewall does, is that it sits at the edge of your network and it checks the list of who's allowed and who's not. And if you're not on the list, you're denied, explicitly denied. So I'm gonna say that again. If you're not on the list, you're explicitly denied. Those will be the exact words that you'll see on the exam. And that means that if it doesn't see you on the list, there's no exception for you. It's going to drop the packet. It's going to drop the conversation with you in that firewall. So you'll never get into that network. This is the most, I would say, it's probably the most famous access control. But I also kind of think, just coming from where I come from, of desktop and then desktop support into cybersecurity, I also think of ACLs as user groups and having access control to files and things of that nature. So I guess it was just something that I had to get over. But anyway, intrusion detection and prevention systems. So this is where we're talking about. We're either going to talk about detection, and that's going to be more your firewalls. I hate to say firewalls because firewalls can do detection and prevention. So let me go back. Your SIM. So let me put it in the chat. Matter of fact, I'll just put it over here. SIM, Security Information Event Manager. Basically, it's a super appliance that always takes in logs. Remember, those logs can come in at a million a day, if not more. And I might be shortchanging it a little bit, but a SIM logs information about different appliances on the network, and then it only just logs it. So it detects it. It may detect something. It may even warn you of that detection, but it doesn't do anything about it. That's where prevention is going to come in at. So um, a firewall will be a good indicator of a intrusion detection and prevention system, whereas a antivirus software will be just a good indication of a intrusion prevention system. That's the only thing it does. It sees it, it go ahead, it makes the changes right then and there. But detection wise, it's just going to watch the action go down, but it doesn't, unless you tell it to warn you or to give you some type of alert. It's not built to actually correct anything or stop any kind of actions. So some of these things can be network based and host based. Host based means it's directly on your PC, um, whereas network is obvious that it's sitting. You don't get under its umbrella until you are authenticated with the network. And so I think that's important to know that um, while it's on the network, if you're off the network, but that computer that you are on came from that network, if you're not, you know, connected Wi-Fi wise, then you're not under the umbrella of the network base IDS or IPS. All right. So the way these IDSs and IPSs, how do they actually know if something's happening? And you have three different ways. You have signature based, anomaly based, and then behavioral. Signature based is going to be when you think about a signature, a real life signature is it's someone's natural movement when it comes to signing their name, and so it's always based on that person. So when it comes to a signature based detection, every virus is written with a particular um, set of code. And so that code doesn't change. In order for it to be a particular virus, in order for it to be a Trojan, it needs to be written in a particular order, right? That's signature based. So when it comes to your antivirus software needs to download what we call signatures every day in order to know what's new out here in the wild. And those signature, that's how they understand that, hey, a virus has came into the network, because they can see that virus pattern and then compare it to the database that they have, or the signatures, and then they can quarantine the virus by doing that comparison. Anomaly is what it says. It's something that it never really seen before, and it doesn't match up with these signatures. So the signatures could be, let's just, for easy terms here, could be just 100 signatures, and then you have something that's just wildly different. It could go ahead and quarantine that, or have some type of action upon it, or in the case of IDS, it's just going to alert, but in IPS it could quarantine, just because it doesn't know anything about it, right? Something stands out. Behavioral detection is something based off of anomaly base, and so what needs to happen is that we need to put an agent onto our network, and it needs to kind of gather information over time. And as it's gathering information, it learns what is normal, and then whenever something goes awry, then it's saying, okay, this is an anomaly, this is not normal, I'm going to trigger now. That's behavioral based, because it's, if even if things are wild at, let's say, 4 o'clock in the afternoon, but then everything calms down around 9 o'clock in the morning, it's all based off the patterns that these um IDSs and IPSs can get and learn. But then when something goes off at, let's say, noon on a holiday, it sets off all alerts because it's not used to that. And that's why, really, in the real world, you don't really see too many of anomalies and behavior based, just because we change. I think personally, we change too often when it comes to antivirus. We You can be a vendor and maybe be in there for maybe 2 to 3 years, and if they don't want that contract after that, they'll go on to the next one. And so to have a real behavioral baseline, it takes a while. It takes a while, and I don't think that we are allowing companies to stay into our network that long. All right, last slide. We got web filtering. So when it comes to the network, not only do you have your antiviruses, your firewalls, um, default configurations, people are actually doing a lot of their work via the web, and so having some type of web filtering there keeps a good security blanket over what can come in that way. So and I hate to keep picking on you, Ryan, but just because it was a good question, it's like that's another way that I can get from my computer to your computer is via the web. And just like how I said, where I can try to give you something through Zoom in order to connect us. That's the same thing we want to try to have when applying web filters in our place of business. We want to make sure that they can go to the certain websites and not download anything. Maybe stay away from social media sites that they don't need to be on. Um, of course, stay away from any category that we don't want at that point in time. But at the same time, you need to put in exceptions for those who need to go to those sites. And everybody has a case. I remember putting in a web filtering rule with Zscaler saying that you couldn't go to any social media sites, but then the marketing team says that no, we live on social media, marketing the business all the time. We need access to that, so we have to put in an exception for them, but which in turn turned out being an exception for everyone because we couldn't really at that time we couldn't really focus in on one particular group. But you just want to make sure that when people are reaching out via the web, that they're not bringing anything into the network from the web into your internal network. All right. Any questions?
Questions?
Not at the
Okay.
moment.
It was kind of these only have 14 slides, so it was kind of short. Let's take a short break. Be back at the top of the hour, and then we'll go ahead and finish up with the hands-on, and I'll let y'all guys get out of here. Can you do me a favor before you go? Please put your name in the chat so I can do the roll.
We're not done.
All right, I'm back.
Yeah, cool.
All right. So this is my Exidium platform. Exidium is, I had got it originally for a EDR system, but it turned out to be more than that, and I'm pretty happy with the product because it gives people a good understanding of what we look at on a day-to-day basis. So this could be this type of system could be any product that you look at when you go and get your first cybersecurity job, um, and they may keep you in the security section of it as far as like antivirus, but this particular platform does a whole lot more. Now I shown it before about assets control or assets management, just to be able to see what's going on here. But you can also dive deeper into these particular products to see things such as your network as a whole. So, it's bothering me. Um, if we run um, kind of like a detection on this agent that I have on my machine. And whenever I say an agent, my agent normally will live down here in this little toolbar here. This is how it's communicating back to this dashboard, this appliance. It's taking things that we've seen on that task manager that I showed you, things that it sees here, that agent is taken and then communicating back to this platform and letting me see it in more of a cleaner version. So as y'all can see, while it didn't have anything, it started to do a refresh and started to pick up some information for me. And this is a good way to look at if something's out of that configuration that we started to talk about in the beginning of class, where maybe they're on a different IP address that we didn't want them to be on. Maybe we can look into it or see exactly what's going on there. Maybe we call them up and we say, hey, we found this to be a little bit concerning. Where are you located at right now? When it comes to the ACL list, this type of tool is good to see the applications on it, software inventory. And I think I showed you guys this, but just to show it again, this is what I mean, kind of at a high level of an assets control list. So if we had everything, if we had a meeting with all the IT department, we would say, hey, okay, we're letting people have uh, Microsoft Edge on their computers. Okay, what version do they have? Well, they can't have no less version than what we have here, which is the standard. And we just go through these different types of talks in order to set a configuration baseline of what we want. And if we don't allow something or we don't want that to be allowed, we can always highlight it and then uninstall it. And this can not just be for this one computer, it could be across the board, um, and take it all at one time. Normally, if we were to do something like that, we would need to go through what we call a change request and let people know, hey, we're going to remove all Chrome browsers tonight. Um, Make sure that if you have anything that you need to save it, because we're going to remove it. It's not allowed. It's on our policies. You run through the particulars and then you set it up for a uninstall that night. And what happens is that um, the agent that I showed earlier will, on behalf of that agent, has administrative rights. And so on the behalf of this platform, it uninstall whatever software you told it to do. And it doesn't typically need to have any type of authentication that happens with that. Normally, when you're uninstalling an application, it asks you for a username and password because it needs to make sure that you have that level of access before it just makes a critical change like that. But that's the wonderful thing about putting these agents on, is that you kind of alleviate that, or you kind of give pseudo access to that agent that lives on your computer. So that's why, you know, you don't want to just put any agent on your computer. And a lot of people don't want a lot of agents on their computers. They say that it makes it run slow, but some of them they have to live with. And just because it doesn't show up in this tray doesn't necessarily mean it's not on your computer. But that's the ACL list. We also have configuration plan templates here. So check this out. This is pretty cool, where I can set up how I want my configuration to look of a OS, a Microsoft Windows 10 or 11. And I can set my OS up here and then deploy it out to everyone that's connected to my network. And I don't have to necessarily go and touch every computer, but I can at least go through and see exactly what I want to actually, manipulate when it comes to these profiles. Now I can set alerts up for anybody that's deviating from that configuration list. Maybe that's something that I want to be on my radar. Maybe I think that, hey, no one should be able to deviate from this list. So I'm gonna go ahead and put in an alert for it. So if something does happen, I can be alerted and I can take action then. Now, this is the antivirus part of it. Normally, like I said, this is where the signatures will be downloaded and then sent out, dispersed to the agents that are out there in my network. Normally, when a signature is when a virus is detected on a computer by that agent, it quarantines it. Normally, that's what you're going to see on every antivirus, is that they need to run scans on a daily basis, and they probably need to run some type of update on a daily basis too. So a lot of times when you see people start up their computers early in the morning, it might be a little bit slow because they're pulling down those new signatures in the antivirus and maybe pulling up an update that they had to restart or whatever. So a lot of these things need to happen on a after a reboot. That's why it's so common for IT professionals to just just kind of reiterate, hey, let's go ahead and restart. Did you restart? You know what I'm going to try? I'm going to try restarting it. And sometimes that fixes the issue. A lot of times that fixes the issue when a computer is just really trying to get through a task, and maybe a hang up is the reboot. So going back to the quarantine side of it, putting things into quarantine is where you can see these viruses here, and then you can be able to delete those actual files from the PC that they were found on. If we had something on our firewall, as far as in an appliance, we could possibly we could see the logs here, but obviously I'm not in an enterprise environment to be able to show you that. So everything firewall wise will be on my host. Now let's get down to vulnerability management. Now, of course, vulnerability management was supposed to be talked about on Tuesday, but I wanted to show you guys this as far as the hands-on part that I didn't include into that video. This is where, when you're running a vulnerability scan, you'll see what type of patches that are needed for those vulnerabilities that you face. And in this particular case, I can see what vulnerabilities that everyone has on their computer that's in my environment. And so I can read up on this particular CVE and see exactly if I want to act on it right now, or if it's something that I want to wait on. Now, I can see what the problem is, and then I could see the publish date, so I could see how far behind I am on this problem. Um, I can reach out to the vendor to see exactly if there's something else that I need to put into there, and I could see exactly what PCs are affected. Great piece on this software, just because it it leaves you open to where you don't have to touch every computer thinking that everybody has this same problem when it's just three of them. So this is why you want those agents out there really kind of communicating on the back end, because it could be a little bit cumbersome to stop people doing their job and asking them, hey, do you mind if I take a look at the logs, or do you mind if I take a look at your updates to see if you have some updates to run? Well, I'll get back to the mobile application in just a second. Let me go back here and then go to patch management, and then go over to third-party applications. So, well, I'll stay here for a minute. The patch management part of it, those CVEs that you've seen in vulnerability management, this part right here, these are normally remediated or solved by applying these patches. So it's not, well, I don't want you to think that it's a one for one, right? But 9 times out of 10, if we run these patches, uh, the ones that are needing to be installed like this, right? Um, it's going to solve some of those CVE problems that we see in the vulnerability management piece. Okay. So patch management and vulnerability management will go hand in hand. And when you guys go over that video, you'll get more about what I'm saying on that. I did wanted to bring up the third party applications, because we constantly put things into our system, and then we don't get the updates from that third party all the time. We have to actually go out there and see if that third party has an update for us to run. And so this part, like I said, is good to have that agent onto your computer. I'm kind of lost there. Okay. Okay. So it's good to have that agent sitting on your computer, and then be able to see exactly what third-party applications that did not come with Windows, and be able to see if we need to run patches on those. So it can keep that kind of communication open with the vendor, as well as the host machine. So it's great to have this piece for it. Of course, I don't run anything because I'm just. I mean, these are real issues, right? So I don't want y'all to judge me. These are real issues. These are real devices that I know that are my family members, basically. Well, not all of them, but these are important people to me, as far as whose agents the agents are on their PCs. But I needed to kind of like rack up so you guys can understand where I'm coming from. So I'm almost kind of sacrificing them to for learning purposes. But I will run patches on these. I will get to it. So don't judge me. Any questions?
No, sir.
All right. Last thing here. This is the MDM part of it. We didn't talk about MDM today, but we did cover it. And MDM is just mobile device management. I think we covered it either last week or Monday. But it's basically, if if you remember when I said, if you leave a computer or a phone on a airplane or something like that, I can remote wipe it. This is where you could do those actions at. I think I already said that before. But anyway, can't hurt to say it twice. That's all I had for tonight. Early night. I can give you some time back. Kristen, if you want to stay after class, just to kind of let me know where you stand at, and then everybody else. Hold on. Before you go, I will put out another quiz this weekend. So please be on the lookout for that this weekend. Hopefully is nothing too crazy going on that y'all could just go and knock that out real quick. And then we'll jump back into things on Monday. Like I said, if you guys got any questions, just give me a shout on my emails or in LinkedIn. I'll be more than happy to help. Kristen, if you want to stay after class and chat just a little bit. Oh, she left. Okay. All right. Y'all take it easy. And
You too.
I'll catch
Thank you.
y'all on Monday.
Good night, team.
So much. Have a good night.
Good night, guys.
All right.
Oh, I got one question.
Just to double down on that. And I'll put this in the chat. This is Microsoft's training center. And everything that you want to learn about their products is right here.
Okay.
And the cool thing about it is that the only thing you got to do is log in with your Microsoft account, and then you should be able to take all of this training free. You should. What they charge you on is to take the actual certification. But again, like I said, I don't think you need to have it like a certification piece on your resume. I think if you can put that you have experience in Office 365 as well as Azure, then that stands out to employers a lot better
Okay.
than saying, you have a certification in Microsoft. Now, both of it is still impressive, and having the certification is impressive, but you also spending like, I think it's like $100 to $200 per certification. So
Ooh-wee.
yeah. But let me put this in the chat for you guys. Now, before I get started, how close are y'all to midterms?
Finals. My finals is on the first week of December.
Y'all already passed midterms?
Yes.
Dang. I'm still on that old school schedule then. Okay.
They happened about maybe 2 or 3 weeks ago for us.
Yes, 2 or 3 weeks. But we did ours the second week of October.
So
So
do y'all
yeah.
even go to school in December?
I get out of school December 6th, which is that
We get
Friday.
we get out, I want to say the 13th of December.
My
Dang.
school just let us get out early. Be like, we don't need y'all here no more.
And y'all don't
Because
come back until the first of the year?
we don't come back until January 11th.
Dang, I look old out here. So we used to go to school all the way up to about the week right before Christmas, like the 20th or something like that, and then go back on the 3rd. Okay,
When did y'all come back? Well, y'all came back on the 3rd. Oh wow.
yeah,
That's high. That's
to
like
get acclimated
elementary
back in the
school.
dorms and make sure you got everything cool. But I don't know. Okay, all right. I wasn't trying to double up on the finals, so okay. Let me ask that question one more time. The finals for you guys, I heard, is the first week of December, and you said the 11th and 13th of December. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. That is for us, or for A&M students.
Well, it depends. Grad students will take I'll be taking my final that week before, and I'm too. So it really depends on the staff. But those last 2 weeks, because the 13th is graduation.
Like a ceremony graduation.
Yes, the 13th is the actual ceremony of graduation. Finals officially start. I could pull up the calendar. I have it. 1 second. Give me 1 second.
Hey. So while you pulling that up, will y'all? I guess, and I hate to ask the question like this, will the engagement still be good after the finals? Because I know people will be going home, things of like that nature. Will we still be able to keep our same regimen?
Righteously, yeah, in my opinion. I mean, because we'll be out of school. I know, like, yeah, finals start. I'm sorry to jump. Finals start December 5th. That's what is documented on the website. So it's saying December 5th, and the last day it has is
Okay.
I believe it wouldn't make no difference because
yeah,
it'll be the same because this is a virtual class and it's like ain't nothing just to log in at
yeah.
6 every day because I'm already adjusting my work schedule around it.
Okay.
I agree
So
with my.
yeah.
All right. Then I'll keep chugging along, and I guess we won't have a break until I gotta check, but I think it's that week of Christmas. I think change your name on the iPhone. Savala?
In regards to, I know every week you post our work, right? And I know our attendance and stuff, which I have no problem with that. If we did not complete our assignment before the next class, I've just been under the weather, so I haven't done anything. Am I still able to do it? I know it says no due date, but I know you typically put grades in prior to the next week. Do I need to email you, or how does that go about?
No, it's more of a participation grade versus
Okay.
a actual grading scale.
Okay.
I just want to make sure that I prepare you for the exam
Great.
if
Great.
and when you guys want to take that exam. That's my main focus. And so having those tests, I just want to, see that you're engaged. Plus it helps me out as an instructor for Pivot to show them that, hey, we are moving towards the goal. But if you can get them done,
Definitely will. Okay, I just wanted you to. I know I've been on track with them, but I do have a blood disorder, so I do like zone out at times, and this weekend was one of them.
got you. I understand. And I was feeling under the weather too, so I didn't get those I didn't get the last ones graded on time, and I just put out a new the exam for the test for last week today. So if we can get that done before the end of this week, that'll be awesome.
Yes.
Okay, so like I said, I'm dealing with this cough. So if I go mute, I'm just trying to clear my throat, and I'm gonna try to push through it. Any questions regarding some of the lessons that we went over? Have you seen anything different? Learned anything in school that you wanted to bring up? Any topics?
I just have one question for you, just so I can kind of remember and backtrack for what we said last time. On the placement, like of the test in order, which ones we take the A plus first, and then we take the security plus, or is it swapped? What's the
The proper answer is A plus first, and then the security plus. The other answer is that, and that's for the pivot side of it. That's how Pivot wants you to do it. But just in case it doesn't go that way, you don't have to have the A plus in order to take the Security plus. But don't. I know you guys are not thinking in that direction, but just in case it gets to that point where only thing you want to do is take the Security plus, then you can just tackle that one if you choose to.
Okay. Can you clarify exactly what? Because the question and your answer kind of threw me off a little bit.
Okay, so for Pivot, they want you to take the A plus exam and pass that first before you go into Core 2, and then take your Security plus exam. And that makes it seems like A plus is a prerequisite of Security plus.
Okay.
But in the real world, they're not like that. So if you miss your opportunity to take the A plus, and I'm not encouraging that, but I know it's different material that you're learning over there versus here. If you miss that opportunity and you still wanted to take the Security plus, you can. Only thing I'm saying is that it's not a prerequisite if you miss that opportunity window.
Okay.
With Pivot.
Well,
I think I'm adding too many words in there.
now you're straight. You're saying it's not a prerequisite. You could take it as you see, but Pivot want us to do a certain way, although that's not like everybody's go to.
Yeah.
When in regards to signing up for the test and moving forward with those, I'm not sure if we talked about that in the orientation. But is that something you will walk us through too, sign up, or we do that on our own time after, or is it like at the end of the course load? I'm sorry. I don't.
You sound a little bit muffled, but I think you said that you're trying to sign up for the exam.
I'm saying yes, sir. Is that something we will do as a unit? Like, okay, let's sign up around this time, or is it to the discretion of us?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure on that. And I'm sorry,
No,
but I know for sure, and I think Dr. Blair will be a better resource on that than me. But I think you will sign up on your own and get the voucher from them. See, okay, so you need a voucher in order to take this exam. This site that I'm showing you right here is where you go and sign up for the exam. Get this out of here. This is CompTIA is the person giving the exam. That's the certification we want, but it's given through a company called Pearson VUE. This is where they're going to have those venues that you can actually sit down and take the lab test at. So I'm gonna put that in the chat. And what you would do is you'll create a login or an account here, and you will sign up for the exam. And when you sign up for the exam, it's going to ask for a voucher number. You will get that voucher number from Pivot. Pivot will give you that voucher number. You put it into this website. It will then change that balance of 412 to zero balance because they already paid for that. Okay. And so you can do your A plus here. And then once you finish your A plus, you get your A plus, you could then now sign up for the Security plus at the same site.
Okay, so two completely separate exams.
Yes. Oh yes. Oh yes. They are not back to back. I would try to log in, but I ain't gonna put y'all through that. Let me try just to see if it works. It's did it work? It worked enough. All right. The A plus is its own exam, and it's there's two parts to that. You know, core 1 and core 2. But then Security plus is its own separate exam by itself.
So it's 3.
No, because that core 1 and core 2. Okay, let me see.
Sorry.
No, that ain't. No. Now let's walk through it because I. Who's teaching A plus? Y'all, are y'all taking the A plus course right now?
So
No,
we're
sir.
supposed to be taking like 2 versions of or 3 different tests, right? Because that's what they kind of told us in the orientation, that we would take A plus the first part and the second part, and then take security plus. Is that
Okay.
still true?
It's not 3. It's one big test over here. So okay, so you see how it says codes, exam codes right here. Exam codes 1101 and 1102 is all in one exam. So they're going to give you 100 questions just to make it easy. 100 questions in this one exam. And if you pass it, you get your A plus. The difference is, give me a second. The difference is, and I should be, let me stop sharing my screen so y'all can see me, is that you have, of course, the book doesn't want to show. You have core 1 and core 2, core 1. Come on, show up. Core 1 and then core 2. And you see these are like thick books if you could see them. I'm sorry. Jesus, I don't want to come off my little blinder thing, but anyway. The books are thick. And what I mean by that is that, it's a good bit of information on 1101 and 2. And so that's why it's broken up into 2 parts. One is supposed to teach you about the hardware about A plus, the hardware of a computer, memory, storage, motherboards, fans, things of that nature. And then the second core is going to teach you how to troubleshoot those components. That's secure. That's A plus, and then security plus is just what we've been talking about since we've been doing our class. And I got that book too, but there's no need for me to show you that book.
Got you. So just to make sure I'm not, a little lost. Basically, you're saying that we will cover. I mean, not you're saying. Will we cover those still both with you though? I know we're already doing the first one, like you said. We've been doing it the whole time. The course 1 and course 2, we will still do that with you though, correct?
I no, ma'am. I hold on. Let me stop this recording.
Okay, I got it.
Let me adjust. All right, that was I don't know. I feel like I'm gonna have to get her on the phone for that.
We
Okay.
appreciate you.
No problem, because I don't want all this to kind of go by the wayside. Like I would hate for y'all to learn all this stuff with the Security Plus and then kind of forget it trying to learn the A plus. And it's kind of for you to learn the Security Plus without knowing the A plus basic foundations. I don't like that, but we'll get through it.
Thank you.
No problem. All right. Lesson 10, endpoint security. So in this lesson, we're going to talk about agents that are sitting on our computers, not necessarily on the network. They may communicate to the network, but they're everywhere we go as far as our mobile devices are concerned, laptops and endpoints on your desktop as well. But desktops are not normally moving from spot to spot. So the first thing this chapter talks about is endpoint hardening. And when you see the word hardening, that means it's taking a configuration and putting the most security that you can on it. So we may disable some features. we may enable some features, but what it's doing is it's changing it from the default and being able to create more security by locking it down, quote unquote, by hardening. So we could do this to workstations and we could do this to servers. In your workstations, we may turn on antivirus, firewalls. Um, we may put ACLs on who can install information, who can uninstall. And so all of those things helps when it comes to the hardening process of a workstation. Servers, you're following the same process, but it's even more locked down on who gets access to a server. More than likely, it's going to be someone of admin privileges, which is only a small group. It should be your IT group and owners of that system. But even if they own it, let's say a director, um, a director of a department may not have access to a server in some cases, just because they don't need to be on there. And it's also, if their account gets compromised, you don't have to worry about their account showing up on a server that's already hardened. Other ways we can also protect our endpoints or protect our desktops and laptops is that through segmentation. We already talked about that through networking. Uh, Also, in that segmentation, we have isolation. This is kind of where those VLANs come into place, having those separations and IP addresses. We can put those things in isolation to where they don't have any communications to anything else. Back in the day, and when I say back in the day, I'm talking maybe 10 years ago, whenever you do have a computer that maybe has a virus on it. Okay, I'm gonna get to that. I'll jump right back to it. Whenever you get a computer that has an endpoint, a virus on it, in order to isolate it, we would just unplug it from the network, and then we would have to actually put hands on it. But in today's world, we can just manipulate the the uh, the VLAN on it and be able to isolate that. Now, what is exactly an endpoint is? An endpoint could be a workstation, like your computer that you're sitting on. Your phone could be an endpoint, um, but it also could be software wise. So I don't know if you can see down here, but you see all of these endpoint applications that I have here. These are applications that talk to some type of big server, and we refer to them as endpoints. But more than likely you're going to be talking about one of the two. So if someone says, "Hey, I need you to go and uninstall an endpoint on their computer," you're probably uninstalling some type of software, right? Maybe like a antivirus. I'm gonna uninstall that, or Team Viewer, something that someone uses it for remote access. That's an endpoint. But an endpoint could also be the whole computer that comes from the store. And we refer to it as from our server to the endpoint is giving a particular service. Okay. So, um, like I said, antivirus and other software could be endpoints. Um, but that could also be a format for protection as well. Disencryption, we talked about that a couple of weeks ago, where we're talking about applying encryption on the whole hard drive. So just in case you lose that endpoint, it's encrypted. Someone needs to know the password in order to get into it. Patch management is also, we talked about that also when it comes to applying those updates. Remember that updates are vulnerabilities waiting to be exploited. And if we haven't patched them, then they stand a chance of being compromised at any time whenever they find a threat, right, that actually can exploit that vulnerability. Now, advanced endpoint protection, this is where EDRs come into place. Now, I showed you guys how my EDR looks. This is just a very advanced way of looking at antivirus or some type of software that can read more data than the actual your regular antivirus. So it's more advanced. It can probably isolate and take things off of the network if need be. Heads and hips. So you'll see on the test, it'll probably say heads or hips. Um, Now these are two different things, but so don't take the slash as a and, take it as a or. So host-based intrusion detection system is going to be his. Um, that's where it's going to live on the computer. It's going to be on the host, but it's designed. That system is designed to detect any actions that's going down on the computer. But a prevention system is going to actually go into action and stop any kind of action that's going down on that computer. So detection is just going to look. So this is where your SIM devices come in, your log references, your firewall could be that, but your firewall will play more into the prevention side, because remember what a firewall does is that whenever it sees something coming in and it's not on its list, it drops it. It takes an action and actually prevents a action from actually taking place. Now, in the configuration point, you could have an allow and a block list when it comes to applications, and I kind of hinted at it a little bit. Um, but these are great ways that you can, one, if you look at it from a standpoint of a mobile device, you can only have the applications that you want on a mobile device on your phones. So if you only wanted Microsoft Office 365, that's the only thing we can allow. But if we didn't want them to have ESPN.com app or um, Instagram, then we could put that on our block list. Now we can have a full list of block lists and only allow and we can only configure our systems to allow a maybe 5 applications. That way, if we see anyone deviate from that 5 allow list and maybe have 6 or 7, we can always roll them back to the 5, right? So it's easier to keep that allow list versus putting everybody on a block, because at some point in time, you are going to run against applications that you don't really know about, and you're going to have to allow them onto your allow list. But it's easier to do that than the versus to just let everybody have their way and have everything, and then try to block later down the road. That's being reactive, and that's never really good to be reactive. You always want to be proactive. So hardening techniques. Protecting physical ports. So real quick, if you ever thought about a business setting or a school setting, now we have ports just kind of everywhere, where you can actually, when I'm talking about a port, is where you take a Ethernet cable and you're able to plug into the network wherever you go. Um, some places do have covers for those type of things, and you have to take the plate off in order to get onto that network. Take the little piece out. But not every place has that. So a lot of times you'll see open ports everywhere, especially in a hospital setting where you can see it down the hallways. Um, on the switch of those ports, you want to be able to disable those ports and only make requests to the network admin to turn those ports on if you need to if you need to have connection at that port. That's going to give you better security when it comes to not just anybody plugging into the network. um, Back when I first learned how to uh, work on computers, we used to keep all of the ports hot, what we call hot, and that means enabled. And we just would plug in anywhere and be able to get onto the internet. But you could see the problem in that if you're just walking in as a visitor and sitting down and just plug it into the network, and now you can have access to the shared drives and things of that nature. So disabling those ports is major. You can also have VPNs, um, mail encryption. Um, we don't really talk about mail encryption because it's pretty much automatic when you're operating over HTTPS, over the internet. So it's kind of a known gimme. But if you ever run into a case where they're not using encryption on emails, please have them do so. Um, Removing unnecessary software. So this is a big one, and I'll go ahead and share my control panel. And let's go to, if you ever go to control panel and you go to uninstall programs, it'll show you everything that you got here on your laptop or desktop. And this is where you can uninstall unwanted software. Excuse me. Now, a lot of times, if your computer is running slow or you got a ton of stuff on your computer and you're running out of software room, you can always kind of come here and uninstall some things to free up some space. I always would, if I know I didn't really install anything after a particular date, I would always have this descending order, the install date, and then I will just go through and uninstall anything that I know I'm not really using. So like this Trillex endpoint system, I know I'm not using that, and I can uninstall it. I'm not going to go through that because the last time I tried to do something like that, I end up getting disconnected. But that's uninstalling unnecessary software. And you should go through, and only if you're sure that you don't need it, uninstall it. So the reason why I put emphasis on that is that the C++ here, I think I may need that for Wireshark. I'm not sure, but I don't want to uninstall it because I'm not too sure about it. Now I could do a Google and see why do I have it on here, but um, the C++ might be for something else that I use, maybe some type of visual software that I use, but I'm not too sure. But for the purposes of our class today, you always kind of want to go through and actually uninstall things that you don't really need. And the reason why is that some of these things, such as Windows Essentials 2012, could be out of date, and they're not even supported by the manufacturer anymore, such as this software. So if if it has a vulnerability, essentially it makes my computer have that vulnerability because I have that software installed. So to alleviate that, we want to go ahead and uninstall that. So I don't know if you guys remember when I talked about specialized devices or SCADA devices. SCADA devices are those type of industrial devices that run maybe like your power plants, the water treatment plants, things of that nature. Some of those old uh, devices do not have updates that are ran on them on a normal basis, right? And when I mean a normal basis, I'm talking maybe they haven't been updated in years. And so how do you actually harden those things? It's going to be more based off of your network versus what you can actually do to the device. So if that PC hasn't been updated in years and there's no way of taking it off the network because it controls the water treatment plant, then we want to make sure that no one can get to it via the internet. And so we'll put it in isolation, make sure that it's running, make sure we have someone checks on it, make sure they restart it as needed. But as far as making it available on the internet, we want to go ahead and cut that out just because it leaves a too big of a vulnerability on the network. And we really kind of just stuck in those hard places with those because there's really no upgrades for them. And 9 times out of 10, the company that had um, that piece of software might be out of business, or they might not even um, support that software anymore. So let's jump into mobile device hardening.
I'm
So as
sorry.
we
Can you
all
go?
know, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry. Can you go back? Not that slide. The two slides. Okay. Let me get this. I'm writing something down real quick.
Okay.
One more thing. Can you go to the next one for me? And that's it. Okay, we're good. Thank you.
No problem. So as I said before, mobile devices are prone to being lost or stolen in some type of capacity. If you work in a spot where they give you a phone or a tablet, while you won't get in trouble for losing it, they understand that um, it's a good chance that if you are traveling, you might end up losing it. And so you want to have those things managed by a mobile device management system, MDM, and we want to make sure that they have the wiping feature set on them. We also can set them up with hardening processes when it comes to if they're going to use a password or a passphrase or a PIN number. Are we going to make them do biometrics? All of these things can be done in the MDM. Now you have, and this is going to. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh,
Okay.
I didn't say anything.
Okay. You have deployment models. So for sure, I know you will see bring your own device. And what this means is that some companies will allow you to take your personal phone and make it into a company's phone. And the only thing that really means is that the applications that they use for the business, you can use on your personal phone. Um, then you have places that give you a business phone. So I don't know, you guys can see that. This is my business phone. This is my personal phone. Personal phone, not away. Anyway, so the business phone is only authorized for business applications. Yes, sir.
I'm sorry. This is like off topic, but question like as far as for taxes. So if you use your phone for business, like as far as your business, can you write that off?
Yeah.
I mean, not your own business, but like for the company you work for
Oh, for the
business.
company, I wouldn't. um,
Because you're taking up like a half
okay.
of your time is like
Let's
half of your usage of your devices, like, yeah.
let's talk about it. Okay, bring your own device. You're in that realm, right?
Mhm.
You brung your iPhone, and I say to you, you could put the company's email on your phone. Here's the problem with that, and we'll get back to you using your. I've seen it to where they will pay you more on your salary to give you more for your phone bill, right? Or they will pay your phone bill straight out.
Oh, okay.
But that's not every company. And here's the kicker: is that when you put business or a business application on your phone, then you have the problem of whose information is whose. Okay, you are taking business information and you're mixing it with personal use. So if you get hacked from a personal site that you went to on your phone and it went into the email that you have on your personal phone, but it's a business email, the lines have become blurred. You get what I'm saying?
I understand.
And so to go back to the taxes, if I'm a business, I'm probably going to pay you for your phone bill, but I wouldn't allow you to write taxes off on it because I'm paying you already up front. Now, if they don't pay you or give you any compensation for that, I would seek advice from a CPA before doing that. Because like I said, is it really your phone if you're taking business phone calls and you have business information on your personal phone? It's technically a business phone.
Right.
And so I don't know. I would say the business could write your phone off on their taxes, but you for the business, I'm not professionally trained to tell you the right answer on that.
Okay.
Um, but good question. I'm just not sure about the legit answer on that. I've seen places where, so like I just showed you guys, I have two phones, so I could turn. I've seen people turn their personal phone off and then use all their personal stuff on the business phone while they're working at that company. But again, like I say, if you're doing anything that you doing on your personal phone, that can potentially be seen by this mobile device management system here. And so, and also, if they wanted to wipe your phone, they could wipe it as easy as hitting a button or two. So all the information that you do have could be gone.
That's also bad.
Yeah, which is mandated though. I'm not too sure, but see, and in the same time, for the bring your own device scenario, I would probably have you sign a policy saying that, hey, if you're going to use your personal phone for business wise, I need to be able to have it in my MDM and wipe it whenever you do go on trips. Because if you lose your phone, you just didn't lose your personal information, you lost the business information. So it gets a little bit sticky. Um, you definitely, if when you guys get the job, ask for that second phone. Get it, please. I mean, granted, that means that they can contact you at any given time because that's what you're technically always on call with the cell phone, a second cell phone. But in this, I ain't gonna say that. It's not gonna be often. At least I don't think. Knock on wood. Um, So you have company owned, corporate owned, and business only, right? That's that second phone I showed you. Um, Corporate owned and personally enabled. That's going to be more in the sense of they gave you the money to actually buy the actual phone, and you use it for business purposes. And then choose your own device is really just kind of, I ain't gonna say cheesy, but it's a little cheesy where they have an option between Android and iPhone, and you choose which one you want. Now, I already said that you should have full device encryption on it, and that what that really means is that once you put a password or a pin on it, it encrypts that hard drive, so no one can get into that phone. I did have this highlighted that the iPhones have data protection once you automatically create that password in the startup process. I don't think Android has that. I think you could set Android up to be open all the way through. But now since iOS is having so much integration with iCloud, it's really kind of hard to bring up one of their products without it wanting to sync with your iCloud and then put everything into like an ecosystem.
So I have a question.
Yes.
Okay, so when it comes to like with the iOS and data protection, what necessarily is jailbreak? Is that getting rid of that encryption in order to, customize your phone or like what, how do those like jailbreak?
So jailbreaking is being able to get down what they call to the kernel of a hard drive on a phone or in a Linux system. And if you can get down to that kernel, that means that you have total control of the actual device. And so yes, that's taking away the encryption, that's taking away any type of permissions that may be on the account. It's more of that than actually putting in bad code in order to break the encryption. It's more of just being able to take the restriction away from your actual user account and now say I can install anything that I want, and I can have anything be, if it has an option for it, I can do it. Prime example is that you know how in iOS it has the rectangle shape for the apps. All of them are rectangles with the corners cut off. If you jailbroke it and then you wanted to turn everything from square shape into a heart shape, then you have the access to do that. And that's what is doing is when you say you're jailbreaking, you're basically giving yourself more options to be uh, creative. Not creative is a bad word, but you just have more options to actually make the changes that you want to make on the phone. Honestly, if that's the case, though, if you want to jailbreak an iOS, just get an Android, in my opinion. And that's not me
Right.
trolling anything like that. That's just being true.
Right, because I was gonna say, but the only like double-edged sword of that though is that if you're getting rid of that encryption and those security measures on your device, while you have more access to it, that also gives like third parties more access to your device as well. So it basically just makes your device more vulnerable overall. So it isn't necessarily like you're just condemning your phone to get hacked, but you're letting your phone become more vulnerable.
Right. And just to, you're basically keeping the shell of the phone, and don't get me wrong, the feel and the actual usability of iOS is is more smoother than Android, but the restrictions that they put on the iOS is like iOS just got around to putting calendars on their desktops. I mean on the like the screensavers. And like I got a video for my screensaver on my Android, and I'm like, it's going to be not years, but you'll see the changes come down in iOS, and it's just kind of they're always staying behind Android, and it's almost like they're doing that to see where Android is messing up at, fix that so it's perfect. They put it out in the new iOS. Um, Moving on, we got patient services. So GPS, we always want to put as company owned devices, GPS signaling on them, being able to track them wherever they may be at. Um, and, and this could alleviate the issue of something being lost and then wiping it. We could just go out there and get it. But, excuse me, if it's too far away, there's no reason to do that. We could just go ahead and wipe it. Geofencing is something different, right? Geofencing is um, when you're coming onto a campus or in a building, you your mobile device will then take on a different profile. and it's based off of the network that it connects to in the building or on that campus. And so geofencing keeps everything within a fence, right? If you're thinking about it as some kind of boundary, and then everything within there, um, you have one profile, but as soon as you leave that fence, um, then you get a different profile, or you don't have access to certain things anymore. Um, Cellular and data connections, mobile data connections, which is just the telephone company. Um, there's really no security in those two things, in my opinion, but it's more on money than it is security. So, of course, if you're on a cellular data plan or you're using the towers, as they say, you'll probably be subject to more of a charge versus being on a Wi-Fi signal, um, and not using your data limitations up. In most cases that I've seen when it comes to mobile devices, they give you an unlimited mobile plan, and you're able to go anywhere in the country, as well as well, in some countries. Excuse me. Sorry. You're able to go to some countries and be able to use that same mobile plan, but in some countries, um, you may end up using the cellular towers and taking that charge on there, or just using something totally different that's directly for that country. All right, last slide here, and then we'll review. So we got evil twins network. So the rogue and the evil twins when it comes to Wi-Fi. Excuse me again. Sorry. Okay. Wi-Fi. When it comes to Wi-Fi, and when we're looking at different networks that's on our that's in our area, the rogue and the evil twin comes into play here. So when you're looking at different networks, you may see something similar to how you see the Mitchell Main 5G, and then the Mitchell Main just underscore. This could be either a rogue access point, meaning is not authorized, but someone has put a different access point in your network, and now they're actually broadcasting a Wi-Fi signal. And anybody who connects to that signal is subject to whatever kind of security standings that they have on it. Or if they're looking at it or sniffing that network, they're subject to that too. Evil twin networks is actually, instead of it not having the 5G here on the second piece, it will look exactly the same. And so I don't know, it used to be a real bad case of that. And then it kind of dwindled away. But with evil twins, you got um, the same network showing, broadcasting, and then it's on you to know exactly which one you need to connect to. And a lot of times you have to go back by the IP address of the one that you need to connect to. But if you're in an enterprise section and you see two different or two entry Wi-Fi signals, just ask somebody which one is the correct one to actually connect to. Finally, we got tethering and hotspots. So you don't really see tethering too much, but definitely on hotspots, we want to make sure that, one, if we have clients out there that's mobile, they're not just relying on um, them getting to a Starbucks or a hotel's Wi-Fi in order to have Wi-Fi connection. We want to be able to have their phones have a hotspot feature on it. Now, while it may not be the fastest internet, it could give them some type of outlet when it comes to communications. So having that hotspot on them is, I think, a necessity. That's all I had for the lecture. Now, we're 7 minutes over, and I see some are dropping, some come back in. Do y'all want to take a break, or do you? I don't have much to show you on the hands-on. I just want to go into the security settings real quick and show you guys some things there, and then I'll let you go for tonight. But
Go
do
straight
you want to take
into
a
it.
break? I'll go straight into
Pushing
it.
through it.
All right. Give me 1 second. Let me try to call something. All right. So again, I said, your laptop is an endpoint, but these software can be endpoints too, and these software needs updates, right? So we already talked about the importance of patching and vulnerability management. This is kind of a double down on it, where I told you if you go to your start menu and you type in updates, you can already go to check updates and it'll bring you here. But let's go into the advanced options here. And you can see that they are wanting you to enable or give you the options to enable the Microsoft products that you have on your Windows machine. Now, I would say leave this on because if you have any type of Microsoft Teams, Microsoft Outlook, Word, Excel, then these software, they don't necessarily update every time you hit check for updates. They're not going to pull those automatically, right? You have to do that if you want to. And that's why they give you an option, because if you have so many updates, sometimes it can bog down the computer, especially pulling updates. So for you guys that's working help desk, if you ever hear somebody says, hey, my computer's running slow in the morning, tell them that it's probably updates that's probably running. And, just give it some time to get through its updates, or come in here and stop some updates from running. Um, you also have the additional options here. So if you look down into the second section, it'll say optional updates. And I got 7 that's available. So let's check them out. If we check them out, we'll see that I have some driver updates. Now, here's the important thing about these drivers is that if I go to my start menu and I go to a place called computer management, computer management is going to show you everything that's now. See, this is where A plus is coming into play, right? So A plus will tell you all about these type of components that your computer is hooked up to. So this device manager piece right here is going to say this is everything that makes your laptop a laptop. You get what I'm saying? Everything from the cameras to the Bluetooth to the printers that may be connected to it some type of way. But the one thing that I wanted to show you is that all of these things under this one computer, these have drivers. And the thing about the drivers is that they're not always updated because they don't need updates all the time. They may never get an update. Um, like this driver update was '06. So the bad thing about it is that I could come in if I was devious or something like that. I could uninstall the device, and then that's how you get somebody to say, "Hey, my camera doesn't work anymore." Maybe if when you're troubleshooting, you will look into the drivers to see if there's something there to actually make that component work. But what I'm saying is that from time to time, these components need to be updated. And when you go into your advanced options back here, you can see that some of these drivers need to be updated. And like this is an important one to me. The Intel Corporation has a Bluetooth update, and it has it as an option for me to actually, if I want to use it or not. Now, here's the thing: is that Bluetooth necessarily doesn't take all the the security steps that it takes to make a connection. You can see how, the most it will do is ask you to verify a PIN on each device. When you hook your phone up to your car, it just says, "Hey, is this you? Just verify this PIN or what have you." And Bluetooth is real skittish like that, where you can get a connection to another device um, without necessarily jumping through the hoops of connecting via the Wi-Fi. Okay. And a lot of times our Bluetooth is automatically turned on and we're not even checking it or tracking it, just because it's just something we choose for it to be on. And the reason why is on because, like, for me, I use Bluetooth keyboard and mouse. So I want those things on, but at the same time, if I'm not using them, then I might as well turn them off. And if someone is looking to jump onto my Bluetooth network, then I want to use that as a hardening process to turn that feature off. So let's jump back to my update, advanced options, and then these drivers. So given these drivers updates, I want to go ahead and mark these and then download them and install them. I'm going to do that after class so I don't bog down the network while I'm on a Zoom call. Any questions on the updates?
And just to clarify, the example you're showing right now is hardening endpoint.
Yes.
Okay.
This helps out with the hardening wise. Running those updates closes up those vulnerabilities that may be open. So let me see if I can. So to go further into that explanation on why I said that is that when I look at the updates that I already applied, which is here, this update history, and then when you click on the learn more option, open up an edge, it'll take you to Microsoft's updates of the actual what we call a KB. This KB is going to let you know why this patch was put out, and then what vulnerability is it going to address um, when you apply it. And so this seems like it had a problem with Open SSH. I want to see. So update in the service notice. But I have to read into it. I'm sorry. I'm reading slow today. But when you go to these KBs, they will explain the reasons why those patches are needed on your computer. And then for the second part that I wanted to show you guys is the security piece. Windows security. So Windows security is the another endpoint software, right? That's that antivirus that I was talking about. And you typically want to have green check marks like this. Now, it may be different for yours if you have a different antivirus that's already on your PC, but you can go through to see exactly if you need to run a scan or check the firewalls to make sure that it's up and running. If you see any kind of X in these sections, we probably need to address it and just to get those things green. Uh, Now I had so this is different than my other computer, but um, it's gonna I wanted to show Windows security and have it to where you guys can run a scan on your own, but this is a bad computer to show it on you just because I got my Exidium on here. But I can run a scan on my computer, and you should be able to do the same thing in Windows. There it is, Windows security. So it gives you an option. You typically get an option like this where you can run a quick scan, a full scan, or some type of custom scan, right? Um, Now, this does slow down the performance of the PC, but not by much. It typically can run in the background, and it's going to take those signatures that we talked about and compare all your files to it. Now, if it never ran a scan, it's going to scan every file that you have on your computer. But if you ran a file scan before, it's going to scan everything that has changed since the last scan. And so it shouldn't even take that long if you are periodically running scans on your PC, which I would say probably run every week, um, just to see if any changes have been made. Now, in the Windows security application, and this is what you guys should see, you should get that same scan option right here, where you could do a quick scan, a full scan, or a custom scan. And you could just simply hit scan now, and it will go ahead and proceed with doing those type of things. Now, real-time protection is something good for I want to say ransomware and malware that's immediately going to react once it's on your computer. And when I say immediately, sometimes some viruses can lay dormant and not do anything until a particular certain time and then launch an attack then. But real-time protection normally will see any kind of changes that are is immediately making changes to your computer and be able to protect against that. So if you have the options to turn this on, go ahead. The reason why mine is off is because, like here it says in the yellow, I'm using Exidium as my endpoint. Well, as my antivirus endpoint. Also, I wanted to point out tamper protection. So tamper protection is going to put that is going to put a kind of a security setting around taking or disabling your antivirus, either disabling it or taking it off the computer completely. So um, normally when if a virus wants to get onto your computer and actually disable the antivirus so it won't be detected, this tamper protection will alleviate from that. And so we want to make sure that those things are on And if you have a separate antivirus on your computer, you want to make sure that this option is always on. Just, especially if you got users and you don't want them to uninstall anything that they shouldn't be messing with in the first place. Okay, any questions? Here in the smart app control, this is where we talked about allow lists and deny lists. If we wanted to make sure that we had a certain list of applications, we could put those things right here. So a lot of things you could find out just in your Windows security section. Just go through them and check it out to see what kind of options you can have over your computer, and make those changes. See what you deem as a standard, and then make that with other computers that you have in your network. that you can protect yourself against um, ransomware. But you don't hear a lot of people talking about it. But it's something that once you get into this field, you'll start to see more people implementing two-factor or multi-factor, but we call it two-factor. You'll see more people implementing two-factor in order to defend against ransomware. And what ransomware does, whenever you double click a exe or to make that change on your computer, two-factor will step in and say, hey, I need you to authenticate this particular action. A lot of times back in the day, whenever we wanted to uninstall something, it will give you that ding, and then you have to put in the username and password in order to get by that particular thing, and then continue on with uninstalling your software. But now we're going to not only take your username and password, we're going to pair that with something. And then if you don't have that other factor, then you're not able to authenticate. So the main thing that you want to know are here, something you have, and then something else you know. So let's go over something you have, and that's typically going to be a token, right? And back in the day, they used to look like little keychain tokens, kind of like something that you could put on your keychain, and it looked like a little calculator, and it read out the numbers for you. Give me 1 second. Let me pull it up. And this was a hardware token, what they called it, exactly like this. Now don't get confused with RSA being a algorithm. It's for this one, it's a company, but these 6 numbers would change every 60 seconds. And when you type in your username and password, it will say, hey, go to your multi-factor and then put in the code that you see there. And this code needed to be put it in within the time limit, within those 60 seconds, in order for you to authenticate in the back end in order to let yourself in. Okay. So if I was a hacker and I was able to get your username and password, I still wouldn't be able to get into your account because I would need your authentication token that's associated with it. So that's something you have. Something else you know would be something you could pair up another pin with it, but we typically don't like that, right? Yes. We typically don't like the something you know and then something else you know, because those are the times where you get those 3 questions. They'll ask you where you're born at, first name of your, I mean, mother's maiden name, first pet, where do you work at the first time, right? We don't like those type of things because anybody that's doing research on you could, or knows you like that, could find those things out. So something else you have typically is what we're gonna go with. So those hardware tokens, and nowadays is on a software token. So Microsoft Authenticator, and I think Google has an authenticator too. That's you could download from the Google Play Store and be able to set up as your multi-factor. All right. So we already talked about something you have. Let's talk about something that you do. Something you are or something you do. So something you do could be a position that you're at. Maybe you're the only person in the legal department. And so if you go to the legal department section in that building, then we should have you on a particular IP address. And therefore, your username and password will allow you to be authenticated to a particular section of the network. Okay. Now, that's not so great, but we have other things that we can compensate for it and put you in a good spot to be secure. Now, something that you are, fingerprints and facial scans, you don't necessarily see those things with computers in the work environment yet. We are still dealing with different generations when it comes to who's coming to a building and actually working. So we have baby boomers, Gen X, Y, and I don't know who's after Y. But anyway, everybody's coming together. Some people are not cool with fingerprints and facial scans. Some people are. And that's our biggest case of trying to implement fingerprints to actual work environment. See, here's the thing is that I'm a professional, a cybersecurity professional, and I don't like to make passwords. If I could use my fingerprint for everything, I would. But is trying to get that over to people. Um, it may be a generation thing to me. Personally, I think that as older people retire and get out of the workforce, you'll see more acceptance of take a facial scan and make sure that you're supposed to be here, and let's authenticate you that way. But even if we take a facial scan, maybe we still want you to put in a username and password or a pin. We won't have to be that tough after that. Um, but that's the biggest thing is that a lot of people don't want to have their fingerprints on file, have their eye scans, because it's not necessarily taking all of the points of the face. When it does that facial scan, it's pretty much getting your pupils and making sure that the patterns there are in line. And I think the spacing between mouth, nose, and eyes are proper to whatever how you are. But here's the thing is that, as we grow older, um, you know, we have we're not guaranteed to look the same. So therefore I would still say go back to a fingerprint because it's probably not going to change. And plus you got 10 of them. So if you lose one, you can always use another one. Hate to say that, but that's what it is. But at the same case, if something happens to our face, or if I need to wear glasses from here on out, then I have to take a whole nother scan. Somewhere you are. Now, I said this kind of with the something that you do if you work in the legal department. Somewhere you are could work. So that's that IP location for you. Also, when it comes to VPNs, having a virtual private network is also going to be some type of two factor because you need to actually authenticate with the VPN in order to get onto a private network or your works network from your house, right? Um, this is probably not the most not proper, but popular way of having multi-factor authentication. You're probably going to see something you are and then something you have. And right now, I could tell you the hardware tokens and fobs are the is what you're going to see, pretty much. If not, you've seen some cases where um, Meta is asking for it. Some of your social media sites are asking for it for the business side of it. I don't think they ask for two factor for just personal use, but I think you still can implement it. So real quick with the biometric authentication, there's two things that you need to understand for the exam is that when you put your fingerprints in, some devices may have a high rejection rate or a higher acceptance rate. And the one thing that we don't want is that we don't want one to be so outrageous that where it accepts everything, and we don't want it so outrageous that it rejects everything. We kind of want it to have a balance. And me personally, I think that goes against that goes to what maker it is. I have an Android. I'm an Android user right now. Android doesn't do biometrics great, in my opinion. It's fast, but sometimes I think it's so fast to where it's not even reading it. It's just letting me in. And one second. Isn't your unique fingerprint connected to an ID number though? It's connected to your profile. Now, when we set that profile up, if that profile has a ID number in it, then yes, it's all in that profile under your name. But it doesn't, I'm not going to say yes for sure. It's all really about who's setting it up, what company is setting it up, and then, what's their policy on that. Let me make sure I get this right. So if you did not access the ID number about business for needing biometrics. Well, if we're going to put anything with our profile, that profile that's linked to our username is going to be on a server that's not necessarily easily accessed. We only got like a handful of people that's going to access that profile. And with that being said, just because you create the profile doesn't necessarily mean that you see passwords or fingerprint scans. All of those things are not carved up, but sectioned off, and not one person has access to everything. That goes back to what I said. I'm only going to give you enough room to do your job, and that's it. And a lot of times I have to do separation of duties. I think they took that out of Security Plus. But anyway, separation of duties means that I'm only going to give you enough to do your job, but I'm not going to have it to where if you miss this whole weekend or the whole next week, then we have to wait until you get back because you are the only one that has all of the power to do anything. And so I'm going to section that stuff off. So to go back to your point of, um, if they're going to link your biometrics in with your username and password or your ID, I'm going to section that off to where maybe only one person or two people only sees the biometric size of it. And even then, they're not able to see the actual pictures or anything unique to it. They just see a hash of it. So remember what I said last time, that hash is just a fingerprint, making sure that everything integrity wise is there, but I'm not actually seeing the actual data. That way I can feel better about the privacy, right? Because you don't want nobody looking at stuff. you know, nah, nah. So good question though. Going back to the false rejection rate and the acceptance rate on this slide. Like I said, the Android, I feel like it doesn't, the fingerprint scanner is not, I think it's accepting too high. I feel like I can just put a part of my finger on at a wrong angle, and it still lets me in. Whereas I feel like the iPhone I had always, well, I'm sorry. Let me go back to the facial recognition with Android. Is that I don't think it recognizes my face at all, and then sometimes I feel like it'll let me in easy when I have shades on. Um, and then I think when my son got my phone, it let him in. And so I didn't. I don't like it from Android's standpoint. iOS, on the other hand, I think it has the best biometrics so far. I think it's on point. I think the only problem that I had with it was during the COVID area. It will not unlock with the mask or shades on. Sometimes you would, I want to say it would unlock with my shades off with my mask on, but I still didn't have as much problems as I would have had with an Android. So um, that's really kind of going off of those two bullet points that we have there. The false rejection rate, you don't really want that to be blocking everything. It just needs to be absolutely perfect on letting people in. based off the biometrics that it gave. So you have to place your thumb exactly right where you had it at. You kind of want to give some wiggle room there, but you don't want to accept everything, right? And those are typically known as FRR or FAR or type 1 and type 2 errors. So let's go into these hardware tokens. We already looked at the first one, the first traditional one, that one-time password, where it's going to have a counter like you see here and do a countdown and sync that code back up to a authentication server in order to give you access to whatever you're trying to get into. Again, these are being phased out by software tokens. The one that I use is Microsoft Authenticator, and I try to use that for anything that I have. And the wonderful thing about that is that if I change phones and I forget to bring it over, I could just, Lord knows, if I forget my password to my software authenticator token, then I'm in a world of hurt. But other than that, it's not so hard to switch devices and then put that same app on the new device and be able to authenticate to the accounts that you need to get to. Smart cards. This is another form of authenticating. It holds information on that chip. I had a smart card. I think it's downstairs, but you typically see these in the government sector, where they have a regular ID, but it's not necessarily the script on the back. A lot of ID cards have that black code script on the back. And when you swipe that, it may have some basic information. And I'm talking very basic, maybe information for a PIN, but not anything in depth. Where a smart card has that username and password and then some um, security groups on there that will allow you to see certain things that you're entitled to. And but in order to put that smart card in, you got to pair that with a username and password or a PIN, which is typically a PIN because in the two-factor case of it, it's something you have, it's something that you keep on you, but it's also something that because you're going to pair it up with a PIN. Yes, it's the same thing, cat card. It's just another word for it, but it's typically a smart card. We already went over small soft authentication tokens. They're gonna look like this, but they're gonna perform the same actions. And so this is great for the days that we live in now, where again, devices change pretty much every year, and we can go from application to application and still have a two-factor there. Even if we were to leave the company, we can still keep our soft token authenticator and use it for our personal use if we wanted to. Or I think you can create a different profile on it and then use it for personal use as well. Any questions?
I actually have
No,
one.
sir. Oh,
No, you good.
I'm sorry. For another form of authentication, where you could say necessarily a SIM card could be like hardware authentication, because I know a lot of times, especially with now, it'll say that in order to operate a phone or at least connect to the network, the phone itself has to be authenticated with a SIM card. So, like, would that be underneath the same category?
No, that's more in line with just establishing the service with the telephone company. Um, but in a sense, it's in the same ballpark of it does have a profile that's dedicated to the user. So they're going to create that SIM card to hold your phone number, and then whatever is attached to that phone number. Think of that as kind of like your ID, right? That phone number is your ID, and so whatever's attached to it, that's how you could take that same SIM card, put it in a new phone, and download all your text from the old phone to the new phone because it's following the SIM card, not necessarily the phone itself. Unless you got like iMessages that download to the cloud, which I think Android does too. But you get what I'm saying. That phone number that it has, the thing about that is that it's you're saying that it asks you to authenticate,
As in like to confirm with the network.
but you
I
didn't have to put in anything to say like only person that knows this is you.
it's like the phone needs that specific SIM card in order to operate. Like that's the way I can convey it.
Yeah, that's not authenticating. It's not so typically what I'm thinking about is I could take that SIM card and use it. And I can keep using it until you don't pay the phone bill anymore. Whereas you could take my cat card, my smart card, and you're not able to use it until you have the thing that I know, which is the PIN number. Make sense? Okay. Yes, sir. Clock.
Yes, in the military, we use the cat card. It looked like it had a RFID chip on it. Um, and they used that. It had all your information on it. You had to insert the card into the computer or use it as to scan into some doors, but it
Right.
has all the information. Is that like similar to what you're saying with the card access?
That's exactly what I'm saying. So the military they look like these. At least the last time I was in, mine looked like this. And this bar script didn't have much information. It was this piece of circuitry that had the information on it that was specific to my ID. It
Yes.
it so if I had a secret clearance, this chip would allow me, or it will tell the computer, hey, Mitchell only has a secret clearance. Do not show him anything top secret. The it doesn't include that here in the bar because or the bar on the back because this can be rubbed away, and anybody in the military will tell you with all the movement it'll probably get rubbed off pretty quick. So um it was only the chip that can hold the information, and you didn't want to damage that chip. If so, though, you'll just get another one. But yes, that's the sim. That's a smart card slash cat card. I forget what cat. Oh, common assets card. Did I go over this? Let's see. No. Okay. So assets management, discretionary assets control or DAC, and then mandatory assets control MAC. So this is basically we have our username and passwords created. We have our client able to get into the network by a password. Now they need to get the files. They need to get a certain hard drive on the network, a share drive, and share some information with their coworkers. In certain environments, it will determine how they actually get to these files. In a discretionary environment, your manager will give you access if they see that you need access to it, hence the name discretionary. And what that means is that, and I'll show you this after the break, is that they'll go to your account and they'll just basically assign you to a particular group, or they'll give you permissions uh, via the group policy in order for you to see certain files. Before they actually give you that control, you won't see anything. You may see the file, but you're not able to open it, read it, or edit it. So this is discretionary. Mandatory access control is going to be based off of your clearance or what are you able to see based off of your ranking in that particular company. So just this is how I said for the cat card, I had a secret clearance. And so that secret clearance didn't allow me to see anything from a top secret clearance or anything above top secret, if there's anything above it, right? Um, but I could see anything below secret as well. So anything classified or unclassified, I could see. And the same thing goes for top secret. Top secret could see anything from top secret down to unclassified, classified. Now, this is all based off of the secret clearance, the labels that you have put on you before you even get started. So when we create your account, we will go ahead and have say, okay, this person has a top secret clearance. We can put that there. So now we don't have to worry about their manager giving them access to a particular file. We already gave them the access that they need. And that access will go onto that little cat card, that smart card we talked about, and then now that we don't have to worry about delegating that permissions out. And the wonderful thing about that is that as you change your clearance, you can have it changed at the admin side or at the IT side, and then it changes as you go along with whatever security clearance that you have. Security clearances are normally, in from what I've seen, are normally given out by the company, or you have to pay for it yourself. Um, and it lasts for a good bit of years. So whenever you're looking for jobs and you see these government jobs, they may ask for a security clearance on that because you're dealing with government material, resources, information, and so they want to make sure that it's secure as much as possible. So here's a diagram of that. Well, this is role based, but just to kind of go off of the discretionary, because I love the illustrations. If this is the manager here, this person, and I'll get to this, this person will delegate or have a discretionary that user two can see this particular file and that she cannot, or the opposite way around. That's in discretionary. But in the mandatory wouldn't, this person wouldn't have that power to do that. It will all be based off of what type of secret clearance they have, what type of clearance that they have. Now, role-based access control is based off your role, right? This is the simplest way I can put it is you're in the IT department, the legal department, HR, the group, whatever your role is going to determine what type of access you get to whatever files that you have that they have available. Okay, so if they don't, there's no reason for an HR person to see anything in the legal department unless they have a neutral ground zone where they kind of have a folder there that they can put things in. Okay, so keep those things separated as much as possible. Then you won't have to worry about um, trying to see what all permissions that everyone has when they move things around because people get promoted, people leave the company, people move from one department to the next, and you don't want that permissions to follow them all over. And you don't want somebody who doesn't need a lot of permissions having a ton of permissions, right? So always remember that when it comes to delegating access controls out. Any questions? So real quick, let's go over security groups. Groups are similar to every other role-based control that access control that you've seen here. These security groups are put up in Active Directory, and what we do is we we place people in there and we have permissions set on the group versus the actual person. So whenever we, let's just say we have a special project going on and we just need 5 people from each legal, IT, HR, and marketing all to be in a particular project, we may create a different security group and place 5 different individuals from 5 different departments in this one group. And then now they have access to really share files with each other. That's really all security groups really kind of do. They allow others to work with each other instead of, hey, I can't get access to this. Can you grant me access? Hey, I can't read this particular document or edit it. Can you grant me access? So this is where we can do things on the back end, or you'll see these tickets come in and you'll have to act on them that way. Now, rule-based access controls is based off of rules. Instead of the roles that we have, instead of the actual roles that we're given once we are working for a company, it may be based off of the rules that we have. And those rules are just based off of whatever the document or the resource is. Okay. And so it may change from company to company, but it's basically built off a set of rules that's already established before we even give access out. Now, least privilege is what I've been talking about. I hinted at it earlier, where I'm just giving you enough permissions to do your job. I'm not giving you access to everything. I'm giving you access for you could do your job. But this comes in, before I can really do that, I need to make sure that my network is straight to where I can segment it. I can segment it off like that before creating a user and then trying to lock him or her down to a particular group. But this is where those security groups come into play at too. I'm going to lock down a security group, and then that's going to only give them a amount of permissions that they need to work. And if they need more permissions, they need to come with a ticket asking for more information or more access to things. I get tickets all the time asking that can they go to a particular site, and I give them access to that site. But in the beginning, when they start working, I tell them, hey, you're not going to nothing except for these 7 different sites. And if you can't get to these 7 different sites, if you need something else, an 8th or a 9th one put in a ticket, and I'll get you that 8th and 9th one. But instead of opening them up to the whole internet, let's try to get it down to a set group of sites, and then try to open that gradually. So account provisioning. Provisioning and deprovisioning needs to happen every year. This is basically going through Active Directory and checking to see if people are still at the job, or have they moved on, have they changed roles. This also may be where did they need to change passwords. You may be in an environment where they don't have a regular occurrence of changing passwords. And so provisioning is just making sure that things are there. Provisioning is making sure that we take things out. We prune off old users. The example that I got is I've been working for a college I haven't worked for them for 2 or 3 years, and I'm still getting emails. My account should have been provisioned from their AD account. Because if my account gets compromised, that IT director is not looking for an active account or a stale account to be any threat. But if my account gets compromised, then someone can get access to the internet, to their network, and be able to get inside their network through someone that hasn't worked for them in 2 or 3 years. So that's where deprovisioning comes into place. and we can clean up a lot of that stuff. A lot of times, deprovisioning happens on the hands of auditing and making sure your audits go right, and you can clean up a lot of that stuff. Also, that I got here is that contractors come in and we give them access to our account, to our network. But then when the work is done, after 3 months of them working for us, we need to go ahead and deprovision that account and get it up out of here. Because again, think of me, with the school. I'm a contractor. Well, I had access to this network for about 2 or 3 years now. That's unacceptable. You gotta be able to cut that off, and then if you hire me again or you hire that contractor again, give them a new username and password. But don't allow stale accounts just to sit onto your network. Being out there is basically creating a vulnerability waiting to be taken advantage of. So, along with that, least privileges, you get the account restrictions. So we can give access to people, but we can also deny access to people, and we can base it off of these things. We can base it off of your location, IP address, where you're located at in the world. So, say if I give you a VPN, or I'm gonna keep it simple. If you're at the school, that's fine. You can get onto the network. But if you step outside the gate, then you can't get onto my network. That's the geolocation factor when it comes to account restriction. Anybody that's in our network or on our campus can have access. But if you're from Russia or you're from Egypt, then you can't get access to our network. And a lot of times your IP address will tell you where you're from, and what location or what part of the world that you're in. Side piece note is that with all the IPv4s that we have in the world, um, every sector of the globe is sectored off to a particular public IP addresses. And so therefore we can tell if someone from Australia is trying to get in, or somebody from Hawaii is trying to get in. So it comes down to really trying to retract that public IP address back to the person, but that's a whole nother thing. Also, we have time-based restrictions. So, are you trying to log on at 3 o'clock in the morning when we only work from 9 to 5 or 8 to 5? Um, is there a log on duration? Have you been logged in for 3 hours, but we haven't seen any movement on the network when it comes to your computer? Maybe we go ahead and disconnect you from the network if you've been idle for maybe 3 hours straight. Um, for contractors, maybe we give you temporary permissions, because your contractors are going to come in and some of them are going to need special access, admin access. That's cool, but we just want to make sure that we segment them off from the network as much as possible. Maybe only give them read only access. Maybe we don't want to give them access to actually change information on our network. Last thing here I want to talk about is impossible time, risky login. So impossible travel time means that if you leave the network, if you leave outside the campus, and then all of a sudden you just left at 5, but then it says at 6 o'clock you log in from California, that's impossible, right? Unless you just got it like that. But that's pretty much impossible. Or you log in from England and I just seen you leave the campus. Those are impossible travel times. We'll probably block that with the GOPs, the group policy objectives, in order to do that. Any questions?
No questions.
No questions.
No question.
Okay, last slide, and then we'll take our break. So Windows login is typically how we're going to actually authenticate people in the workforce. You got Windows machines. You also got um, many other devices that we use to actually provide that username and password there. Um, but you're typically going to see a local sign in or network sign in. Now, this network sign in is typical when you're in a place of business and you're on a domain. Do we all understand what a domain is, or is that new? Because I'll probably bring it up in the second piece.
Okay.
I
It's not
understand.
it's not new, but if you could just clarify that I got the correct understanding.
Okay. So a domain, when we create a network for the first time, we're going to create a domain in Active Directory, well, on our server, and everything that's under, think of the domain as the top of a Christmas tree, and then everything under that falls under that star that's on the top of the Christmas tree, right? And that domain houses everything from computers to printers, faxes, usernames, file shares, everything that entitles our network falls under that star on that tree. And so when you log into a domain, you're logging into that particular tree to get all of the resources. That's what I mean by a network domain. A local sign in, on the other hand, is just for that particular computer. It may be on the network, but a local domain, a local sign in is for, a lot of times, if you work with me, I'll say for the computer itself. It doesn't equate for the domain. And I might have to show an example of that. Now, I'll just do it in the second half. I'll try my best to do it. Remote sign in is going to be an action where we're remoting into the domain. Okay, we're remoting back into the network and getting all the access to all of those resources that we have. So another thing that I want to point out is that for a local sign in, you may have a piece of software or a piece of file that came from the network onto the local PC. But when you take that PC home or you take that computer home and you're not on the network, then you're not able to open it because it's trying to authenticate back to the network. And we're not able to do that unless we have a remote back into our network, back under that tree. And now we are able to authenticate because that's where our username and password lives. That's where our permissions lives at. But when we take those things away and we go on a remote, if we don't have something like a VPN to kind of get us back into the network, it won't work. I might have went off a little bit on that, but we'll try to straighten it up in the second half. Last thing here is that the Linux authentication, from what I remember, Linux machines, Macs, normally they instead of having a hash, they store their passwords in these areas right here. And I think this is the reason why they want you to encrypt that disk from the get-go, because that's a security a compensating control for having the actual passwords on the hard drive in this area right here, /etc. The reason why I highlighted that and the reason why that's important, because you're going to probably be asked that on the exam, for a Linux machine, where are passwords actually stored at on a Linux machine? And you want to commit this to memory. Okay. Any questions?
No question.
when you get your ticket in, you're gonna say, "Hey, I need to." You're gonna have Susan. She's gonna start work on Monday. Let's go ahead and get her account created. We're gonna come in the Active Directory and we're gonna um, create her an account, and we'll just fill in the information here. It's not nothing really crazy, so we'll say Susan. Um, take that out. Susan Jones, and leave that the way it is. Now, as you can see here, you see at mitchelltech.com. Mitchell Tech is the domain that we're on. And so when I build her username, which would be what I like to do is sjones at mitchelltech.com, that'll be her email address as well. Okay. So now her username will automatically be S Jones because this is where I'm going to put that there. Now, if I wanted to change that to, let's say, P2BEA, I can have it like that. And so, what I would tell her on our first day is, hey, you're going to use the username P2BEA and use a generic password that I'm going to set up because I'm going to hit next. And the next thing I got to do is I got to create a generic password for her. And this is an important part right here. Now, mind you, none of this is on the exam. This is all real world experience that I want you guys to just look at. And if you get the opportunity to practice this stuff right here, so you could put it on your resume, saying that you do know how to create an account in Active Directory. Real big bullet point for your resume. So you're going to create a password here and double down on it because whenever they ask you to confirm something, it just wants you to do that, right? But the one thing that we want to do is we want to make sure that this box is checked, that the user changes her password upon her first login. And we do that. Now, these other things, they have a purpose. So if a user cannot change a password, maybe we don't want a contractor changing their password and we give them a complex password. Or maybe we have a service account, and a service account is something that we use for a one-off. We don't necessarily use this account all the time. It's an administrator account. We don't really use this account. And maybe we don't want that password to expire. Or maybe, you know, we want to have the account disabled. Maybe it's Friday and we don't want it to be active until Monday, but we want to go ahead and get it made so we're not trying to catch up as soon as we get there on Monday. Maybe we want to disable it now and go ahead and create it. And then on Monday, we have an alert to say, hey, go in there and enable Susan's account so she can log in. But for right now, we're just going to say, hey, change the password when you first log in. And so it gives you a rundown of what you've done. And that's it. Hit finish. Susan is added to the network. Now, here's the thing. She can only probably just log in and maybe get to the internet. That's the only thing that the group policy will allow her to do. But let's just say Susan is part of the finance department. So in this finance department, what we want to do is go back to her account and we want to go to the tab member of. And here we want to type in finance. Do I even have a finance department in here? Probably not. Nope. Do I got a legal? I ain't got a legal. Let me see what groups I got in here first before I start looking like a fool. Let's just say Susan's a very important person, so we're gonna make an administrator. So we're gonna go to a member of, and this is how we put her in security groups. We're gonna put her in a particular group that gives permissions to her account. Right now, her account is bare bones. It doesn't really have any kind of power to it. But right now, we're gonna say admin, check the names, and so it's gonna add her to the admin group, and now make her have the ability to make changes on computers. So let's just say she's coming on to the IT department, or she's coming on to the cybersecurity department, and we're creating her account for that. We'll click OK. And now all of a sudden, oh, and this is an important thing too. Whenever you make a change like this, and an important change, and it highlights this apply button, always hit the apply. If you don't, and you just click OK to get out of it, it won't save the changes that you made. So that's putting her into a group. So if we go up here to the administrative groups, we should, no, we'll have to go to the groups. That means I need to find the groups. Bear with me. I want to see if this is local or just for AD. So when I go into computer management is just the computer. It's not, I'm not looking at as things from a scale of the network is concerned. And so this type of troubleshooting comes with a little bit of time to understand why I'm looking here versus staying in Active Directory. And I may be getting off a topic just a little bit, but bear with me. User management, it's not computer management. Okay. So it being a domain controller, it doesn't have local groups, which makes sense. Okay. So never mind. I did put her in the group for the admins. Domain admins probably here. But that's pretty much it when it comes to creating a user account. It's not rocket science. It's just having the permission to do so. And then if Susan comes here and you need to reset a password, you would just simply right click on her name, reset the password, and then tell her to try it again at the password that you already put. Any questions on that? Nothing super technical about it. You can also create other things other than a username or a user. You can create printers that we may get into the company. And these are all the objects that I was talking about. We can create groups. So if we needed that finance group that I was talking about at first, create it there. Now let's put Susan in there. Check the name. And the reason why I check names and not just type the whole thing out is because when you get to a enterprise, you may have thousands of users, and knowing exactly how they're spelled may be a little bit daunting. So you could just spell the first name or last name or anything that's kind of particular for that particular user. Hit find names or check names, and it should come back with the names that pertains to what you're looking for. Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
All right. That note taker kind of threw me off a little bit.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. So this is Active Directory, and this is a particular thing for a server. And this is typically going to be found on a local network, so or a domain network. It's not going to be found on your local machine. So even if you wanted to go to Microsoft and download Active Directory or a server to your computer, you can't really do that. You have to have a whole machine for that, and that's why I constantly point you back to VirtualBox in order to do said thing. Real quick, before we get out of here, while we didn't talk about it much, I wanted to bring it up that the group policy is also here too on this server. And this group policy is how we actually define the permissions that we give to groups. And so this is where group policy is going to be. If I want you to be able to make a change, I can set it in group policy here. If I want to force a change on you, and let's say force everybody to log off and then log back on and create a new password, I could force that here with the group policy. If I wanted you to uh, be if I wanted to just focus directly onto a group, let's say the legal group, and no one else, I can manipulate those things here in the group policy. Also, I wanted to show how that forest that I was talking about, or that tree analogy that I was making, is here with the group policy as well. Where um, when you're talking about an Active Directory or a network, a lot of times they use that forest word where you can start with one particular top, and then everything kind of branches off in a downward motion, and it doesn't just because you have one domain controller here doesn't necessarily mean that it can't branch off into another domain controller and another domain controller. And they all fall under that one particular star that's at the top of that tree that I was referencing. So that's Active Directory. The next thing that I wanted to show you guys was Azure. And Azure is the online version of Active Directory. So also very good for the resume. If you can go to go to Azure portal.azure.com and log in there to get started. Hold on, let me get that to everybody. To get started, just to kind of play around in it, is a good bullet to put on your resume as far as the type of these Active Directory and Azure are software that you're going to see in the real world that we're using constantly, that employers are looking for constantly. So if you can get some type of familiarity with the software and it's free, is really a no brainer to really just go around it and poke around in it and be able to talk about it confidently, so you can get that position that you're applying for and stand out among others. Now, doing IAM in Azure is pretty much the same thing, but it's prettier, right? You get your layout up here. You could do a lot more. It gives you a better layout and is more user friendly than Azure than Active Directory. The thing about it is that in a real life scenario, your Azure is probably going to be connected to your Active Directory on the back end. And so you may have some users using AD for a quick response, but you may have other users using Azure and putting their entries in here and letting it replicate. The thing about that is that replication time may take 4 to 6 hours to actually talk from whatever server this is on in the web to whatever you have in the internal network at AD. And so what I to say it in another way is that it's quicker to make your changes in AD and then let it shoot out to Azure later on versus making the changes in Azure and having it replicate back to the internal network. Okay. But it's still the same. The same mission is still being done here. You can create the user and then you can assign said user to a particular group. And unlike AD, I have the groups here already created. And so I can put whatever person that I want into um, these groups. And now the pretty thing about it is that I can see how many members I got. I'll talk about owners in a minute. But I can put my users in here. I can add members. And if I had a list of members, I could just throw them in there, right? And this is going to allow me to have control over these users a lot better because I don't have to worry about Taryn going into the IT group. He could just stay here in this finance group where I need him to be, and he can get access to everything that he needs to work. If he needs something from the IT group, then I will take that particular file or whatever, and I'll give him permissions to that, or I'll make it available to him in his domain, so to say, right? But that's the importance of having these groups, and creating a group is no different than AD as well. Um, Pretty much just putting your name and then create, and you have that separation that you need, and it all automatically applies that least privilege concept that we want to have when it comes to our users. So with Azure and AD, I think what I'll do on Thursday is I'll probably come up with a lab just to kind of get you integrated with Azure and create some users and put them in groups. And that way you can get familiar with it, and we count that as a participation grade, and you'll get that bullet point for your resume as well. So I think that's what I'll do. I'll write that up and create something for you guys to actually do a lab on.
That'll be perfect.
Okay, no problem. So hold on, let me ask, is there anything going on this weekend?
Regular
Okay.
football, Halloween.
Or see
Oh,
the classics, but I'm not going, so it's good.
okay. Yeah, it shouldn't take too long. But I think this will run real big on the resume when you could put that you're familiar with creating users and security groups in Azure, Microsoft Azure. Make sure you put that on your bullet point. But I'll set that up. And honestly, I wanted to show one last thing, but it kind of pales in the comparison when it comes to uh, Azure. So real quick, get up in there. This is my for my company, Mitchell Technologies, and I wanted to show that you build the users a little bit the same way here. Where if I wanted to put everybody from this class into this business group, I just I create the user and I create your password and I link you up to a email. So basically, it's no different than any other thing. The only thing that I would think that would be different would be yeah. The only thing that I think will be different in this particular case is that I could put a two-factor on it. Now, that's not to say that I can't put a two-factor on from Azure, but it's typically that's where we'll get into the group policies probably need to be set up in order to, once I put that username password in, then I need to have it paired with a token, right? But with a web app such as working for Mitchell Technologies, whenever you log into, which is through Google, right? Whenever you log into Google with your Mitchell Technology um, email, then it's going to ask you right after you put the password in to authenticate with your soft token. But there's really nothing really different here. I ain't buying no more licenses. So still the same layout. Um, and that's really all you have is just a first and last name, probably an email address that goes along with it. And this is what gets leaked. So if let's just say that stale account that I have two stale accounts. Well, I have one stale account, which would be Terran's on, right? Which is archived. So I did the right thing. But if someone was to compromise this one, then possibly they'll be able to see all of this information and then take this information and try to either sell it or compromise it even more. But here's the thing is that even if you was to click on Chris's on, you shouldn't see Chris's password. I hate if it does show the password, but you could reset it. So if I get a compromise, if I compromised um, that stale account, I could possibly get to another account, reset that password to what only I know as a hacker, and then go in there as somebody that maybe has more permissions than what I had as a stale account. That's how you scale up as a hacker. You're what they call traversing. And we want to eliminate that by putting those least privileges on. So even if you were to get to Chris's account, it's only but so much he can do because we locked down that account. That's why that's so important. So even if it does become compromised, hopefully it's only but so much they could do. Maybe send out some spam from that compromised account. But if you're getting going back to what we were talking about, where Samsung was sending out saying, "Hey, you probably want to change your password." That's information from a database being leaked out. And I would argue that they're probably maybe their security team seen that that information was leaving out and they wasn't too sure on how to pinpoint it. So they said, you know what, send a vague message out and explain to everybody that it's probably a good idea if they go ahead and recycle those passwords. That's all I had.
Okay.
Share your screen whenever you can. And I'm gonna step away for a minute. I'll be right back. But go ahead and share your screen.
Yes, sir. Oh, you gotta disable. Hmm. Ah, oh, oh,
I gotta enable it.
yes, sir.
Go ahead, try it now.
Okay. Um,
All right, so let's look at the email. All right, so This came from the service desk, which I had it set up to do. I hope it gives you the right role, but we'll see. Okay. That you're now registered at a hot desk. So yeah, you're gonna use the email for your username, and then copy and paste that password in. Thinking about it?
Yeah, it don't seem like it. Yeah.
Not authorized. Go back to the login and switch the tab over to I am a staff member. Right there. Crap. Go to my tickets at the top. I don't understand that. What's under my profile?
Hmm.
It seems like it already registered you. Let me refresh it on my side. I don't see you in the staff. That's what I wanted you at. All right. So right now I have you registered as a user, as if you were working for a company and you needed to put in a help desk ticket. You use this profile to actually submit a ticket. You'll see that at the top. I'm gonna go ahead and stop sharing your screen. I'm gonna share mine and try to get you set up as a staff member.
Yes, sir.
So this is the service desk. This is what I'm trying to get you to. This is the regular version. Can you see it? Can you see my screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So this is what I want to set you up with, so you can get that service desk experience. So you can see how I do tickets, open tickets, tickets that are actually assigned to me. We were gonna go over this one today, unassigned tickets, and then these overdue tickets. But what I want to do is be able to get you on as a staff member. That's not right. You know what? Let me just add you as an admin. Let me see it.
So I'm someplace up here. It just ain't
Apparently, and I might need to go in there and delete you from the users. That let's go over to victory. Over to manage. Maybe they want to add you as a staff member if you was a user. Maybe. I'm still trying to learn it myself.
Yes, sir.
What's your Mitchell Tech email?
Hold on. I think I got it on my phone. Been a while since I used that one.
Are you able to get to it on my email just to see the?
It's Harmon at mitchelltech.org. I think I can still get to it. I put it on my phone, so it should be. Let's see. Oh yeah.
Oh, okay. So hopefully that's in your Mitchell Tech email. Don't know why I didn't want to add that Gmail, man.
I try to remember how to get to, because it's in the other Chrome browser.
Okay.
There you go. Now, do I even remember the password to that? Let's see.
Might have to forget it. I mean,
I think I got it. It's been a minute. Give me 1 second. What this is. There we go. All right. I'm in there.
okay. I'm gonna unshare my screen. You share yours back.
Okay. Was this set today? Yeah. Okay. Why is it paused?
Say that again.
Let's see. Let me know when you're ready for me to share the screen.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
All right. Yeah, it says my screen sharing is paused.
Maybe it's something I did on here. Do you see a pause button at the bottom when trying to share?
It's a I was trying to hit resume share, but it don't want to. When I do that, it doesn't come off pause. This is a it's not the screen I want to share anyway.
All right,
Okay.
see it now.
All right. Is this what you sent me?
Yep. Join the team. Accept the invite. So when you get the job, your remote job, that's how it's gonna come up similar to that, right?
Yes, sir.
Now we're gonna set your password. Go ahead and use a decent password. Yeah,
12.
nothing too simple.
Said nothing too simple.
Yeah, nothing too simple. I think at least one uppercase, some letters, and a special character. But this next part, I want to see if we need to walk through it or not. But
Oh, nope. Caps lock on. um, it's the Mental Tech email address, right?
yeah,
Okay. Uh,
your the screen paused again. Okay.
yes, sir. I need to relaunch Chrome, but I'll do that after we get done.
All right. Now, two-factor authentication. This is what I have set up on it. Do you have a authenticator on your phone?
I do. I had to have one for Ori Georgetown.
Okay. So go ahead and hit configure authentication and set that up real quick by scanning that QR code. While you doing that, I'm gonna try to get my Xbox back on.
Oh, this is different.
There you go.
Said this is it's not generating the code.
Which authenticator do you have?
This one is hold up. My nope, that's not Microsoft. It just says authenticator. I'm guessing it's
Is there a little blue lock with the white
yes,
background?
yes, sir. Yep.
Okay, that should do it. When you took the QR code, did you see anything that says open EDR? Or not open EDR. It'll say Exidium.
Yes, sir. Hold on, let me do it again. Um, says O2, I guess PA. That go anyway. Yeah, it's taking me to open with. Let me try Duo. I used that before too. There we go. see. Why does it want to connect to Google Drive for?
Mm.
No, we're not doing all that. Yeah, it's just a dry run right now. But we having all
Oh,
sorts of
yeah, I mean, that's the reason why we're doing it. You know what I'm saying? Just to get the, because I'm not saying that you need to do this at a particular speed at work, but you know, whenever you see something like this or somebody says, "Hey, can you help me set up my two-factor?" Normally I take them to that Microsoft Authenticator and scan that QR code and see if
yeah,
we can
that's what
set
I'm
up.
using.
Uh,
It's, that's what I'm using. Yep, it's a Microsoft. Hold on, let me try this one. I had to have 3 of them up here, so nope, that's ID me. This is
that's
for
the
the
government.
IRS.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's giving me a link, and every time I try to I go to Authenticator, it's not generating. Scan this barcode with the Authenticator app to generate the. Let me try these. Let me try because I scanned it with my picture. There we go. I got it. Took long enough, baby. All right, here we go. There we go. Man, they ain't want to play with me. Nope.
Now that's tech, man.
That's not gonna even play.
I don't know why it's, you know, you got too many. You ain't got enough dashes for the lines.
Yeah.
It's weird.
1, 2, 3, 1, 4. Let's see what happens. Nope, because it ain't gonna light up. All right,
You
here we
getting
go.
5 digits? You don't have 3 and 3?
It just gave me that just now. I don't know why it
All right, now this is the backup codes, right? So what you want to
okay.
do is you want to download this to a text file and put it in a place where you can find it. The reason why is that if you lose your phone or you lose your app or whatever the case may be, and it's asking you for a two-factor and you don't have it, you can always go back to these one of these files, codes, and put it in and be able to authenticate and then set it up somewhere else.
Okay. All right. 6, 7.
Because if not, like you do, like how I did the other week, I forgot it. I couldn't get back in. I tried the two-factor and everything, and I had to end up putting in a help desk ticket with Insidium to reset the whole two-factor for my account. And they was pretty good with actually getting back with me, so I like them.
Well, I put it in my folder, my home screen folder, so I'll keep it
Yeah,
in there.
it's just in case, you know, because I can't reset it for you if you lose it. So,
Yes, sir.
and I don't have these files. So yeah. All right, continue to the platform, and then let's go ahead and get into oh, real quick, just go ahead and knock those security questions out because if you forget them, or that might be another option other than a two-factor.
Yes,
Doing
sir.
authentic. Like I said, man, I tried my best to make this platform as intuitive as not intuitive, but engaging as possible over the holiday weekend. And I think you're gonna learn a lot from it, man. I'm gonna have a lot of fun just kind of building it up. So it's something that me and you can go in there and check on a daily basis just to kind of, you know, get things going. So
Yes, sir.
All right. Welcome to Mitchell Technology Service Center. My name is Lee. I will be your guide. All right. So go up to applications at the top. And let's go into, you see Service Desk, and then you see Service Desk version 2.
Yes, sir.
Open one of them up, and then the other one in another tab. So just right click on one and just open it up in another tab.
I'm using what am I using? The MacBook. Where my mouse
Okay.
is? Yeah.
No problem, no problem. We could just, because it's going to be the same thing, just one looks different, right?
Yes, sir.
But this is what I was saying, how you got the open tickets, the unassigned tickets, and then all your other categories off to the left. You got different categories at the top that you can use and navigate to. And I'll let you just, whenever you get free time, just go through everything, see what you got questions on, and just let me know.
Yes, sir.
But this is your typical help desk, service desk, queue. I think it's CUE, queue. So if they, you get into a business and they say, hey, we done put 2 tickets in your queue, this is where you're going to go at and check those tickets, update those tickets, and then close those tickets.
Yes, sir.
All right. Now go to version 2 real quick, just to kind of show the difference. It's just an updated version. It looks a little bit more appealing to the eye with the little user icons off to the left, but nothing. It doesn't say anything different. So either you'll run into one or the other. You'll run into ones that we saved a little bit of money, so they gave you version 1, or we spent a little bit more money and we get a little bit more features with version 2.
Yes, sir.
Okay. But it's typically the whole same thing. Now, users normally don't see this side of the ticketing system. They see what you were logged into the first time.
Okay.
First time. That hey, you could submit a ticket here, and then they're able to check their tickets in that type of platform. But here, this is where IT people, we go and we check our tickets and then we update them. This is what you call the back end. I guess you could say it like that. Some people may use that terminology, the back end. Let me go and check my tickets, things like that. Any questions?
No. I like this. This interface, version 2 interface, look a whole lot better than. Well, I'm not saying a whole lot better. Yeah, it's more streamlined, I guess.
Yeah, it's more appealing to the eye. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, if we were shopping this off, and which I'm hoping to do, I'm hoping to take this platform and shop this off to more clients for Mitchell Technologies and show them that, hey, we can put the endpoints on your PC, and then we can give them the link to the help desk, and they can put in the tickets from wherever, and me and you can see them, and then solve them, and then keep it moving.
Yes, sir.
Now go back to applications, drop that down, and go to RMM. This is the work I've been doing. So I got some clients for us to look at, and these are the agents that I have out there that's actually on machines, and some are running. Some of them are already reported issues. And we'll get into this as we go along with these sessions. But you can, I got these there, so now you can click on the ones that I highlighted and just look at it'll let you drill so far into like file locations.
Yes, sir.
It'll let you remote into them, which I would not suggest, but
Yes.
unless you get permission from that person, because this is not just me and my household. This is, I think, 2 other households.
People.
Yeah. Oh yeah. This is real. No.
Oh, okay.
You about to get this work. You about to get this work. So whenever I say, hey, we have an application out there, we need to make sure this application is off all PCs that's under our care. You can go in here and we can look in the application part of them and then tell that endpoint to take it off.
Okay.
So we'll get to that.
Yes, sir.
Whenever those names, those computer names are highlighted, you can click in them and then drill down into them to see the information that the endpoint has collected. Okay, so this is your typical dashboard. Well, this is my dashboard. Your dashboard is at the top, and I'll go over that in a minute. But this is what I go and look at my agent, see what's actually going on. All right, this is what I'm gonna check every morning to see who's out here wilding out, what I got to do. I got some mobile devices. You see a couple of iPads in there. I even got a couple of Android tablets in there. And I got geofencing on them, so I know the locations of those tablets, those mobile devices. That's crucial for MDM management, mobile device management. So all those things we talked about in Security Plus, this is putting the rubber to the road here.
I like this.
All right.
Yes,
now, if you want to put an endpoint on your machine, let me know, or you can just go ahead and download it. I did put this endpoint on some of my virtual machines as well. So,
okay.
Because remember, your virtual machines are, even though they're sitting on VirtualBox and may not be turned on, when they do turn on, they're connected to the internet, and they may be up to date and patched. They may not be. So it'll be good if you had an EDR system on it or an endpoint on it to be able to look at it from a high glance, from a high point to see what's going on with it.
Okay. What I do then is I use the HP to spin up a virtual machine. Because the MacBook, I don't have enough memory of it. Even with a solid state hard drive, the extra one, I just don't have the extra memory. So I'm gonna spin it up on HP. I think I can create a server and a regular machine, and we'll put endpoints.
Did I lose you?
Oh no, I was saying I'll spin those up and then I'll let you know, and we can put endpoints on those two.
Okay.
All right.
All right. So let me go ahead and go to your. Go back up to no. Go ahead and unshare, and I'm gonna share mine, and then we'll go through some more settings.
Yes, sir.
All right. So. Now this is the good looking version of Acidium. It's the same thing as what we just looked at over here. So it's not the enterprise. If I go to the device management platform, as you can see, it's just kind of bland, but it tells you everything you want to know.
Yes, sir.
This right here. Now this is where you can get the endpoint, and I'll go over that in just a second. Matter of fact, I'll just copy that, and you are seeing my screen, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'll just copy that, hit next, finish, and close. All right, so this is the sexy version, if you will, of the same platform over here. You know,
Okay.
this is what you would want to, you know, boss walk up behind you and like, oh, okay, yeah, man, the dashboard looks great. And this is what, you know, CISOs, IT directors, they're going to look at these, they just want to see the big numbers with the graphs, and that's going to indicate to them that they're safe or not, right? Because they don't have time to dig through this stuff. But you as a security professional, you're going to go through and see, okay, I got 10 alerts. What's going on here? And we'll get to this on why this is wilding out like that.
Okay.
But this is, when you look down into it, this is your threat hunting at a glance. This is how you dig into what's actually going on with the vulnerability. What is the hacker trying to do? Not saying that this is being actively hacked right now, but this is how you threat hunt. This is how you look through and you see what processes is happening on that computer to see exactly what is the hacker trying to do.
Okay.
Okay. Now you can get a lot of information here. Time. We can see what's going on. Where is it? What's the location of it? Okay. And then we can actually, what a lot of people want to do is they want to, I think I can show them. At least I don't know where it's at just yet. But they'll show like this work tree or like an event process, and it's just basically arrows pointing to this happened and then this happened next.
Yes, sir.
That's a lot of selling points that a lot of security tools use, but this is probably could be cleaned up just by changing some settings on this server.
Okay.
But I left it up here so you could be familiar with it. Now we can go into the event case over here. I think this is where I wanted to show that work schedule. I have to find it. But anyway, I'm not trying to go. I will make a session for us to dig deep into this, but just right now, I'll give you a good overlay of what's going on. And I'm gonna jump back over to this platform because I like it better. This is more. There's too much going on for me.
Okay.
But if you want to be over there, that's fine too. It doesn't show any less than what this shows.
Okay.
So the dashboard over here is a little bit different. But you still get your, you get your little nice graphs.
Yes, sir.
Things to print out to people, getting an overlay of the network overall. So in our network for Mitchell Technologies, we got 2 Androids, at least 5 iOSs. Not at least, but we have 5 iOSs, at least 2 iPhones. I'll say that, and mostly Windows machines. But I like this that it also breaks it down over here into device types too.
Yes, sir.
When people ask you what's in your network, it's nice to say, hey, take a look at the dashboard and say, okay, yeah, man, no, we only got 1 server in the that we're tracking. So if you see another server that's out there on the network, then we need to take a look at that because we should only have 1.
Yes, sir.
I'll go over ownership whenever we get to that, but it's basically you could set up different types of ownerships as far as let's say if it belonged to the legal department, HR department, so on and so forth.
Yes, sir.
And then the all important, what versions are we on? A lot of IT directors, CISOs will want to know what versions that we're on. a key note to remember is that you probably want to be on the one version back than the latest version. Just because if we haven't tested out the new version, and let's say the new version is vulnerable, then and we already pushed it out to everybody, there's no way to really roll back until the new version comes back out. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, because you get hit with a 0-day exploit, and if you're on the new version,
Right.
you have to wait till a patch comes through to try to fix it.
Right. So we want to stay one behind. And then, whenever that new one, because we know a new version is going to come, right? So
Yes, sir.
whenever that new version comes out, we'll make a way and make sure that we're not vulnerable for the one that we're going to jump to.
Okay.
At least have some type of mitigation in place that if we're going to move up, that we can have something in place just in case we become, that vulnerability makes us more risk aware to risk acceptable to what we're comfortable with.
Yes, sir. Now, let me ask you a question. In that regard, that is for like operating system, iOS's or Windows operating systems. What I'm looking at here is regarding Android, Windows, and Mac OS operating systems that you want to stay one version behind. Is that what you were referring to?
No, not in regards to that. But you can look at it. So we'll have a conversation about it, right? So if we're like in our network here, let's say we call this give me a business name. Harmon Enterprises.
Okay.
So for Harmon Enterprises, we got these clients out here right now, and we're saying that, hey, we're on Windows 10, but we know Windows 11 is out here, and they're talking about actually moving up after Windows 11 soon. Well, me and you will sit down and take a look at it and say, hey, all right, can we move up to 11 because 11 is more secure? You'll say, yeah, we can. Any applications that can't work with 11? No ally applications can. Okay, then it'll be better for us to just go ahead and eliminate the vulnerability of being on a later version of Windows and just move up to Windows 11.
Yes, sir.
Now, in certain cases where, like, I'm working for the industrial industry, a lot of our equipment, those conveyor belts, a lot of machinery can't work with anything but Windows XP.
Yes, sir.
But what do? We don't want to move, but yeah, we can move up to Windows 10 or Windows 11 and leave XP up behind, but then we can't use the conveyor belts no more.
Mm-hmm.
So me and you will sit down and say, okay, all right, since we have to have XP, they can't be on the internet. All right, because the application could probably work without the internet. The application just needs to tell that conveyor belt just to move to the left, left. That's it. It doesn't need the internet for that. So we could just leave that computer on XP and, cut off the network card for it. Make sure it doesn't have any network connectivity. Or segment it on the network. Put it in its own VLAN. Make sure it can't get out. But you still run a risk of it being connected to the internet.
Yes, sir.
All right. So we'll go over all of this other stuff in upcoming sessions. We did the device list. Good stuff here that you can click through. User list. Everybody here. All right. Now the configuration templates. This is like GPOs. This is how we tell the device how we want them on our network. Okay. As you can see here, and the word of advice, if you're going to put one on your iPhone or something like that,
Yes, sir.
to revise iOS. Don't do the first one that I had, which is down here.
Okay.
That's going to have you change the password like every 2 minutes. Feed me off. But you can't go in here and change them. You got to make a new one and then change it. So if you go here to revise, this is what I mean. We tell the device what to do. So you go to edit, and then you can find what things we want, but then we can go in here and we can edit these rules. These are rules that we set. So in Harmon Enterprises, if we don't trust our people, hey man, let's just make sure that we give them a minimum of 6 on the passcode.
Okay.
Things like that. And we can tailor our policy off of these configuration templates. And then once we're ready to, well, let me get some more stuff. We can even do this. Lock it down if you really wanted to. No, you can't install nothing. No, you can't uninstall nothing. No, don't use the camera. No FaceTime. None of that. I don't want no hotspot or nothing. We can do all of that here by editing and pretty much just unclicking.
Okay.
But then once you do that, the way you get it to go to that computer, that iPhone, you have to download that app. No, you have to download this endpoint. We'll go over that in just a second. But anyway, you got to download that endpoint on that device, and then you have to tell that device to look for this profile. And once it goes under that profile, then it acts the way I want it to, because this is the configurations I want it to have. Okay.
Okay.
So if I didn't want anybody to download Netflix on a company phone, hey, I might have to say, is it just Netflix I don't want? Oh yeah. Well, okay, maybe I don't want to block any and every app from the App Store. Maybe I should go in there and have it look for a particular app in a different section. But maybe, this is a widespread profile here. So this is going to hit everybody. And so if we're just going to say is this certain things we want, we're going to probably manipulate this profile to show that.
Okay.
Yeah, this is how it works right here. This is MDM.
I like this.
Right. Yeah. And so what I would suggest to you, you can go in here to these profiles, and just like how I got this test here, highlight it, and then clone the profile. Clone it, and then you rename it so I know it's you. And then you build your own profile on how you want it. Then test it on a machine or test it on a device that you want to put it on.
Okay.
And see if that's the type of reaction that you want. So if you had a nephew or a niece or something like that you ain't want them to, have stuff on their phones and stuff like that, yeah, throw this on there. This is a great way to do that. Same thing when it comes to devices, Windows machines, Mac OS, same thing.
And I can do this on virtual machines as well.
That is correct.
Okay.
So let's jump to, go ahead.
You can you go back one screen? I want to make sure I get the right profile that I'm supposed to use. You want me to use the revised iOS profile as the template? Or it could be any of those.
You can do any. Once you clone it, it's yours. I don't care.
Right.
It doesn't matter, because what you're going to do is you're going to come in here and do this. Let's say we want to clone this Linux one, right? We're going to click this little, we're going to select it here in order to give us the options at the top.
Okay.
It's grayed out here. So we're going to select it. Then I say, okay, I clone it. It's going to automatically drop that down. I say this is these tests. I probably don't like the apostrophe. Testing out this new clone it. Now it automatically throws me in, but now I can go through, and if I had me a Linux box that I wanted on this profile, I can go ahead and throw it in here. I can go ahead and configure my antivirus to scan whenever I feel like it. This is what I'm going to do. Schedule scan. Real nice stuff. Go to my updates. When do I want it to reach out for updates? Find access control so that we can do enable the password protection. This is what we do whenever we're gonna, let's say we got a new client. Let's say, yeah, like you just joined the company. This is what I'm gonna do to your computer before I send you the computer. This is why you can't just do whatever you feel like doing once I give you the computer.
Yes, sir.
Because this is what we call locking down or hardening. I'm going to set the configurations up to what's the standard of the business. And then once I give it to you, and let's say you put in a ticket and say, I can't install iTunes on my my MacBook. Well, yeah, that's because it's not an authorized application for the business. I prevented you from doing that from the get-go.
Okay.
And it's done all here with these profiles.
All right. All right. I like this right here.
We'll get into data loss prevention too. This is good too.
Yes, sir.
But yeah, play around with these profiles whenever you feel like it. Or if you got a question and you want to go through one next time, let's go through one, and then we'll throw a couple machines in there and see how it reacts. See how long it takes for that machine to actually talk back to this server and say, okay, no, I'm not going to allow screensavers to be put on this machine. Then we go test it out and we see if it works or not.
When do you want to do the next recording? I asked because during that time I already have the servers and the Windows virtual machine configured, but I would also like to put the endpoint up there in real time and then create the profiles for them.
Do it. So you want to put the endpoint on there and do a walkthrough of it?
Yes, sir.
At the same time. Okay.
Yes.
When you want to do the next one?
We do it on Sundays, right?
Yeah.
Let's do. I was looking at the wrong month. How does the seventh sound? Is that good?
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
Okay.
At the same time?
Yes,
3?
sir. Yes, sir.
No, we did 4 today.
Yeah, we did 4. Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine.
Right.
Let me finish running through this real quick.
Okay.
And
yes,
then,
sir.
If we run over, is it cool if we run over a little bit?
Yeah. That's fine.
All right. So the security part of it, the endpoint, and this is where the antivirus is highlighted here the most. I think this is a highlight of this Exidium platform, just because it's a response tool that not only can it scan and look for a virus, it can also respond to it and isolate the machine and so on and so forth like that. People are paying hundreds of thousands of dollars for companies just to have this type of technology on their machines. So having that endpoint there, man, it's a big thing. I think this is if I can get this into a school system or a small business, and we could see this on a larger scale, you'll really get to understand where I'm coming from when it comes to the value that comes along with it.
Let me ask you another question then. I have Trend Micro and Malwarebytes on both my computers, laptops. Now, with this, does it interact with Windows Defender or will it interact with Malwarebytes and Trend Micro?
It will treat it as its own separate application. So it's not going to fight with those applications, but it's not going to work in conjunction with it.
Okay.
So those endpoints, a lot of endpoints can be on your computers at one time. So like here, I got Muninet on here, and it scans, right? But at the same time, it doesn't talk to Obsidian. And then the reason why I don't like it is because I can't look at it from any place in the world. It's just like how you're logged into the platform and you could see the endpoint that's on this computer that I'm sharing with you right now. And say, hey, Mr. Mitchell, I think we need to take a look at it. Something's going on in the background. I can't get that much information out of here. It's just pretty much, hey, did you do a scan today? Did you find anything? No. All right. Well, this does that too. It does the scan, but I'm also able to dig like we seen in the earlier listing of it in the, what was it? What was it? That was in, my bad for the silence.
It's all right. We're learning as we go.
I just seen it. We were just on it, right?
Yes, sir. But I'm trying to. Is it endpoint stats?
No, I was talking about the where it showed the threat hunting piece.
Oh, is that not the? Is that not one of the other tabs?
It was over here. Yeah, you're right. All right. So like your regular EDR, Malwarebytes, things like that, the company of, whoever works for Malwarebytes or Microsoft Defender, they will see something like this that could be able to dig further into the files. But us being able to see this type of stuff right here, gold, man. And then you can investigate. And once you start putting all this stuff together and, you have a case on, you have a hunch, you see something in your firewall rules that says that, you have some strange activity, and then you get to, isolate that one machine. Let's take a look at the strange activity from the logs. Let's see if we can look at it here on the endpoint security portion of it. What did the endpoint see? And start digging down into it. Because more than likely, your regular A/B scan is not going to see this deep into the files. Hey, you actually got a memory leak, or this doesn't look, this for some reason at some point in time, this amount of traffic is always leaving from this directory, leaving out and going to this particular address on the internet, which says that somebody is infiltrating, has already infiltrated, and telling that that directory to send some information out to them. Your regular AV is probably just going to scan and look for signatures that they already know. Signatures are kind of like fingerprints of a known virus.
Yes, sir.
And that's what it's going to do. Hey, I don't see anything that I already know, so you're clean. This looks a little different. This looks deeper into it. And then, if you had some people that know what they're looking for, then actually, start to realize if you've been infiltrated or not.
Okay. All right.
All right. So
How do you?
go
All right.
back to,
Did you go back? Get to that second tab? Did you go from the first tab? Is something on the first tab to get to the second tab that you open it up with?
this right here.
Yes, sir. Is there a tab on the first tab or a link on the first tab that opens up the second tab?
What tab? What tab are you talking about?
So go back to the first tab, the on top, where they say edit meeting Zoom, and then the first one.
This
Yep,
one?
that one. Yes, sir. So what did you
How did I
click?
get to the enterprise?
Yeah.
Okay. Hit right here, Exidium
Oh,
Enterprise.
okay. All right. Okay.
Let it do its thing, and then once it generates, you'll be able to go through.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
No problem. All right. Network management, we're probably not going to get much out of it just because we don't have real routers to be working with like that. But it's there. Now the applications, this is how, like I said, if let's say you read something and you say, hey man, I heard that the Zillow app was vulnerable on this version. Let's check to see who has it on their machines. And now you get a quick rundown of all the iPads that have Zillow on them. Now we can take that, highlight them all, and then we could probably say, probably drill down into it and then remove those apps. I want to say.
I saw something on there that's bulk installation package.
That's more on the how was that this bulk installation package is okay. Let's say if we were working at a big university.
Yes, sir.
And we needed to put these endpoints on 500 machines.
Mm-hmm.
We can come here and work with a package installer called SECM, or the new term is Jesus, I forget the new term of it. ECM, EMMC, I think.
Okay.
And anyway, SCCM, Software Management System. They use that to take the endpoint that we will give them and then push them out to like thousands and thousands of connected computers. And they do this pretty much overnight. So this is how if you had like a hospital, right? New hospital just been built. You had 500 machines get put in throughout the hospital. You're not going to image each and every machine. You're going to put that machine in place, plug it up to the network, and now it's going to be listening on the network for that SCCM to give it the command to install Windows 10 or Windows 11, whatever. And then with that, it's going to also install this endpoint on each machine.
Okay.
So that's where the bulk comes in. That bulk installation package comes into play at.
Okay.
But with this, these applications, we could possibly go into each device and then probably modify the profile to actually take these certain applications off. But let me look into that and make sure the actual process.
Now it tell you everything that's on that iPad.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, like I say, man. Hey, and that's just the first page. All the way down.
That's wild. Will it also allow you to go into my files as well?
No, I don't think it'll drill that deep because then it gets into privacy.
Okay.
Privacy laws you're going against. So just seeing being able to see that much information is already intrusive enough.
Yep.
But to actually go into a particular device, you probably need to, if you need to see further into it, then we'll just run the remote tools.
Okay. That's wild.
They'll come over with something like this. Your administrator needs to remotely access your device, perform routine security maintenance, which will not interfere with your work. Please click allow to start a remote session. See how it works. So from here, now I don't see any changes to my desktop, right? But
yes,
here on the platform, now I'm able to actually drill down into this is what's actually on my actual file directory.
Okay.
Let me show you here. If I were to go to, let me see, that is program file. So see, you'll see how these kind of match up with each other. Intel, OEM.
Yes, sir. Oh,
this
yeah.
is how, if I wanted to see those files, but I don't know if I can actually open those files.
Okay.
So then you go into, do you have something that can read it? All that. I can download the file. I downloaded the file. Now that's risky. I'm gonna just tell you that up front. And if you're doing this, right? So you want to do this and know exactly what you're looking for when remoting into someone's PC. Now this is just the back end. So even though it's just the back end and they can still continue their work, they were prompted that you connected to their PC and they had to give you control. But like I said, if you download the wrong thing that was, above your pay grade or sensitive, let's say you got a secret clearance and you downloaded something that was top secret, now we got issues.
Yeah.
So always be careful on that.
Yes, sir.
But good for you is that you get to play around with this stuff, see exactly what you're doing, because you don't want to learn on the job when it comes with this. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Don't want to get started.
Right. So you want, you know what I'm saying? And the funny thing is that a lot of companies that I've seen, they don't even have endpoints that can go that far in between, like the remote session of it. They might have what I use, TeamViewer, or they might use Microsoft Teams to share the screen and stuff like that, or Zoom.
Yes, sir.
But when it comes to like those type of applications, when it comes to executing, installing applications, you're going to need that user to help you along with actually getting things installed. So,
Yes, sir.
but I think there's still good stuff to look at and to learn. That's just one version of remote control. I think you can actually you could download this piece right here, and this actually let you remote into it and take over as if you're in that machine. So
Okay.
this is a good thing too. All right. That's all. Well, reports, we'll go over reports later, real later. These are more tools that you can look into if you want to. I haven't looked into them just yet, but they're here and they're free.
Okay.
So, yeah.
I have a question for you.
Yeah, my bad.
Do companies make rules about remoting into computers? Because like at a bank, I used to work at BB&T a long time ago. You couldn't just randomly open up somebody bank account and just be like, yeah, let me see how much money this person. That is an automatic fireable offense. Do companies also make rules like that? Like if we catch you just randomly remoting into people computer without express permission, or if you have any like if that customer didn't give you permission to contact them to remote to the computer, that's an automatic termination.
No, it's a little bit not a little bit lax. Like you could do it, just whatever. When
Yes,
you get your job in, you'll fill it out of, hey, I got this ticket for Emily. Emily is not, she ain't been at work for 2 days. I need to get this thing closed, because the one thing about tickets is that even though Emily put this in, the time starts on these tickets whenever she puts the doggone ticket in.
Okay.
So if she's not there for you to get consent to remote into a PC, you got to do what you got to do. Okay.
Okay.
But pro tip now, if you do that, you log all of that stuff here in this response. Or
Okay.
some of them have notes. You'll say user was not in, remoted into her machine, fix the issue, close the ticket. You cover yourself yourself by doing stuff like that. Now,
yes, sir.
Let's just go ahead and just jump into this one real quick. So
Okay.
this is a ticket, right? Your normal ticket, right? So
Yes,
Emily put this in, and she put it in on the 26th. So we late on this ticket. The reason why we late is because of SLA time. So SLA is service level agreement. Service level agreement is a agreement that the higher ups have already made on your behalf to open it for users to open a ticket, and then for you to actually work that ticket and then close that ticket.
Okay.
When you get into this field, you will get to understand that SLA times can be a pain, because they normally don't start once you get these tickets. Okay?
Okay.
So you're going to be coming in at a higher level than help desk or service desk. So help desk, normally those guys, they just answer the phone, and then they type these tickets up, and then they assign them to you. Okay?
Okay.
That's help desk entry level. Where you're going to be coming in at a security level, or more of a desktop support role, or what have you, you're going to be one level above that. So a lot of times your SLA time has already started, and where you think you had 4 days to close a ticket, you may have 2, a day and a half, 30 minutes.
Good. No.
you cover yourself, because you see here, whatever. You know what I'm saying? It's already gonna let you know. And
Okay.
before you get out here and start freaking out, just say, hey, I received said ticket at this date. The
Okay.
ticket was opened up on the 26th. I did not receive my account until the 31st. So, you know, you just putting that in there. Is it going to count against you? Yes, it's still going to count against you. But your boss will know that it's not your fault. Okay?
Okay. Okay.
Now, let's see what she got going on. Where did I read this thing at? Did I not do it for her? Oh, okay. So you go down here. This is the issue. I'm having trouble setting up my work email on my iPhone using the mail app. Okay?
All right.
Now, that's just troubleshooting it. If me and you working through this issue right now, I would say, all right, Chris, have her call you up on a different phone or talk to her on Teams or Zoom or something like that with the iPhone in her hand. And let's see if we can walk her through actually setting up the email.
Okay.
But we also, before we call her up, we probably want to go over here to the platform and see if she has the right profile on her iPhone. Because remember, we can set them up with different profiles, right?
Yes, sir.
And so we may have a profile. Let's say, I can't. This is why I don't like this one. We set them up with different profiles here, Will. Right? And let's say
Yes.
if you were testing one out and you accidentally threw her phone into this test profile, and now she can't set up her email because of it.
Okay.
So we wanted to, double check, see if it's not in there. And if it's not, then you call her up and say, okay, walk me through what you're actually doing. And if you got it, more than likely, you're going to have the processes on a piece of paper, on a cheat sheet, and you're going to understand what's the proper steps to setting up an email. She's going to probably be missing some point. Maybe her email address needs to be changed. Her password is not right to her email address.
Mm-hmm.
And you just simply walk her through it. Once you walk her through it, and she says, oh, it's populating now, because I guarantee you, it's going to be probably a password issue. You tell her to calmly type her password in one character at a time.
Yes,
She
sir.
gets it right. It populates her email. She'll probably say, oh, you know what? I don't know what happened, but it just started working, right?
Yes,
She
sir.
says that, hey, it's all good. You say, all right, if you got any more questions or any issues, just give me a call. Glad to help you out. Put it right here in your response. Close the ticket.
Okay.
You see here. Well, come up here, type your notes in, save the ticket, post a reply, right? And let me say remote and all that good stuff. Right? Right. Then close on reply. Post. You can just go to your next one. Got Sarah. We overdue for this joint. What Sarah talking about. I wish it showed here. I'm gonna see if I can change that. Because normally I just scroll down a little bit and then I see the issue right here in the middle.
Okay.
This is same login, forgot my password. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So you tell me what you should do.
All right. So once again, you go and wait. Do you see if she's in that? No. Because she shouldn't be in there. So you give her a call, and ask her what was the last password. Do she remember putting in? Have her try that one more time. If that's not it, then you're gonna have to explain to her that you're gonna have to reset her password.
Yep. You'll reset her password on a Windows machine where?
On a Windows machine. Oh, now, do I remember that? In settings. You know what? I don't know. I'm gonna have to play around with it. I don't know that one.
Yes, you do. You do know. If we're in an enterprise, we at Harmon Enterprises, we're remote. He's using a
Oh,
Windows machine. More
oh,
likely,
access and identity management. In the what's the thing called? We built these things on the thing. I know it. I know it. Do that now. But I can't call it out. I can't call it out of my head right now. But I know where to
got
do it at.
yeah. If you know the application, then that's the only thing you got to do.
Okay.
Reset her there. You make sure she log in, update the ticket, close it out.
I know. I know what. It's on the tip of my tongue. That's gonna bug me right now. Active Directory. Yeah. Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
it.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
And there you go. Now, we'll go over the printer next time.
Okay.
That's pretty much it. Now, timesheets and all this good stuff, this is, you might see that, you might not. Some places might take them off, but, if you're salary, you're not going to be worried about time. But some places may want you to still put in your salary. You may be salaried and you still got to put in time that you worked because they want to show that they have productivity.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Something else I was about to ask you, but I forgot what it was now.
Let's go over this real quick. So the
Yes, sir.
installation on this enterprise. So when you go over here to the enterprise application and you just refresh it, it's always going to come here with this. Now you can click this, don't show this time, next time.
Mhm.
But the reason why I don't do that is because I don't like trying to find the installer. But
Okay.
it comes up with this installer first, and you can drop that down, and then you can pick whatever OS that you want to install that installer on. And once you do that, it'll switch it up. But then you want to hit this copy paste board, copy that link, and then throw it into a tab up here. So whenever you get your server up and spun up, you
Mhm.
want to go ahead and have this endpoint ready to go to where you can either download it onto that server or maybe go on to the internet on that server and then pull it from that link.
Okay, that's what I was about to ask you. So on I need to have that copied, and then once I get on the server, go to, I guess it's gonna be what, Microsoft Explorer, input
Yep.
the link, and then download the endpoint.
Yep.
Okay, all right, I can do that.
All right. So make sure when you're doing that Windows server, you just pick the Windows configuration, and then
Yes, sir.
it should be easy.
Okay.
And it shouldn't do a restart, so you should be good on that too.
Okay. I think I took all that stuff off because it was eating up memory. I'm gonna have to download Windows 2016 server and another thing for a Windows machine and spin them up.
Yeah, that's a lot. That's a lot to have up there. I ain't gonna lie.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
But that's all I had, man. Any more questions before we conclude? I'm sorry we
No.
ran over.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to Sunday. On Sunday we get to do everything in real time. And the more I practice with it, I think the more comfortable I feel by doing everything. Yeah,
Yeah.
I like this. This is a gold mine right here. You just happen to find
Yeah,
this?
yeah, I don't know. I forgot how I came across. No, I was looking for open source applications to do videos on, and I've seen Ethereum before, but then I was just like, something just said, man, just dig into it. And when I opened it up and went into the platform, I said, oh, this is it right here, because I was looking for something else to replace Ostra with.
Yes, sir.
And Ostra went there and changed up the profile. I was like, nah, I don't want to go back with them.
Phishing scams that may come out of that. And, just to, kind of keep everybody up, their guards up, make sure we pivot right. But this is how you get everything under an umbrella. And you're not just trying to block one particular site.
Yes, sir.
Because while everybody may know of 777.com, everybody might not know about DraftKings.
Okay.
Especially, what I'm saying, if you're an older guy, you're not even really into social media type of platforms. You think social media is the big four: Twitter, Instagram, and it's not. You're not even think about DraftKings being a social media type of platform.
Yes, sir.
So that's categories. Okay, now let's get into the heavy stuff here. Now these next three, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna throw all of these into the chat, right? And we're just gonna go one by one. Well, let's just go one by one. I'll just throw one at a time.
Okay.
Because this first one is a is a site where they spoof Facebook. Let's see if we can and you may need to type it out if it's not going to let you copy it correctly. And then, if it won't let you copy it correctly, then, let's just go ahead and type it out and beat the odds there. But just, let's look at it in virus total first.
Okay.
All right. So you see how bunch of people flagged this one, right?
Okay.
You got phishing, malicious, and you got some of the big dogs saying that it's malicious and phishing. Go back. You see, Bitdefender is a big dog. Fortinet is a big dog. Kaspersky, that's a big dog. All of these are it's on their radar. They're probably gonna, block this before we even get to it.
Okay.
Right. So that's the great thing about it. But if you're at work, you see something like this, for sure, yeah, I'm blocking this. And that'll be step 2 of what we're going to do. So keep this in mind. But as you can scroll down and see, pretty much everybody blocked it, right? Or they say it's malicious. Now, here's the thing. This is a little tidbit, right? You see these people that says it's clean?
Yes, sir.
These are probably the people that you probably don't want to bring in as a vendor for your new antivirus.
Especially, what is this, criminal IP? Oh, okay, all right.
You know what I'm saying? And it's like, okay, and Acronis should know better.
Yes, sir.
They're a big dog, and it's not on their radar. And maybe, benefit of the doubt, maybe they didn't update their database just yet. Let's keep scrolling down. Let's see who else missed out on it. The funny thing is, OpenFish says it's clean, but that's who I got this website from. So okay, and maybe it's it's the part of the failure on Virus Total, and they don't have it updated just yet. But either way,
yes, sir.
Oh man, now It's just not coming up with your with your errors.
Yes, sir.
But okay, so yeah, that's where you may get some people saying that it's malicious, some people saying that it's not. Scroll back up to the categories. Let's take a look at those real quick. So those categories, let's go to details. And now we done changed. Now, even if they started off as a Facebook spoof, they said that, hey, we were social media at first, but now since it's deemed to be a phishing site, they changed the category of the site, which is great because now as a security professional, you know to look in this and say, okay, I'm going to put this in this group of phishing and malicious sites. Okay. More importantly, let's scroll down. We want the IP address. So scroll back up just a little bit. And let's just remember those A records right there, those two A records.
All right.
So what we're going to do in our second part, we're going to take these two IP addresses and we're going to block all incoming and outgoing traffic coming to and from those IP addresses.
Okay.
You get what I'm saying? So now,
Firewall.
remember, say it again.
On the firewall, we're gonna block those two IP addresses coming in and coming out.
Correct. That way we don't worry about any type of traffic. If they were, let's say, you remember when before we started and before you suggested the virtual machine, I said I don't know if they're listening.
Yes, sir.
Well, if we block it at the firewall, then we cut that communication.
Okay.
You dig what I'm saying? So that's the reason why we want to look at those A records and get that IP address, and then we'll take that and put it in on our firewall. So go back up to the categories one more time, and I want to show you one more thing.
Okay, 1 second. Let me write down these IP addresses right quick.
Okay. And make sure you say that this is for fake Facebook.
Okay. All right. And you said scroll back up to
the categories real quick. So now you see community. Click
Yes,
on
sir.
community. Now the good thing about the free version of Virus Total is that they'll still let people come in here and give community suggestions about those malicious sites or clean sites or whatever, however you want to put it. And this one doesn't have a particular comment yet. You can log in and say, hey, this site is a phishing site confirmed by OpenFish, and leave it there for anybody who may have any doubts, because they only had one person said that it was malicious, but they deemed it, they just don't know just yet, right?
Yes, sir.
So you can always look and see what they're saying about it in the community section. Now let's see if you can copy that that address from the top and throw it into a tab, and let's go to it and let's see what it actually looks like.
Nope, still won't let me. I'll just
I
type it
don't
in.
know what's going on with it. I think that might be the settings all the way in that the settings in that that VM.
I probably have to break it down and start it back over again from scratch.
But let's type it in. Let's type it in and let's go there. And you're gonna get the big red screen. Should maybe hit refresh. It should have gave you something. There you go. All right. So what do we see here? Google, not Google, but Chrome has already seen that this is probably a dangerous site. Matter of fact, this is by Microsoft Defender.
Mhm.
All right. So this site has been reported as unsafe, right? Because we already confirmed that. Microsoft recommends that you do not continue to the site. It has been reported to Microsoft containing phish threats and may try to steal personal and financial information. We're going to click on more information. They give you more explanation about a phishing device, phishing sites, and we're gonna go to continue to unsafe site, not recommended. And this is what we may have to refresh again. This is why I don't like
Virtual machine?
Edge. No, Edge.
Oh, Edge. Oh, okay. Yeah. It's blocking everything.
Open up. Do you got Chrome on this virtual machine?
No, I can put it up here, but I
No, don't
don't.
worry about it. Open up. I seen Firefox though, right? Firefox will pretty much let you get away with everything. Throw it up in the Firefox. See if you could paste in Firefox. I wonder if it was just the Edge thing that was messing with us.
Oh, the chat. Let's test this chat out first. See if chat works. No, it didn't work.
Yeah.
Hey,
Let's
what?
see what Chrome talking about.
Okay, that's better.
And put https:// at the front.
Oh, I did the same exact thing. All right.
Mm-hmm.
That is GAR, right?
GARAZ. Sorry.
GAR.
Z.
Oh, okay.
.com.pl / All right, yeah. Now, let's try it again. Let's see if we can continue on to the site. See details. And ignore the risk and go to unsafe site. Click on the ignore the risk. Because we're trying to learn here, Firefox. Man, oh man. All right. Unshare your screen real quick. Let me show you on my side.
Yes, sir.
Matter of fact, we'll just do that.
You sure?
No, I'm not. You still gonna drive. I'm just gonna show you what it looks like on my
okay.
side.
Okay.
Okay,
I think I'm still signed into. You want me to stay signed into TeamViewer on the virtual machine?
On a version, yeah. They sign in and everything.
Okay.
I'm just gonna show you how it looks.
Okay.
So I'm gonna take it, copy the address, and then I'm gonna throw it over here to my guest. This is what you see. All right. So off the rip, you can see it, right?
Yes, sir.
Off the rip, you could see that one is already going to tell you that this is a dangerous site. This is not going to go anywhere. But the funny thing is that the certificate is good.
Yeah, that's what I was about to ask you about.
This is, sometimes you can't really go over that, and you have to be careful. And if you see someone on a site that's using HTTP, or if it's deemed to be dangerous, we're just not going to put anything into this site.
Mhm.
Now, I don't know if it downloaded anything on the back end of my PC, but I'm not worried about it. But what I'm not going to do is I'm not going this. You could put things into this, right? And I could put something here and hit that, and it would react as if I'm putting in the wrong materials, and it would ask me to do it again. Hold on, so let's see what Google says, because I don't know what it says. Server is overloaded. Please try again later. It already took my credentials. You get what I'm saying?
Yep.
So now somebody might look at that like, I'm trying to get into Google. It looks the part. That's how Google. I mean, Google. I'm trying to get into Facebook. It looks the part. Got the colors right. This looks similar to what happens, but you don't see your profile picture or anything like that. It even gives you a place where you can go in and I think this is the forgot password link, but it does nothing. But you don't know what it's doing. You see those links at the bottom of my webpage?
Yes, sir.
This where it says MTP m.facebook/click.
Yes, sir.
Like, I don't know what that's doing. You know what I mean? It could be reaching back out to a home server somewhere. You get what I'm saying? So this is a perfect example of a phishing site, a spoof site, live out here in the wild.
Okay.
Look good too.
Yeah.
All right. So that's the first one. You go ahead and I'm gonna stop sharing and you share yours again. We're gonna put in the second one. The second one is for Yahoo.
Um, Did you put
So
that in the?
I
Oh
put
man.
in the chat, the Google chat. And you can close these out. Yeah, close these out. All right. And then that Google chat. And let's just go ahead and let's throw it in virus total so we can see that it is malicious and that it's
This one
been
right here. HJ88.
yes. And what I'll do, man, is after we go through this lab today, um I'm gonna chop it up and then I'll send it to you either in a Google Drive link, or if I can upload it to LinkedIn, I'll do it that way and have you download it and put it on your profile. Oh, this is another thing I wanted to show you. Check this out. LinkedIn. So after this year's after the class is done, we're gonna be, how we give out that certificate saying that you completed the class or whatnot.
Yes, sir.
I got it now, and let me know if it look whack. Because if it look whack, I'll go back and change it. Where right now, what I want is to have that not say Mitchell Technologies, but say Wally K Foundation.
Mm-hmm.
Say Intro to Cybersecurity. Change that logo to the Wally K Foundation. But the most important thing is to show them credentials. And once you click that, then it can go straight to the certificate. Maybe I might change that little seal or whatnot. And then once you scroll down, it says everything that the student has performed in this class. And I list the name of the tools that you guys have used. So in theory, you could put this on your profile right now.
Yeah, that's why I asked you because that thing look amazing right there. Might even boost my because so I can't see who's viewing the profile, my profile, but
Mhm.
on average per week, I'm getting about 21 to 28 looks a week.
Okay. Okay. Well, I seen that your friend list went up too. So remind you whenever you, even when you post your like you post a cybersecurity story on your post,
Yes, sir.
it not only show up in my feed, it shows up on every one of those every 100 of your connections feeds.
Okay.
And so think about that's 100 times where it's posted on different people's feeds, and then their friends is looking at it, and they might say, "Who is this guy?
Yes, sir.
Oh, let me go ahead and check him out." Or let me compare my profile to his profile, and then that's why the profile needs to be on point whenever they do come and look at it, because you never know who's looking.
Yes, sir.
But yeah, man, I don't mind if you use it. I'll send you the link for it. And you can set it up the same way. Just put the skills of cybersecurity, informational security. Um, yeah, you can put 2021 too.
Okay.
And I don't have a official because you see this comes from my Canva site. Um, I don't have an official website for it, but I was gonna buy it. And whenever I do buy it, because I have to buy the domain, that's probably gonna be like $12 a year. Um, Whenever I do buy it, then everybody can use it. But yeah, when you look at all of the bullet points here, I think this is the selling point. This is what I was trying to say to Dr. McBride. These are all the skills that you guys went over, and these are the platforms that you either logged into, except for Xenium, but you have that.
Yes, sir.
Um, and yeah, you've worked with all of these tools right here.
Mm-hmm.
So matter of fact, I'll just go ahead and throw that in the chat because that's the only link you need for on LinkedIn. Throw that in the chat. What's up? Yeah. Okay. You need some? Okay. All right. So I'll put that in the chat. And all right. So with that being said, okay, let's go over the changes I made in Xenium or what I've seen. So looking deeper into Xenium, I put the EDR, not the EDR, but the antivirus on two of my machines. The one that I'm currently on, and then my personal PC downstairs. And the reason why is because I wanted the function to scan. Now, obvious question. I do not know why it says at risk. I'm going to find that out. I don't know how, but I am. Um, it just popped up today, so because I just asked for it to be installed on my PC today.
Yes, sir.
But the reason why I didn't put it on all of my PCs as far as the AV is concerned is because I don't know how much it's going to cost.
Okay.
And I ain't trying to have these people break me like that.
Yes, sir.
So as you can see, going into the licenses, I'm already over. I'm over in my mobile right here, 5 seats, and now I'm over in the advanced endpoint protection. But I wanted that scan capability. So check this out. So if you go to security, the security section, and then you can scan free. No, I take that back. You can scan whatever has the antivirus platform installed on that agent. So I can scan these two tablets here,
The
which I
Samsung and what's that
a
little
Lenovo tablet. The crazy thing is about this is that I gave this to my aunt last week. So I probably need to get that back off her machine, or I probably need to delete this altogether.
Okay.
But let's save that for another day. But this is my father-in-law's tablet. And so I could scan his tablet, and I don't know any other antivirus that could scan a mobile device like that and give you, a, and maybe I'm wrong, but I don't know any antivirus that goes onto a mobile device such as a phone or a tablet, and you're able to scan and then see the results as if it's a PC.
I have to try that with because I have Malwarebytes and Trend Micro on my. I have Malwarebytes on my phone and
Mhm.
both laptops, so I can play around and see if I get the same output that you're getting with this antivirus update and see what happens. I don't have Trend Micro on my phone though, but I have it on both not PC, laptops.
Okay. And like I said, I could be totally wrong and sound ignorant in that, but this is the first time I could see it.
Yes, sir.
And so I had it installed on my two PCs, and like I said, I don't know how much these cost, but if they don't hit me over the head with it and be like, maybe, man, it's like $3 per agent, then I might throw it on a couple of more machines that I don't seem deemed to be, well, I might throw it on a couple of more machines that I deem to be critical, and I want to scan and have it, you know, be able to look into it deeper if something were to happen on it.
All right,
All
so
right.
go to hold on 1 second. Trying to set my board up. Oh, all right. You said go to device, then security, then to sorry about that.
Yeah, you can go to endpoint security status.
There we go. Okay, all right.
Matter of fact, let me get out of here. You share your screen. And I'll stop sharing. Let me make sure multiple participants can share. You share your screen, you drive from here on out, and we could take this and we could start the lab.
Okay.
And I can navigate you around the console.
Yes, sir. All right. So this is
All
pretty.
right, so my bad. Go ahead.
This is what you was. This is what you was looking at here.
Yeah. So the reason why I want to do that is because I wanted to scan at a certain time.
Mhm.
And so highlight my PC and the GWTN at the bottom. Just highlight those two boxes, and
Okay.
then click that caret down right beside scan.
Where
And
is
kind of gives you more options. The little caret down button. Yep, and do a quick scan, antivirus quick scan, and that's pretty much really what I wanted. Not to be able, because with Windows Defender, you got to go into each and every agent because we don't have a license for it to do it remotely in Azure. We have to go to each particular PC, set up a schedule for it, and then let it run that way. Here,
for for your job at work or just in general?
in general, right now,
Okay.
me and you, like personal,
Okay.
but at work too, it's like well, let me take that back. At work, we have a license. Um, we have a license version of Windows Defender, and we can schedule those scans in Azure, and then it does it automatically. You
Okay.
get that functionality here, but I just don't know how much it costs.
Yes, sir.
So,
I got you.
uh, but that's pretty much the only thing that I really changed here. Um, Everything else should be the same, and I've been writing out what I wanted to go over as far as the categories for each one, but I'm gonna save that for a later date. What we're gonna do now is we're gonna go and we're gonna harp on um, malicious websites, and then how we're gonna stop that traffic from getting to and from our network.
Okay.
So, do me a favor. make sure you save everything you need to save. Go ahead and stop sharing your screen and shut down everything that you need to shut down. And I want all windows closed. But don't shut down the Zoom call.
Okay. Let's see.
Yeah, because this one like while I don't mind playing with these sites on my PC, I don't know what it might do behind the scenes.
Mhm.
So I don't know if you have anything open that's logged in as far as a profile is concerned, banking statements or anything, like a social media site. LinkedIn might be automatically logged in. And the sites we're going to, I can tell you right now, three of them are phishing sites.
Ooh.
So I don't know if there um, will be anything actively listening, but I highly doubt it. I already tested each one, and I didn't see any um, weird activity. So, and we're going to be operating in a incognito mode, so it's automatically not going to be on your browsing history. And once you close down that site, that window is automatically deleted. So,
Let me ask you this question. Is it
mhm.
possible to pull up what we're about to attempt to do on a virtual machine?
Yeah, you can do that. I don't know if you have enough memory to do so.
Okay. Can you give me 5 minutes?
Yeah.
Because I can get my HP. I know I have enough memory on the HP and start up the virtual machine, switch over to that, then the Zoom call, and we can continue to pick up from there.
Okay.
Let me go upstairs and get it and set it up. I'll be right back.
All right. No problem.
You want to pause the recording?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I'll be right back.
All right.
That's not. I gotta try to remember how to add the PC. Okay, so that's up and running. This the other app that I have. So, give me 1 second, Mr. Mitchell.
No problem. Just getting a little snack in.
All right. You know, I had another remote desktop for this one right here. I'm trying to find it. That's not it. Um, Team View. That's what it was. All right, here we go. All right. What I'm doing here. Yep, that's it. Connect. Password. Okay. Let's see here. And you can't see what I'm doing yet.
Right.
All right. So I'm remoted into the VM. We need to go to a web incognito web browser.
Yeah. And on that team viewer in the lower right hand corner, tuck it in by hitting that little tab. All right. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Okay. Get rid of that. Now I don't really use what is this?
Edge.
Yeah.
You me and you both. But it should be in that. So new private window. Now, type in virus total. Let's go there first. So, like last time we had talk, I told y'all about virus total. Um, and I listened to somebody else give a class on it. Did not know virus total was owned by Google. And so when I think the last time I showed you this, I uploaded a resume to it,
Mhm.
and I said, "Oh man, if it's owned by Google, so you know what that means. Google got more information on me, right?
Yep.
Because I just all of a sudden just uploaded a resume, thinking that it was just going to be to that particular company, but hey, that's how stuff get leaked, man.
Yes, sir.
Anyway, um, but more importantly is that when you have a paid subscription to Virus Total, you can go in and see the files that people have uploaded. So
Oh,
not only does Google, the company, can see it, any any person who has a paid subscription to Virus Total could see uploaded files. So imagine if I was a malicious person and you was uploading files at your job thinking that, okay, um let's just make sure it's clean and it
mhm.
has sensitive information on it.
Yes, sir.
Ain't that messed up? And anyway, um so but this still is a wonderful tool to use when it comes to getting a hash of a file and then making sure that it checks among the top vendors on if it's malicious or not. From what the study says, they are checking among 75 different vendors. So do me a favor, in the top where it says URL, IP address, and domain, type in espn.com, just so we get a good understanding that, hey, what a clean website looks like. And we could see, as you scroll down, um, all of these different antivirus companies have checked this, have deemed this website to be clean for the most part. There's no hidden links in there that would be malicious. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Now I'm gonna drop something in the chat, and I want you to copy and paste. I gotta get to it again. I want you to copy and paste this into, excuse me, into virus total. So in the chat, I'm gonna put this website, and let's copy and paste that into where you have ESPN.com.
Oh, yeah. I don't know if this one's set up as
Oh, with being able to copy and paste in.
um
Troubleshooting time.
yeah. I try to remember how to do this.
It'll be in the inputs, I believe.
Should be. That's it right there. Still want to do it. I think that was try something. Still want to do it. That's really how you're supposed to do it.
Isn't drag and drop. Go over to input. Keyboard. No. Mouse integration.
Carrot, yeah. What is this? What guest to host to guest? You put it in a host computer.
But if you had bi-directional, it should work both ways.
Yeah, I'm wondering if in order for it to take effect, I would have to turn it
Stop
off
and
and
start
turn it
it.
back on. Yeah, and I hate doing that. I mean, it won't take a moment to boot back up, but then you got to cut that video. And
Well, I'm gonna edit it anyway, so it don't matter.
okay, let me terminate this connection, restart it. Sorry about that.
No, you good. You good. Give me a chance to open up these crackers.
Let me restart the machine. Settings. Is it user interface? All right, booting it back up. Hopefully this will work. Come on, buddy. I need that 32 gig of RAM type speed that Gabe got.
Yeah, I know, right?
My HP got compared to the MacBook, the HP got some RAM on it, but 32 gig is a whole nother beast right there to deal with. I wonder how much
Yeah.
that's.
Well, I know them gaming laptops or those gaming desktop. I don't know if he's on a desktop. Look like he's on a desktop.
Yes,
If I
sir.
had to guess, but the RAM is what you're paying for.
Mhm.
Every time I seen um anything over 16 is touching a grand or more.
I think the best time to get that though is what is it? The tax-free holiday when they're going back to school.
Yeah.
That's the best time to get it right there. Cause that's when I bought my HP. I'm thinking about. I had hoped to have me a job by this, so I could just pay out of pocket and get me a updated MacBook and sell my old one to freshmen going to college because it got 8 gigs of RAM and 120 gigabyte solid state hard drive. So that's all they really need first year college.
Yeah.
Right.
And really, I'm kind of hesitant, stagnant on buying any kind of heavy duty laptop just because I think with so much stuff going to the web, onto the cloud,
Yes, sir.
I really think once they get like a super duper Chromebook type thing going on, and with Apple, I think it's going to be replaced by the iPad before you know it.
The iPad Pro. What's that? I
Yeah.
think they got a new one called iPad Max that's coming out this year.
Oh yeah.
Seen some others would be specs on it, but I'm like you. That makes sense because I mean, basically, my iPad Pro is pretty much the one I have now. It's an older model, 2020 model, but it's like a Chromebook.
Yeah, if you could put enough memory in it, and have people save to the cloud instead of on a directly device, you could buy a cheap little mouse and keyboard to go with it, and you could take it everywhere you want. And the only thing you really needed to do is just communicate with with the iPhone, and you're good to go. So
See, that's the thing I don't have. I don't have the iPhone. I refuse to get one of them.
I was on the iPhone trip, and then I tried my for the first time I tried a Galaxy, and I've been missing out.
On the iPhone or the Galaxy?
The Galaxy is a beast.
Welcome back to the good team.
Man, I didn't know that Apple. I didn't know the iPhone didn't do as much until I got on the Galaxy.
Do you have a 24 now, or you?
Oh man, I got a 22. My
Okay,
wife got the 24.
Oh yeah, how she like that one? Because that one got integrated AI in it.
Man, she don't use that stuff, man. I just be looking at that joint like so much untapped power just sitting there stagnant.
Yeah. Did you get the? How do they market the 22? It's up to 12 gigs of RAM, but you never get to that threshold. I've never gotten to mine.
No, I think I got a bare. I think I got the. I don't know. I got 12. I want to say, but I ain't too sure.
Mine is 12. It's supposed to be 12 gigs with 512 gigabytes of hard drive space, but you never really access the 12 gigs of RAM. I get up to 8, and then I just go ahead and clear the cache because it slows down tremendously. But with the 24, it is dedicated 12 gigs of RAM.
Let's see.
Buying a mini computer though, that's all it is.
That's all it is, man. When I hooked it up to my monitor, and Dex came on, and I hooked it up to my keyboard and my mouse, and I was like, oh snap, this ain't nothing but a Chromebook.
Pretty much.
So I'm like, I was wondering because that's my whole thing. I want to clear off my work desk and have a minimum footprint as much as possible. But for right now, I got to keep with the laptops. But if I could, I would just hook it up to the Galaxy phone and then just run everything like that. But I can't do like Zoom calls with you guys like that. I'll be taxing the phone. But I know it is eventually would get to that point.
All right, so I think I got it now. Let's go back into this. This private window. Let's hope it works.
They got you on the typo squatting.
You got me the typo squad? Oh.
Yeah, switch that around.
It's total virus, right?
Virus total.
Oh, okay. Yep. That's the reason why I didn't go through.
It'll be like, oh, yeah, got him.
That. Here's in chat. No. Oh.
Still no.
Still won't work. I'm sorry, Mr. Mitchell. The only other thing I can think of is I will have to actually do it this time. It's not pulling from
give me 1 second. Let me think about it. Open up. Can you get to a Gmail on this virtual machine?
Yeah, I have to log into my Gmail account. Send it to myself as like an email.
Or you could put it in like use Google Drive or Google Docs, and we could just copy and paste within the virtual machine. You know what I mean?
Okay. Let's see if I can find it.
Just open up another tab. Type in Google. And maybe you want to do it in if you remember your password for the Metro Tech Google account you got.
Okay. Yeah, I got it in my phone. Oh, I meant to tell you. Somebody in California, and I don't use this debit card except for 2 places, but somebody in California got my debit card number for one of my bank accounts. I was with my aunt. Hold on, let me pull this up. And I got a fraud alert. Somebody tried to join some kind of LA Fitness 24-hour center using one of my debit cards, which I've only used at 2 places.
Hey, did they change your number or they
Yep,
just?
they can't the card and I'm trying to find the thing. There you go.
So when you get logged into that, I'm going to start a chat with you. And sometimes this is how you work around those issues when it comes to virtual machines. Because you're right. Since we're all right, so go to those 9 looking dots. Yeah, let's go to chat. And I never use chat, but okay, you see where I just my name down there.
Okay, let me this.
Test. Okay, so keep that open. I'm gonna send you that so you could copy. But like I said, yes, you're right. You since we're working with something malicious, you do want to be in a virtual machine.
Yes, sir.
Um, but a lot of times it may not have the bells and whistles set up. But just keep in mind that it is connected via the cloud in somehow, some way. So we can always go through the cloud and get around those, you know, copy and paste type of deals.
Okay.
And it'll be that third symbol when you right click on that again.
The mouse don't there. Oh yeah. It's not gonna
All right, you see those ellipses, those three dots that's in a row. Click on
mhm.
that.
Copy it.
Copy link, and then throw it over there to Thingney.
Yeah.
Nothing.
It still won't
Try you doing Control V or
yes, sir.
just a right click.
Mm. Even within it still wasn't
Okay, open up a open up a no go down into the middle of it and where in the middle of the web page and see where it says URL. Back up a little bit above that, and then click on that tab, and then try to put it in the middle of it. Control V.
Nope.
Odd. Okay,
Anyway,
open up a notepad.
let's see. Ooh, that is not what I meant. Now it's starting to slow down.
Yeah, that joke again. See if you can paste it in there, just in Bing.
Nope.
It didn't copy it then. I don't think. Well, maybe let's go back to it. Let's go back to it. And this might be the security of Google stepping in, knowing that it's a not malicious site, but it has malicious things on it.
All right, so now I gotta try to distinguish this from mine. Is this no? That's not what I want to do.
Got a lot of things going on.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I see what I'm looking at now. Hold on. I know what I did wrong. I had to cause the bottom panel threw me off a little bit. I was like, which one is mine?
That's what I say. I say, hey, close everything.
All right. Now I need to find where it went at. Drag and drop operation from detail. You just not showing me this?
It looked like it was hidden the whole time though.
It was not supported by guests. Make sure the guest additions are properly installed and running. All right. I need to make a note to myself to do that. That's the reason why it didn't work. So I might have to update the iOS file that supports that and then reinstall the drag and drop. Okay. All right. So now that I got that out of the way, let's get back to what we were doing. And what did you want me to do now?
Notepad.
Okay.
And it might not a copy because it's in those private that private tab. So you know what? Since it's in the open up a regular um
Regular
Really?
tab.
Yeah.
Nope.
Well, we might have to close out of all of this, and we may have to log into Google again. But let's just close all of this,
Okay.
and let's go to Google. And let's log into Google Mitchell Tech. Yeah, two-factor.
Come on, come on, come on.
Okay, and go to the chat. Scroll down.
This one right here is copy.
Yeah, copy. Yep, copy. Go to open a different tab and go to virus total. Throw it up in there.
Yep, same thing.
Hey, all right, yo, just type it in. EICAR.org.
EICAR.
EI.
Oh, I did IE. EICAR.org.
.org, yes. And hit enter. That should see it. All right. So here's the difference. So when you scroll down, you can see it's different than everything else that we've been seeing on Virus Total. We
Mhm.
see that one vendor has said that, hey, this is a malicious site. And theoretically, they're right. Now, what we're going to do is open up another tab and then open up that site. Go to eicar.org, and I'm gonna show you this site.
Okay.
Now, you'll be at work and you'll be like, hey, is it malicious or not? Because 76 of different people said it's not malicious. Go ahead and hit that X right there. 76 different people said it wasn't malicious, and then only one said it was malicious. You go to the website because eventually, even at work, you're gonna have to at least go to these sites to see if it's malicious or not, unless it's just it wowed it all the way out and just like, no, I'm not going there. Adult sites or gambling sites or something like that. You know what I mean?
Yes, sir.
But if you don't really know what this is, then you don't know if it's malicious or not. And from what you see, what this is a site. As you scroll down, this is a site that allows you to download and test malware on different systems.
Oh.
So, in essence, they're trying to help you because, hey, we have something that every vendor should know about. And so it should, if you are able to download this, it should go ahead and fire off and said that, it should block and quarantine this file before it gets down to your hard drive.
Mhm.
So, but I wanted to show in Virus Total how one vendor may not have been up on the latest and may see this as a malicious file.
Yes, sir.
So, or a malicious site. But always good to have if you wanted to test out. Let's say if you get your job and they say, "Hey, we're going to bring in a new vendor for antivirus. We want you to test it out." Well, how do you test it out? Keep this website in mind on how to test out a particular antivirus to see if it actually works.
Okay, so
Because
let's try that in theory. Let's see something here.
make sure you putting in Trend Micro, like, oh yeah, okay.
Okay, I like this.
And so that's a good way to see, like I said, if you had a file and you wanted to check it against 75 different people, different companies that do this for a living, then yeah, you could check it right here in Virus Total and see what's the problem with it.
Yes, sir.
So now let's get down to some other sites that are. So let's go in Trend Micro, go back, clear it out, and type in 777.com.
3 7s.
Yep. So you may get something like this, or in our case, I seen this at the banking institution I was at. This is a gambling site. Okay. So your policy may say, hey, we don't support you ain't got no business being on a gambling site at work. So we shouldn't allow that. This category should be blocked. The way you see that category is in the details section there. So go ahead and click on details, and you see how each website has a category,
Yes, sir.
and I forget what categories, all the categories they have, but I think it's maybe about 40 different categories. And gambling is something that pretty much every business is going to block across the board, unless you work for MGM Grand or something like that. You know what I mean? Like it's going to be something crazy like that, or you work for Prize Picks, or what's the gambling fantasy sport thing?
DraftKings.
Who?
DraftKings.
DraftKings. You know what I mean? So those categories play a big part when it comes to web browsing, and then what people can see and what they can't see, because it's easy for me to teach a class and say, hey, make sure you block 777.com. And but you as a security professional, you as a smart guy, you'll say, well, that's not the only gambling site out there. But and it's, you could think there's maybe millions of gambling sites out there. Well, you can't block all of them, but you can block these categories.
That's what I
Okay.
was about to ask you next. Is like you said, you can't block all of them. You could block categories, right?
Right. And if that category, if when you register your website to be online, they when you register with GoDaddy or um, Squarespace, they're going to ask you, what category are you? What are you doing? Is this for IT? Are you selling products? Are you going to be in the marketing field, the marketing category? And this is how they put you in these columns.
Okay.
So this is, how we're going to base people off of, okay, if we're working for a school, yeah, for sure. We're going to block violence, um, adult, um, maybe drinking, drugs. You may even want to block the category for some medical sites. And what I mean by that is we had a special case where this was back when Trump was about to get into the office, and abortion was a big thing. And so we didn't want our employees getting into fights about abortion.
Okay.
So what we do? Well, and before anybody loses their mind behind what the president is going to say, we just go ahead and block that whole abortion or that medical category because we're a financial institution. Yeah, we'll see if anybody yells about it. We'll go ahead and shut that whole sector down.
And so that'd be like something y'all have like Monday morning meetings, like, hey, this could be a potential issue. I
Yeah,
need IT and
perfect.
security to go ahead and block this these keywords.
Yeah, so like uh every 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 Monday where I'm at now, every Monday at 10 we have a team meeting and we'll say what we're working on, any concerns that we bring up, what have you. And that'll be something that you bring up. Hey, I seen in the AT&T outage. Hey, I had it, I'm pretty sure everybody's aware of the AT&T outage. Just be on the lookout for different phishing scams that may come out of that. And just to kind of keep everybody up, their guards up, make sure we pivot right. But this is how you get everything under an umbrella, and you're not just trying to block one particular site.
Yes, sir.
Because while everybody may know of 777.com, everybody might not know about DraftKings.
Okay.
Especially, what I'm saying, if you're older guy, you're not even really into social media type of platforms. You think social media is the big four: Twitter, Instagram, da da da. And it's not you being a social media type of platform.
Yes, sir.
So that's categories. Okay, now let's get into the heavy stuff here. Now, these next three, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna throw all of these into the chat. Right? And we're just gonna go one by one. Well, let's just go one by one. I'll just throw one at a time.
Okay.
Because this first one is a is a um is a site where they spoof Facebook. Let's see if we can and you may need to type it out if it's not going to let you copy it correctly. And then, if it won't let you copy it correctly, then, let's just go ahead and type it out and beat the odds there. But just, yeah, let's look at it in virus total first.
Okay.
All right, so you see how bunch of people flagged this one, right?
Okay.
You
Yeah.
got phishing, malicious, and you got some of the big dogs saying that it's malicious and phishing. Go back, you see Bit Defender is a big dog, Fortinet is a big dog, Kaspersky, that's a big dog. All of these it's on their radar. They're probably gonna, block this before we even get to it,
Okay.
right? So that's the great thing about it. But if you're at work, you see something like this, oh, for sure, yeah, I'm blocking this. And that'll be step 2 of what we're gonna do. So keep this in mind. But as you can scroll down and see, pretty much everybody blocked it, right? Or they say it's malicious. Now here's the thing. This is a little tidbit, right? You see these people that says it's clean?
Yes, sir.
These are probably the people that you probably don't want to bring in as a vendor for your new antivirus.
It's especially what is this criminal IP? Oh, okay, all right.
You know what I'm saying? And it's like, okay, and Acronis should know better.
Yes, sir.
They're a big dog, and it's not on their radar. And maybe, benefit of the doubt, Maybe they didn't update their database just yet. Let's keep scrolling down. Let's see who else missed out on it. You know, the funny thing is, open fish says it's clean, but that's who I got this website from. So okay, and maybe it's, you know, it's the part of the failure on Virus Total, and they don't have it updated just yet. But either way,
Yes, sir.
oh man, now it's just now coming up with your with your errors.
Yes, sir.
But okay, so yeah, that's where you may get some people saying that it's malicious, some people saying that it's not. Scroll back up to the categories. Let's take a look at those real quick. So those categories, let's go to details. And now we done changed. Now, even if they started off as a Facebook spoof, they said that, hey, we were social media at first, but now since it's deemed to be a phishing site, they changed the category of the site, which is great. Because now as a security professional, you know to look in this and say, okay, I'm going to put this in this group of phishing and malicious sites. Okay. More importantly, let's scroll down. We want the IP address. So scroll back up just a little bit. And let's just remember those A records right there, those two A records.
All right.
So what we're going to do in our second part, we're going to take these two IP addresses and we're going to block all incoming and outgoing traffic coming to and from those IP addresses.
Okay.
You get what I'm saying? So now,
Firewall.
remember, say it again.
On the firewall, we're gonna block those two IP addresses coming in and coming out.
Correct. That way we don't worry about any type of traffic. If they were, let's say, you remember when before we started and before you suggested the virtual machine, I said I don't know if they're listening.
Yes, sir.
Well, if we block it at the firewall, then we cut that communication.
Okay.
You dig what I'm saying? So that's the reason why we want to look at those A records and get that IP address, and then we'll take that and put it in on our firewall. So go back up to the categories one more time, and I want to show you one more thing.
Okay, 1 second. Let me write down these IP addresses right quick.
Okay. And make sure you say that this is for fake Facebook.
Okay. All right. And you said scroll back up to
the categories real quick. So now you see community. Click on community. Now the good thing about the free version of Virus Total is that they'll still let people come in here and give community suggestions about those malicious sites or clean sites or whatever, however you want to put it. And this one doesn't have a particular comment yet. You can log in and say, hey, this site is a phishing site confirmed by OpenFish, and leave it there for anybody who may have any doubts, because they only had one person said that it was malicious, but they deemed it, they just don't know just yet, right?
Yes, sir.
So you can always look and see what they're saying about it in the community section. Now, let's see if you can copy that address from the top and throw it into a tab, and let's go to it and let's see what it actually looks like.
Nope, still won't let me. I don't
know what's going on with it. I think that might be the settings all the way in that the settings in that that VM.
I probably have to break it down and start it back over again from scratch.
Well, let's type it in. And let's go there. Um, and you're gonna get the big red screen. Should maybe hit refresh. It should have gave you something. There you go. All right. So what do we see here? Google, not Google, but Chrome has already seen that this is probably a dangerous site. Matter of fact, this is by Microsoft Defender.
Mhm.
All right. So this site has been reported as unsafe, right? Because we already confirmed that. Microsoft recommends that you do not continue to the site. It has been reported to Microsoft containing phish threats and may try to steal personal and financial information. We're going to click on more information. They give you more explanation about a phishing device, phishing sites, and we're gonna go to continue to unsafe site, not recommended. And this is what we may have to refresh again. This is why I don't like
Virtual machine?
Edge. No, Edge.
Oh, Edge. Oh, okay. Yeah. It's blocking everything.
Open up. Do you got Chrome on this virtual machine?
No, I can put it up here, but I
No, don't
don't.
worry about it. Open up. I seen Firefox though, right? Firefox will pretty much let you get away get away with everything. Throw it up in the Firefox. See if you could paste in Firefox. I wonder if it was just the Edge thing that was messing with us.
Oh, the chat. Let's test this chat out first. See if that works. No, it didn't work.
Yeah.
That
Let's
worked.
see what Chrome talking about.
Okay, I spelled it.
And put HTTPS :/ at the front.
Oh, I did the same thing. All right.
Mm-hmm.
That is GAR, right?
GARAZ. Sorry.
GAR.
Z.
Oh, okay.
.com.pl / All right, yeah. Now, let's try it again. Let's see if we can continue on to the site. See details. And ignore the risk and go to unsafe site. Click on the ignore the risk. Because we're trying to learn here, Firefox. Man, oh man. All right. Unshare your screen real quick. Let me show you on my side.
Yes, sir.
Matter of fact, we'll just do that.
You sure?
No, I'm not. You still gonna drive. I'm just gonna show you what it looks like on my
okay.
side.
Okay, I think I'm still signed into. You want me to stay signed into TeamViewer on the virtual machine?
On a version, yeah. They sign in and everything.
Okay.
I'm just gonna show you how it looks.
Okay.
So I'm going to take it, copy the address, and then I'm going to throw it over here to my guest. This is what you see. All right. So off the rip, you can see it, right?
Yes, sir.
Off the rip, you can see that one is already going to tell you that this is a dangerous site. This is not going to go anywhere. But the funny thing is that the certificate is good.
Yeah, that's what I was about to ask you about.
This is, sometimes you can't really go off of that, and you have to be careful. And if you see someone on a site that's using HTTP, or if it's deemed to be dangerous, we're just not going to put anything into this site.
Mhm.
Now, I don't know if it downloaded anything on the back end of my PC, but I'm not worried about it. But what I'm not going to do is you could put things into this, right? And I could put something here and hit that, and it would react as if I'm putting in the wrong materials. And it would ask me to do it again. Hold on, so let's see what Google says, because I don't know what it says. Server is overloaded. Please try again later. It already took my credentials. You get what I'm saying?
Yep.
So now somebody might look at that like, I'm trying to get into Google. It looks the part. That's how Google. Google. I'm trying to get into Facebook. It looks the part. Got the colors right. This looks similar to what happens, but you don't see your profile picture or anything like that. It even gives you a place where you can go in and I think this is the forgot password link, but it does nothing. But you don't know what it's doing. You see those links at the bottom of my webpage?
Yes, sir.
This where it says MTP m.facebook/click.
Yes, sir.
Like, I don't know what that's doing. You know what I mean? It could be reaching back out to a home server somewhere. You get what I'm saying? So this is a perfect example of a phishing site, a spoof site, live out here in the wild.
Okay.
Look good too.
Yeah.
All right. So that's the first one. You go ahead and I'm gonna stop sharing and you share yours again. We're gonna put in the second one. The second one is for Yahoo.
Yes. Did you put
So
that in the?
I
Oh
put
man.
it in the chat, the Google chat. And you can close these out. Yeah, close these out. All right. And then that Google chat. And let's just go ahead and let's throw it in virus total so we can see that it is malicious and that it's
This one
been
right here. HJ88.
yes. And while it says that, it's going to redirect you to a spoof site that looks like Yahoo.
Pages developed. What was that? Oh boy, my brain is getting old. I used to be
Yeah.
able to look at it once and remember it and go on about my business. Pages. Now I gotta go back a couple of times, make sure. Did I see that right?
All right. No matches found. Cool.
Yeah, I put that in there, right? HJAA pages develop backslash.
Put in the HTTPS. There you go.
Ooh.
Everybody seen this? Except for Cronus.
Okay, yeah. I forgot about that. Yeah.
Cronus.
Is that so? Cronus supposed to be one of the big guys in
They're a big dog. I put them. They on the job board that I showed you earlier.
Man.
So if
not
you get a job with a Cronus, I'm gonna be like, hey, Chris, what y'all doing over there, man?
Yeah. We're not updating the definitions up there, it seems.
That's what it looked like. You know, if everybody else up on it, I mean, Fortinet up on it, and Acronis should be, I think, bigger than Fortinet.
So let me ask you this, Mr. Mitchell. What do each company has different criteria for labeling what is malicious and phishing? Could it be that this website isn't meeting their definition of what is phishing?
Could be. I can't answer that across the board, but yeah, it could be that. But I'm going off of the signatures that it has. If we take, and maybe it just hasn't come to their knowledge that they needed to check that website just yet.
Okay.
Or maybe they don't have a big enough team to update the database.
Yeah, that's true.
So I can't really say the reason why they're not. And I'm picking at Acronis, and they still a big dog, even if I'm picking at them. But you know, when we check this last website, and if they still haven't, that's 3 different phishing websites we've seen, and they still haven't updated none of them, then I might take them off my job board, because it's just kind of like, I don't want you working at a spot where it's like your clients is going to be like, man, you got us hacked.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
So throw this up in a try to go to this in a browser, that web page, see if it lets you go there. And we don't have to try it in Firefox. We can keep it in Edge, and
okay.
If I need to share, I'll share again.
Didn't mean to do that. Chrome back up. Oh, yeah, no, there we go. It's Firefox, yeah.
Mm-hmm. I know the risk. Nothing. All right.
Stop sharing.
Yeah. And so this is what this one looks like. No, that's not what I want. Get out of here. Because I just looked at this. My guest still open?
Just like Yahoo sign on.
Go ahead. Put your email in there and see what you get. You know what I mean? But look at that photo. No obfuscation, no dots.
Yeah.
It shows you straight password.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
I mean, even if I overlook this, everything looks the same. I'm just kind of drowsy for the day. I'm just kind of going through the motions. And you'd be like, I ain't had to hit the I to see my password. They just got it open like that. Oh, well, hit next. You go to
Yep.
Yahoo's acting kind of weird today. That's weird. That's odd. They never did that before. Look at that, still spinning. Hit forgot password. What'd that do? Nothing. Hit help. What'd that do? Ew. So they even got it to where did this just throw me to the legit what Yahoo? It seemed like it did.
They got to be a spoof number because if it's doing all that, and when you try to log in, it take you to a 404 page because it's already have your credentials. I'm guessing that number can't be real.
Want to call it?
It got to be a voice over IP that's rerouted to whoever made this fake website.
I can't trust anything right about now, because as you can see, my danger sign went away.
Yeah.
And if I hit sign in, see, this is different. You get what I'm saying? But if we go back a couple of places, back on my man page, it's still trying to log in. But he probably see this link here is probably linked to a legit Yahoo page.
So, let me ask you: would this be the definition, a true definition of a man in the middle?
No.
Okay.
This is spoofing.
Okay. All right.
This is spoofing, typo squatting. Okay. Not really typo squatting. This is spoofing and phishing.
Okay. All right.
Man in the middle
was he put. I mean, the website is obviously fake, but when you put in your credentials, it goes to, I guess, whoever designed the website, as opposed
to the hacker.
Yeah, the hacker, as opposed to hitting the actual Yahoo server itself.
Right. And I get what you got that's the concept, but man in the middle is live.
Okay.
Man in the middle is like he been on this phone call the whole time, listening to our whole conversation and never said anything. And everything that we've been, going passing back and forth, he's been looking at it the whole time.
Okay, I got you.
Man in the middle is more of you running a Wireshark testing in a a Starbucks cafe versus anything else. That's you sitting on that web traffic, snooping, sniffing the network, looking at the traffic.
Okay.
This is just sitting out here like a fish. It's a bait. It's a piece of bait sitting in the middle of the lake, just seeing who bites. Oh, you bit. All right. Thank you.
I got you.
Now, now let me bring it home to you. Stuff like this is how you get people's debit cards.
Yeah.
Just saying. You know what I'm saying? It's like they take information, not saying that you went to a spoof site, but in order to get something closer to your debit card being intercepted, they had to get something close to you.
Yes,
they had to have some kind of information about you. So what I would suggest to you is that bank that you got that debit card for, even though they're going to send you a new card, you probably want to change that using that password for that banking system.
Okay, I'll do that then.
Because if you went to a banking page that looked just like this and put in your username and password, and be like, that didn't work. Oh well, keep it moving.
The only problem is I don't use that card online. I use that card physically.
Okay, I'm not saying that that's what happened.
Okay.
I'm just giving the example of, hey, I've seen it. It could go this way.
Yes, sir. Okay.
So
And I'll change that password then.
That's what I would do.
Okay.
Either that or, somehow, some way, because you gotta you gotta look at it like they're able to get 16 digits and an expiration date and that security code
Mm-hmm.
linked back to you and your address. That's sitting somewhere for somebody else to see.
Yes,
And
sir.
they tried to go to a doggone gym, a gym to get it ran through. That's
In
crazy.
California at that.
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, that was perplexing to me because I'm like, dude, the only place I use that at is the liquor store on Killian Road. I just go.
I ain't gonna say that. I
So
ain't gonna say that. But it may be, careless on their part.
mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And you can't help that.
Yes,
But
sir.
what you can try to do is do what you can. And so the most you could do right now is change the password. At least change the password.
Yes, sir. I do that today.
All right, let me get this off because I don't know. He may be listening to he may be doing a man in the middle joint while this thing been spinning the whole time. All right, so I'm off. All right.
All right.
So, did you get? Go ahead and share your screen again and
You still
copy
sharing
down.
yours.
Oh my bad. Copy down those IP addresses for that last page, and then this is the last site.
Oh wait, hold on. It was
colon / change that semicolon. HJAA pages.dev/. Yep.
and that one has 3 community notes, it seems.
Yeah, let's see what the community say. "27 days ago. Newly observed. These people out here in the wild today. This URL is presented in a sinking yacht antivirus anti-phishing list. Dang it, man. Well,
So
Cronus need to get up on it, man.
this right here, the 19 out of 93, that means there's 19 reports of phishing versus 93.
Yeah.
That's not.
Yeah. And it could be of those the ones that didn't report, could be several reasons. We're gonna take that servant IP address and copy that down.
Okay.
Could be several reasons why they ain't updated. Don't take virus total as the end all be all. It's
Yes,
not, but it can hold heavy because it's Google.
yes, sir.
Google's gonna always be held in that regard.
And that was fake Yahoo.
Yep. Fake Yahoo. This last one is a fake. I didn't write it down. I don't know. But I think it's AT&T. That was weird. That was you?
Yes, sir. Yeah, it just let me know the message came through.
Well, I was about to say. You about to see me come out of character for real. All right, man, let's get off the thing.
Let's see here. That is Brandon. Nice.
I knew I shouldn't have showed Chris these doggone sites, man. We done got hacked. What to do?
Let's see. I'm just writing this down so I don't have to go back and forth.
Yeah. But this one's the reason why I wanted to show this one because they use Wix. And Wix is like Squarespace and GoDaddy or any one of these web browsing sites that allows you to build a site.
Okay.
But yeah, this is good training, man. I think that I'm gonna do this for a lab for the class too.
Yes, sir.
And I don't know how they'll feel about doing this on their own. We'll see. I gotta think about it more.
I mean, if they can spin up a virtual machine, that one. Oops. Is that right? Yeah.
Yep, that is. So 8 people said that it was. Now, Pete, this. Of course, hold on. Acronis didn't. No, they said it was clean. All right, so Acronis is not. But look at Fortinet. Fortinet. I think Fortinet reported on each one of these sites.
Yes, sir. Yep.
And Fortinet is climbing. Kaspersky is up there too. But look at some of the big dogs that didn't report on this one. Scroll down a little bit. Bitdefender.
Mm-hmm.
Is Google on that? Go down a little bit more. ForcePoint didn't do anything. Google didn't say anything. Jupiter didn't say anything. So you have these. Is the community saying something about it?
That was my next thought. You read my mind. Nope, they ain't got no notes on it.
So, and this came off of Open Fish. Let me show you. Go ahead and record the IP address while I show you what it looks like. So you'll come here, right? Here, let's say, I throw this link somewhere in an email somewhere and say, hey, I've been working on your website, but I'm having some issues with this certain piece of it. Do you mind logging in and just taking a look and correcting, this, that, and the third? And it takes you here. You get your classic, hey, we don't know what's going on page. And all of these are clickable. But it's so important for us to, pay attention to these obvious informations here to say, hey, this is a dangerous site. But you can click on these, and now I don't know. See, this is where we say it again.
It changed up in the URL browser. It don't have dangerous anymore.
Right. So it's just like I don't know. I'm not too sure what's going on here.
So best practice would be to just not mess with that, right?
Yeah, that would be my suggestion. Just let's not input, like, for any one of those that we seen that was phishing.
Mm-hmm.
We don't need to input anything.
Okay.
But just in case they install something that we was not aware of, then we need to make sure we block those things at the firewall. And so you may be asking, well, Mr. Mitchell, how do you know if he's putting something on your computer right now? Well, you and me have user access control. And what that means is that, and I'm going to go ahead and get off of this.
Okay.
User access control means, how when you want to install an application on a Windows machine, it asks you, okay, put in a username and password for it.
Mm-hmm.
That's automatically on any Windows machine, unless you tell it not to be.
Okay.
and there's a setting to say, hey, nah, you know what? I don't think nobody will get on here. You could just install anything without, asking for authentication. But since we have those things automatically defaulted on, then I'm not worried about anything installing on the back end without my knowledge that it's not there, that I put it there.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And also, let me show this and share this too. To be even more careful on it, I can always go to the control panel here and look at the uninstalled programs here. What was the latest thing installed? Latest thing that was installed was Microsoft Edge WebView 2 runtime. I don't know where this came from, but I just ran updates. So it might have came in on the updates. And we talked about Exidium that I wanted something installed there. So if I see anything new based off of the install date, then I can say, oh, snap, something got hold to me.
Yes, sir.
And I can get it off here. All right. So go ahead and share your screen and let's pull up on that virtual machine. Let's pull up your firewall.
You still showing yours.
Hey, my bad. All right, go ahead.
Late. I have to keep distinguishing between the my Windows icon and their Windows icon.
Yeah. So type in firewall. Scroll up. I can't see that. Oh no. No, let's look back for it in the start menu again. And you see Windows Defender Firewall. Yep. Okay. So this will be a host firewall. You could block it at the network side of it, but we're going to block it here for time's sake. And, just to kind of get you still in that realm of writing rules for firewalls. So we're going to say advanced settings. And this is your rule set. So remember, we have the IP addresses.
Yes,
and so we don't need to know your IP address because we're on the host. We don't need to know that part. But we don't want anything talking to those websites, and we don't want to receive anything from that website, right? So anything to it will be outbound. Anything from it will be inbound.
Okay.
So let's go into inbound rules. And we're going to say new rule off to the right. And we're going to say this is a custom rule. And hit next. All programs. Scroll up a little bit so it can be right in the middle. Okay. Drop. Well, it could be any prototype.
Okay.
Because if you drop down that protocol type, let's just say we wanted to keep it with IPv4. That's cool, but or IPv6.
Mhm.
We don't know what pack protocols that they're using, and we're not going to take the time to try to look at any type of traffic coming from them or going towards them. So we're going to block any and everything.
Okay.
So let's go ahead and hit next. And throw in our these addresses, which yeah. So all the addresses that you collected, yep. Um,
All right, let's start with the last one, which was Brandon.
mm-hmm.
Okay. And then just hit OK.
Yep.
And then
Right.
keep adding the rest.
There you go. Now, if we wanted to be granular with it, we can do one IP address for each rule
Yes, sir.
and name each rule differently. But since all of these are phishing sites, man, just lump them all in. And when we find more, we just come back to this rule and put in more addresses. Get what I'm saying?
Okay.
Now, customize interface to which this rule applies. Which remote IP address does this apply to? Let's say any. Hit next. And I'll let you decide what we want to do.
This includes connection that is protected with IPsec as well. Blocked connection.
There we go. And this will apply to all of those different domains.
Yes, sir.
And then we're going to name it.
So next.
Mm-hmm. So in the name of it, you could put something like block phishing domains. And then a good practice is to always put a description, a short description of why we're doing what we're doing. Only reason why is because when somebody comes behind you, and let's say if you're on vacation that day and they just started, then they can see exactly why you had a block in for those domains.
Yes, sir. Something like that.
Yep, look good to me. Hit finish. Congratulations. You just blocked those sites from communicating to that virtual machine.
That's doing it like the practicing like this with you makes it it looks easier than what I initially thought. I just have to remember the steps to go to get there. But
And that's what you do at work, right?
yes, sir.
So we may do this week at work, and then next week I might say, "Hey, man, I got 3 more sites for you." And we got a month after that. Hey, do you remember how to block those sites? Hey, block these 2. Hey, Shirley called from marketing. she says that we're blocking one. I know we marked it as malicious. Hey, take that block off. And how would you take it off for one of those sites? You would go back into that rule and just remove that IP address that's associated with that site.
Okay.
And that's all. We will still keep that rule in because, hey man, we just gonna lump everybody that we think is malicious. We're gonna lump them in here. We're not gonna communicate to them at all.
See, I like this. I do. Because I watched you block IP addresses.
Lesson 12, implementing host security solutions. So we're going to talk about some firmware upgrades that we need to do, making sure our endpoints on our desktops, our laptops are secure. And we're also going to talk about embedded systems when it comes to security for them. So we're going to start off with the first thing that happens whenever you hit the power button on your laptop or whatever device that you're trying to boot up. It goes through a checklist to make sure that the hardware that is connecting to is all authentic. And we call this the root of trust. So with every manufacturer, whenever they put a motherboard together, you want to make sure that everything is what is there that's supposed to be there and nothing is foreign to implementation. So in order to make sure that every hack is not done software wise, it may come down to someone putting an extra chip on your motherboard in order to route back traffic or information. So we want to make sure that the root of trust is checked and make sure that it is up to date when it comes to the firmware side of things, and making sure that it stays secure. So whenever we do boot up our systems, we can see if anything has changed. So what I want you guys to understand is that we do have different ways that we can boot into our systems. We can use a secure boot and a measure boot. And while these things are important, is rarely used in the real world. What I want you to really focus in on, and when it comes to your firmware or your secure boot, is getting to your firmware, making sure that it's up to date. Just in case when we're running regular operations and security, sometimes we may see how a manufacturer says, hey, we have put an update out for the firmware on these different devices, and we just might have those devices in our network. So we want to make sure that we can get to that boot up page and update those firmware as much as possible, because a lot of times the firmware page is so quick to where we really don't think about updating it or making sure that it's secure. We just go right to our OS. So I want you guys to really make sure that you keep an eye out for any type of vendor update. Keep an eye out for firmware updates, and making sure that you can get to your firmware page and then upload the latest update. Now, in some cases, you'll see where IT departments secure and encrypt the whole hard drive that's on a device. And while this is good, it also serves some problems when it comes to efficiency, when it comes to workload, or someone setting up the laptop really in a quick situation and then having to log in once for the encryption of the hard drive, and then log in twice to actually get into the PC, and maybe log in again to get to the VPN. So you can see how this can be cumbersome. But when we're talking about very sensitive information, encryption of the whole hard drive could be a thing that we want to do, just in case we're doing a lot of traveling. Let's say we're working for the government and we encrypt that hard drive because we're going to a lot of out of the country places, and let's say if we leave the laptop on a plane. Now if it's unencrypted, then someone can run a password cracker on the login screen, hopefully get in, and then look at all the information that we have there. But if it's encrypted from the hard drive standpoint, then they have to know that password first in order to get the keys, in order to unlock that encryption to get into it. So as we working in the security department or IT, we're going to deal with a lot of vendors. There's no way around it unless you just have everyone that really kind of does everything in your shop. But more than likely, you're going to probably have to go out and seek extra additional help via a vendor or a third party. And the thing that we want to remember when it comes to Security Plus is that what types of risks do they bring in into our environment? So do they practice the same security practices that we do? Because they may put in maintenance hooks and then come in at a odd hour at night in order to perform their tasks, or they may not use a VPN connection when it comes to remoting into your network. And so, if we want their services, we need to make sure our interview processes are well thought out and we understand what type of risks are we taking on when we're bringing on this cloud company, let's say. And let's say the cloud company does not have a backup to their backups, right? And so let's say, you know, the worst happens and they get hit with a natural disaster. Now their data center's down, your information is lost, and they don't have a way of getting back up. Now that impacts your business because you're waiting on your cloud supporter to get back up. And so that's a risk that you have to factor in and you have to take account for, that if um, our data is unavailable because vendor A is not available, what do we do? How do we suffice for that? How big of a risk should we want to take on that? And those are the type of things that we want to consider when, we're bringing in different outside services into our network. I think a lot of the things that we see on a normal basis is out of life systems and the lack of support when it comes to those end of life systems. A lot of places that I've been, they either are holding on to old software that's no longer supported. Maybe the company's not in business anymore, or they've been doing things so long in this way that they're not looking to upgrade or see a better way of doing things. The first thing that comes to my mind is when you go to a car dealership and they have the old inkjet printers, and it's doing the carbon side of paper, and it's printing like that. And I always wonder, why wouldn't a company just go to a regular printer that just prints out the regular paper? Now maybe it's the regulations that's holding them back. Maybe they don't have the money to upgrade into a higher standard. But it's when that old type of printer breaks, who's going to be able to support that? Who's going to be able to get you parts for that printer? Who's able to get you ink for that printer, for that matter, or paper? So it kind of leaves you in a bind when it comes to actually running your business. Do you have the materials to actually run your business? Now, when it comes to end of life, when it comes to software, PC wise, I see a lot of people who have Windows 7 XP, Windows 8 in their environment, and they're not they may not be in a position to buy the latest software, but they also may have employees who don't know how to work with the new software. So now the training comes into play, and you may lose production because we have to step back and train everyone again in order to work on this new system. So just be aware of that when working in the security field, that we want to push our latest and greatest out. But at the same time, we need to keep in mind that everyone is not ready to make the leap, the jump, and everybody's not trained to do so. So we need to make sure that our declining software is up to date as much as possible, but we also need to give them a deadline that, hey, we cannot go into a point where this is no longer supported. It's end of life. We must be gone by this date, and we must have people moved over. It's only this type of advice is only going to keep the business moving forward. So when you're doing that vetting out that process of bringing on a third party into your network, you want to make sure that you understand some of the agreements that we have in order to keep them honest and put everybody on the same level when it's time for them to provide a service to you. So you want to make sure you have a memorandum of understanding, a MOU. If you're dealing with something secretive, or we have some type of trade secrets, or we have some information that we don't want disclosed to the public, we may want to have a NDA. And the NDA, you have them sign it, and then we can give them the information of what we do on a daily basis. So if we have our competitors all of a sudden know our ingredients to our secret cookies, then we could say, hey, it was probably these vendors who we've been interviewing in order to know this type of information. Now, you also want to know about the service level agreement. What type of services are they going to provide, and what time frame are they going to provide it? So if we use them for a call center actions, is it going to be 24 hours? How long would they respond to an emergency? Things like that. We can all be on the same level of understanding when it comes to what they're actually bringing to the table. So creating a host hardening process is usually comes with taking off applications that we don't necessarily use, only giving permissions where necessary, and making sure that we we reduce the attack area for the attacker as much as possible. And what I mean by that is that we are just not giving our users the desktop or laptop straight out of the box and everything is enabled and they can do whatever they want. That's a good way of having a large landscape of things that a hacker could go in and take advantage of, such as Bluetooth, or certain ports may be open. We may have applications that we never use on our laptop that may become vulnerable because of end of life just happened for that company that's not in style anymore, and we haven't changed that application because for whatever reason, and so we haven't did a rollout to actually roll back that application and take it off people's machines, and so it's just sitting there, just not bothering anyone. But if someone was to get into the network, get onto that host and see that application, then they can say, oh, you know what, that host has been vulnerable for such and such. Let's take advantage of that and see what we can get. That's what we can eliminate by having a hardening process. We have a checklist of things that we want to go through and make sure that we manipulate on our devices to make sure that we close down things that we don't need, making sure that it becomes a harder attack vector for the hacker. Now, to kind of go into different types of software and different configuration factors that we want to go into that hardening process, is having a baseline of configurations, and also when it comes to the registry too. We can use software that keeps a baseline of applications on our network. These softwares, they look at everyone that's on the network and they see if you added a application or some type of let's say code or a different type of agent onto your machine, that it could roll back unto a known good state and say, hey, it uninstalled that application that you installed yesterday because that's not our baseline. And in order to keep things on a level playing field and to make sure that no one is bringing in new attack vectors, I'm going to roll back to our baseline configuration, and you're going to start doing your work today because I've given you everything that you need to do your job. Another important part about host management is making sure that we have patch management. So think about every device that we have on the network. needs to be patched and updated with the latest firmware, as well as OS patches and application patches, um, pretty much monthly on a monthly basis. And so making sure all these things are up to date and that we're not introducing any type of vulnerabilities because of the lack of patching is very important. Now, when you think of patching, I want you to think these are known vulnerabilities that are looking to be fixed through patches. When Microsoft gives you the warning and says, hey, it's time to patch your machine or update your machine, it's saying to you, hey, we noticed that there's something uh, bad with your machine to where a hacker could take advantage of and get information from you. Please apply this update and that will solve that issue. That happens on a monthly basis. Now, to your knowledge, we will always have patches. There will be no end to that. OSs is millions and millions of codes, lines of code, and so there's a good chance that someone's going to catch something every month if we have enough eyes to look at it. And so that's why we have different types of vulnerabilities coming out. That's why we have different patches coming out. But it's our jobs as security professionals to make sure that we patch those devices as quick as possible. Now, you heard me talk about some agents that we could put on our desktop or our laptop, and those agents talk back to some type of console in order to bring a service. In this case of hardening or keeping our endpoints protected, we want to make sure that we have antivirus malware protection on our PCs, and 9 times out of 10 that they're going to probably do a IDS and a IPS function. So remember, IDS is intrusion detection, and IPS is intrusion prevention system. And so these the antivirus will be able to detect, and it's also be able to prevent by blocking the virus. Right now, we also want to have something kind of like a DLP agent where it will see if any sensitive information is leaving uh, our laptop, and we want to make sure that it can be put in place too to detect it as well as prevent it from actually happening. So having these endpoint agents on our PCs is probably something that we want to put into our baseline configurations and making sure that they are up to date as well. So all these things we want to take into consideration when it comes to having patches and making sure that we are protected overall when doing our daily tasks. Now, as antivirus has evolved over the years, it still is lackluster in some type of way of actually containing a spread or a outbreak of a virus. So we have these things called EDR protections, and this is where we have more functionality when when it comes to an attack, and we can actually isolate. Devices on our network from being contacted from any other devices. So whenever our SOC, our security operations center, they contact us and say, hey, PC 123 is actually showing signs of this, that, and the third, we can use our EDR system to isolate it, basically kind of put it in its own silo within the network. Therefore, it cannot reach out to other PCs and affect them. But we can have a secure connection only to that PC in order to see what's going on with it and see if we can eradicate the problem before it gets out of control. So when we're talking about antivirus, more likely we're going to talk about a signature-based software that's going to download code that's similar to the malware that came onto the computer or would be coming onto the computer. They take this database that they download, these signatures, and they compare it to whatever files that you download or you add to your system. And then if they match, then they will flag it as a virus and quarantine it or delete it altogether. So this is what we mean by signature based, antivirus. Now, heuristic is getting a baseline to what's normal, and then anything that's abnormal, we will flag it as being malicious. We need to also be aware of embedded systems. These are things that could be low powered Internet of Things, things that we could just plug into our PC and maybe get some extra functionality out of them. I like to think of a smartwatch or kind of like a, not necessarily an Apple Watch because that has a lot of functionality, but let's say like a Garmin watch or a Fitbit. These kind of embedded systems, they can get attached to our network and then maybe transfer some things back and forth. So we need to be mindful of those and see if we need to actually put on more security by locking down our USB ports and not allowing them to connect to our end devices. Now, in the cities, you have these industrial control centers or systems, and these are things that's in place that's controlling some type of, let's say, water system that the city uses to give everyone a clean system of water. Now, these systems that control these mechanic operations, they are not your typical, Windows 11 or latest iOS product. It is a old operating system that can't take any type of update. There hasn't been any code to update them. When you think about it, in order to update them, we need to cut off the system that is supplying everyone in the city or town or what have you, and then upgrade that system. So it's kind of a catch 22 where we can't really do anything with them. So what we do is we will focus more on a physical side of security to make sure everyone doesn't have access to the system, making sure that it's in a secluded area and that is walled off, secured physically wise, in order for someone not to be able to get control of these systems and do any kind of harm. So like I mentioned with the water system, these systems also goes into, energy power plants, industrial, different types of facilities and logistic facilities. And can you imagine if someone were to get their hands on a system that could pollute the water that you and I drink? And there's nothing that we can see from it because we don't have those systems connected to the internet. So it's not going to give us a warning like that. We have to kind of just wait for the disaster to happen and actually react to it. But, in this case, we want to make sure that we take the precautions to, stop that before it actually happens. That's why we want to focus so much more on who has access to these systems and making sure that we vet them out. So I kind of touched on the Internet of Things earlier with the embedded systems, but just to kind of dive deeper into that, Internet of Things could be anything that connects to the internet and then desires some type of communication. And that could be, when you go to Lowe's and you see that new smart refrigerator that can connect to the internet and give you the morning page of the New York Times, and it can tell you what's in the refrigerator from whatever spot that you're at, because it can communicate to the router and the router can communicate to your cell phone while you're out in traffic. Well, it's so many things that's actually taking that type of characteristic where it needs to talk to the internet. As soon as you open it out of the box, it's looking for a Wi-Fi signal. And we have to be, as security professionals, we have to be aware of this coming into our network. We can bring things in from home and connect to our work internet. And now, from without your knowledge, you're letting another vector for a hacker to possibly get into, where we have everyone's wearing Apple Watches now, or we have some type of iPad that we're bringing into work, and these things need internet connection. I know the password for the enterprise network. I'm gonna just put it in and go ahead and connect my device so I can stay up to date. But like I said, these things bring in vulnerabilities also, because if we really think about it, who's actually have a up to date iPad or Apple Watch or even headphones for that matter. And are we teaching our users to update these things before they actually bring them in and connect to our network? So other endpoints that we may have is different types of products that we actually need to do business. And I talked a little bit about how car dealerships had old printers that needed to you know, print on old carbon paper. And those printers, 9 times out of 10, are sitting on the network. We also have VoIP phones that are voice over IP, using those as telephone devices. So we have different um, devices that we have not only with our iPads and our device laptops. We also have different types of keypads that we may use in order to give extra functionality to our actual business. But the thing with that is that we want to take those things into consideration when it comes to security. Yes, your laptop is secure, but what about the keypad that we use for our customers to actually key in their social security number or key in their PIN number to their bank card? Have we updated the software on the keypad? Have we updated the software on our phones? And making sure that no one can see the traffic coming in and out of that. In today's world, we're doing more things with cameras, and those cameras are able to upload the video directly to the internet or to your favorite social media site as soon as you hit stop. So those things, again, they connect to the internet and then they're able to send traffic out as soon as possible. And we also have this thing where drones are giving they're shooting footage and then they're able to send it to whatever cloud provider that they may be connected to. And all these things are great for functionality. They're great for the studio and they bring that extra um, efficiency to work. But when it comes to a security side of it and it comes to someone looking into hacking your network, these are open vulnerabilities flying around in the sky. And then, if we forget to patch those things or we forget to change the default passwords on those devices, then we stand a chance of being compromised just by having extra functionality in our workforce. One field that we don't want to overlook is the medical field when it comes to different types of devices and what they can do, from everything from thermometers to heart pacemakers, I'm sorry, or ear aids. These are different devices that could be have embedded systems in them, or they can be so smart to where they want to talk on the internet. And so we need to make sure that, especially in the medical field, that we take accountability of these things, because we don't want different devices going into surgery and having a chance of, soon as it hasn't been turned on in so many months because it's not necessarily used on a daily basis, but since we have this surgery today, we're going to use this type of device, and now once it turns on and someone's they're getting ready to have surgery, and now it goes into a reboot because it's updating automatically. We need to make sure that we have those things already ready to go. We take an accountability of these devices, and that we have them ready to go to avoid situations like that. So like I've been saying before through this whole class, is that we want to make sure that we take accountability of them and know that they need to be patched at some point in time, or to make sure that we are up to date and maybe they don't need to be patched for the next 4 years. But it's the fact that we're at a point now to where we know what firmware that needs to be updated, or if it's good to go for the next however time. And we probably need to check these things on a quarterly basis, every 3 months, and make sure that nobody's came out with a new update. And if you're talking about a OS, a normal operating system, we want to make sure we patch those things on a monthly basis. Or if not, if it's severe enough, we probably want to patch those things as soon as we learn about the patch. Okay, so just making sure that we take an accountability of those embedded systems, because again, those are gateways that we may not be aware of coming into our network. So the key points are to review. In this lesson, we went over firmware and we went over patches. That's mainly what we went over and over in each slide. But it was also, we also touched on endpoint security when it came to our devices. What things do we bring into the network? How can these things communicate with our routers and our other devices that we have on the network? How do we provide security for those things? And for most cases, having a patch for them is probably our best choice to have them patched and up to date. Could be our best choice when it comes to providing security for our endpoints. So lesson 13, let's start talking about secure mobile solutions. How do we put mobile devices in our network? How do we make sure they're secure as possible? And how do we manage those products? When it comes to the Security Plus, you want to know this about mobile devices is the deployment models. And the most popular one to be familiar with will be bring your own device. And that's when your employer is going to allow you to bring in whatever mobile phone and mobile phone carrier who you're with. And you're able to take that device and then connect to the internal network. And so we already went over how important the internal network is, but now for me to let you bring in a outside device and put it onto our network, I'm opening myself up to any kind of vulnerabilities that you may have on your device. So you have some places that go about this model because it cuts costs, right? But some others may issue you a phone. Um, they may tell you to choose your own phone. So they may have different carriers and they tell you to pick between an Android or iPhone or what have you. So different types of deployment models, but the one that we really want to focus in on is bring your own device. That's the one that poses the biggest risk, in my opinion. Being able to let you just bring in whatever phone that you have, and now you can open up business documents on your phone. Now, whenever we're introducing mobile devices, we want to have some type of management system that can control the type of applications that we have on there, what type of patches that we want to push out. We want to have some type of system to say, hey, we want either a code that you put in, so like a PIN number, or do we want you to put in a pattern, or do we want you to use biometrics? We want you to use facial recognition to unlock the phone, what have you. So we want to make sure that we have these systems in place that we can manage our phones from a remote spot. Also, if you're going on let's say a trip and you have your business phone with you, this management system can have the ability to remote wipe any type of phone, or the phone that we're actually issued out. We can remote wipe just in case one of our clients, our users, loses that phone for whatever reason. We can send a signal to it, so instead of someone hacking into it, we can remote wipe that phone out. So this brings us to the different types of phones that we have to really choose from, and it's going to be between Android and iOS. Here we see how Microsoft Azure is actually controlling the Apple OS environment within our network. So a lot of times you'll see a Windows shop, and when I mean Windows shop, meaning a business that's fully Windows, or they're heavily Windows with some MacBooks maybe sprinkled throughout, but they're heavily Windows, and yet the mobiles, the side of it is heavily Apple. So it's kind of funny to me how the mobile side of the industry is strictly Apple, but yet when it comes to desktops and PCs and servers, we're probably more heavy on the Windows side. But anyway, Microsoft Azure is actually controlling or managing the Apple phones that we have on this network. And this is a good way of saying what type of applications do you want on your phones, your customers' phones. What type of patches do we want to make sure that they see and that they actually get notice about, so they can actually apply those things. So having that controllability from a IT standpoint is something that we can do to control that security standpoint when it comes to the mobile devices. Now, what I forgot to mention is that, for the most part, Apple, the iOS system is very good with having people getting applications from the App Store. Um, where, on the other hand, in the Android community, is not necessarily as, I want to say, as secure to get a good a good application from the Google store, so to say, for your Android device. And the reason why I say that is that Android gives you a lot of playroom when it comes to the developers side of things. So if you ever notice how iOS is very structured, is pretty much cookie cutter based for every phone that you see. So if you know how to work a iPhone 4, you will have no problem with the 12 or 13. It's pretty much the same thing. Maybe some features that we may not know of, but it doesn't take much to figure them out and then actually use them in your day-to-day activities. Whereas in the Android gives so much leeway and play for the developers to customize their applications as well as the OS, is that you can easily get something that may have a lot of vulnerabilities in it from the App Store. And that's a downfall. To me, that's a downfall for Android, but I love the customization of it. But that's me being my own opinion. But in the enterprise, we want to make sure that we understand from a security standpoint that this customization to our applications and to our phones may pose a threat, right? And so we want to make sure that we have some type of software that can also, not only if we have Apple devices in our environment, that they can talk to Apple as well as Android as well, and making sure that we can push out those patches and making sure that we keep that management console around those devices. So, like I said, to reiterate what this control panel or this control system is going to do, we can put passwords in and we can customize the password to, are we gonna go 6 digits or 4 digits? Are we doing a pattern where we draw out a pattern with our finger? Are we doing passwords in a combination of PIN? So I think the latest one that I've seen is they want you to do numbers as well as letters for your login PIN. Um, Now, biometrics is a good one to use, I believe, in my opinion, but it could be kind of scarce around individuals who don't want to use biometrics or don't want to have their face um, embedded, quote unquote, into the phone to have it memorized or to remember your face or fingerprint. So you may get some pushback on the biometrics, and you might have to rely on the PIN and the password in order for your users to use their devices. But it will behoove you to actually implement one of the other, if not two, in order to have a multi-factor when it comes to your mobile devices. So, like I stated before, that kill switch, the remote wipe, having that feature is very good when it comes to having someone in your environment that travels a lot, uh, and they are keeping a business phone on them or a tablet, and they maybe late night or late flight, and they leave their mobile device on a bus or on a plane. And so now, whenever they report back to you and say, "Hey, I lost my phone on the plane. What do we need to do?" You can go ahead and go into your mobile management system and send out a remote wipe signal to that phone. And once that phone checks in with the antenna, or I'm sorry, the satellite, it will receive the command and then process the remote wipe process for that phone. And now, whenever someone gets it, They may have the phone and they may have something that's wiped and clean already, but at least they're not giving up any kind of business information, right? Sometimes you might want to put a full disk drive encryption on your mobile devices. So I think in the other class I mentioned how we will want to encrypt the whole hard drive on your laptop, just to kind of ease our notion of any type of lost device. And then once it's lost, then let's say I lost it in a place where it cannot reach the satellite, and therefore it can't get the remote wiping signal in order to wipe. And so now it's just pretty much open. But if I have put a full encryption on it, then that person, whoever may seize it, they gotta know the key or the password in order to get past that first layer of defense in order to see the contents of the mobile device. Now, in the conjunction of having a remote wipe session or feature, you can have location services on there as well. So tracking the phone, tracking the tablet is also a good way of keeping up with it, seeing exactly where it did someone leave it there, or if it's out of the reach of whoever was responsible for it. So geolocation and then geofencing and geotagging will fall into this category, and that's basically putting a tracking device on that mobile device, making sure that it once it talks to the satellites in space, right? It's talking to those satellites. It's getting a geographical location on it, and then reporting back to that management server that we are using to actually manage our mobile devices. So just keep in mind that you've seen this thing before. If you ever have used the Android and it says find my phone, more than likely it's sending out a Bluetooth signal to that phone to actually find it. That's kind of a low grade point of it, but a better example would be Find My iPhone for the Apple products, and that's going to have you log into a management type of a console, right? Your Apple ID, you use your Apple ID to log into your account, and then once you want to see where that iPhone is exactly what you see here on this slide, where it shows you a map and it shows you the geolocation of where your iPhone or iPad is at. So application management is important to understand what's the baseline of our phones. Do we want our users to put any type of application on their phone, or do we want to keep it to business only applications? And I think the first thing we want to do is just put that out in the policies first of what's accepted and then what we will not accept, because every application is not meant to be used on a business phone, in my opinion. So we want to set the baseline for it first, but then we want to use our management system to actually, if we want to roll back any type of add-on applications to it, or maybe restrict any type of download of unauthorized apps. So we want to make sure that we lay a baseline and then we let our users know, hey, you can put bank applications on your phone, but we're going to refrain from using any kind of social media applications on our phones. And the reason why we want to do that is because, and especially for that actual scenario when it comes to not letting someone use social media applications on their phone, is because it comes down to content management, right? If we're able to look at different types of business emails on our phones and then mistakenly upload those things to a social media platform, then we are essentially leaking out information into the outside world, the public, right? That's what I'm trying to have you see when it comes to data loss, is that it's almost like an imaginary line around the business that I want you to think about. But the different ways that data can actually leave the business and go into the public side is many different ways. So it doesn't necessarily have to be through an email from the inside of the building to the outside. It could be a mishap. It could be someone taking a picture of the inside of your building and then posting it in LinkedIn. And now, if I'm a hacker doing reconnaissance, I can just look at your profile and figure out, oh, okay, they have this type of doorway, they have this type of locks. I need to prepare myself in this type of manner, right? So that's what content management kind of goes into. Um, do we want to take that risk of having people leak out information uh, intentionally or unintentionally? Another risk that we take into consideration when it comes to mobile devices is rooting and jailbreaking. It used to be a hot little thing to do when to get a Fire Stick, an Amazon Fire Stick, and then jailbreak it in order to get so many channels on it, right? Same thing goes for mobile devices or any kind of customization to the iOS platform, is that we take it and then we jailbreak it, quote unquote. And then now it unlocks this kind of a special feature set. But jailbreaking causes a vulnerability, right? It opens another doorway to the sensitive information that may be on the phone. So how do we take accountability of that? How do we prevent that type of action that to be happen? Or can is it something that we just need to accept, and then we set our policies up to punish whenever if we ever find out that something does happen like that. So the next thing I want you guys to think about when it comes to mobile devices is, how do we actually connect, right? Are we using telephone connections? When I say telephone connections, I mean, are we using the actual phone carrier's connection in order to communicate on the network? And or are we using some type of Wi-Fi signal? So for those who don't know, those are two different networks that we could be connected to. So if we're just, let's say we're not using Wi-Fi for that point in time, and we're only using the AT&T bars, then that's a whole different network than versus if we're connected to the local Wi-Fi that we're in the building, right? Also, um, because not only could somebody be leaking or sniffing the network on the Wi-Fi side, you could see some type of leakage on the networking, the telephone company side as well. So we want to be mindful of that. We also want to be mindful of, if we're going to give our customers, our users, hotspots in order to connect. Maybe that might be a better secure way in order to transfer the data back and forth. It's not about transferring personal data. It's about the business data being on that phone or accessible on the phone. If that makes sense. Is not so much that I'm worried about who am I calling on my cell phone. It's the fact that I can open up a professional email and read sensitive documents on that phone or on that iPad. And now I'm connected to um, this game that I downloaded, but on the back end of that game, it allows remote users to go in and then look at the kernel or transfer or transverse through my phone to see what type of files I have opened or saved downloaded on the phone. Right. So that's the thing that I want you guys to really get when it comes to the importance of why even worry about mobile devices. Okay, so to go and finish this slide up, we're talking about connecting either Wi-Fi or cellular services, but also, do you want to give hotspots? Do we want to make sure that we put in another mobile device to create a network in order to have more control of what our users connect to? Because a lot of times our users go and they're not really looking for a secure way of connecting. They just want to connect because they have a certain job that they need to do in a certain amount of time, and maybe connecting to the local Starbucks is the closest and fastest thing that they can do. So we want to make sure that we take all those things into consideration when we have users that's on the go. So another way we could connect is through Bluetooth. And while Bluetooth will not give you the Wi-Fi connection type of network, but it can send information from one device to the next, right? And so we seen a lot of this when in the earlier days where we had PDAs and we could connect from one PDA to the next, and they can send traffic or let's say contacts back and forth. And you don't really see it nowadays that often because we kind of send it through um, the data plan or the actual network. But back in the day, you would just get close to the actual mobile device, and then it will actually jump over. We see a lot of that now with the NFC near field communication feature with tap to pay or they you go up to the register and then you put your phone to the register keypad and it pays for whatever item that you want to pay for. But nevertheless, Bluetooth connections can be vulnerabilities as well, right? Being able to know that it's on and it's listening for whatever communication signal out there that wants to talk to it. And then in certain cases where you don't need a pin to actually connect, that device can actually connect to it and then start communicating back and forth. We see a lot of that with headphones. Headphones, they will turn on the Bluetooth and then it's waiting for any person to connect to it, and it will connect to it and then start communicating back and forth. Whereas in your laptop automatically probably has Bluetooth on, and it's waiting for someone to put in a pin in order to pair it. Same thing goes for your car. But we want to make sure that our customers, our clients, they are aware that Bluetooth can bring some risk, and for the most part, we want to make sure that Bluetooth is turned off if not needed, right? So we want to make sure that we want to stay away from things like bluejacking or blue snarfing, where people can send unsolicited information to your phone or tablets or take things from it in the case of blue snarfing. To kind of piggyback off of Bluetooth and going into infrared and RFID, sorry, is kind of having these close interaction with people and being able to pull off their information just by having that radio frequency ID, pull that information off. So a lot of times you'll see, if you look on TV, you'll see a commercial where they're promoting a wallet that has a radio frequency ID blocker on it. It has some type of magnet on it, right, to stop that communication field from actually happening. And what would happen in the attack is that if someone they show on TV, they will show somebody sitting on the same bench as you in a park, and while they're not doing anything towards you, they're close enough now to where their phone or whatever device they have can pull the information from your wallet. So it's pulling the information off of your credit cards and debit cards. And then now they have that information. They can go in, you've just been basically robbed, right? So in order to stop that type of attacks, people will put in these magnets that breaks up that communication field. So we want to make sure that we are aware that it happens. I personally haven't seen it happen, but hey, it might have happened and no one told me. So just make sure that you understand that type of attacks does happen, and it's pretty much getting into a personal space with someone, and then now that communication field has become open, and you can actually transfer data that way. Now, I brought this up earlier in the slides with near field communications, that NFC. Uh, Now, it's not such a bad thing, right? In order to use this type of communication, it just can be used in the wrong way. But it's also becoming a more convenient way for people to pay for different items. So you see this communication becoming more prevalent in places like gas stations and gas pumps, where you could just point your phone or your card up to the device, and then it there's no swiping, there's no inserting the card and then pulling it out. It's simultaneously communicating back and forth the information that's needed in order to pay for the service. Another connection that we have when it comes to our mobile devices is just plain old USB connections. And sometimes we like to plug in our phones to our laptops just to kind of charge them up throughout the day, especially in a business setting. But it's also a way that we can transfer data from one device to the next, right? So if, let's say, if I'm plugging up my business phone to my personal laptop, and my personal laptop is affected, well, guess what? I just open up another gateway into our business without me really knowing it, right? So as you could tell, there's so many ways that our data could actually just be leaked out without people really kind of taking it into accountability, or really, they could be wanting to do the right thing. It's just convenient wise, it was convenient to plug into your laptop at that time, but if you didn't know that your laptop was vulnerable at that point in time, and maybe had someone, it was part of a botnet, and now is going into the business side of things with your company, and now we can pull that information, and it just creates a whole big mess, right? So how do we fight the USB connection and data transfer without our permissions? Is 9 times out of 10 we're probably going to write some type of policy, group policy, to shut down our USB ports. And when I mean shut down, meaning we want to not have them communicate or mount the device onto the hard drive. We want them to maybe power the device, give it a charge, but it doesn't open up that gateway to actually communicate back and forth. So we want to make sure that is in a disabled, and but yet in order to charge, make sure that's enabled. We also want to be aware of SMS type of notifications. So any kind of text that's coming in, or any kind of notification that's pushed to our phones, make sure your users are aware of what type of notification that may come from your business, and then what may be spam or some type of phishing type of campaign that comes in from a text form, right? So we want to use we can use SMS for helpful things, like adding another factor of authentication when it comes to logging in, saying, hey, we logged in when I use a name and password, but now the server sends us a notification on our phone, says, hey, we're going to give you a code on your computer screen. You may see something for you to type in a code. Type this code in. That way it's used in a good way, because if you don't have that phone, then I can't. 9 times out of 10, I'm gonna say, hey, my user will have their phone on them. So in order to know that this is you using this username and password, I'm gonna send this to your phone, because you should have that too. And then now plug that in. Now you authenticated. I trust that this is you, right? But at the same time, it could be something used in a bad situation, where I'm sending you a link in a text message, and I'm asking you, hey, would you take a look at this file that the finance department shipped over, and it's from a random number or a random person, and you don't know anything about it, but they use the terminology that you're working with. So you click on it, and now you open up that gateway to someone else to actually go in there and see what's going on. So overall, we want to make sure that we have our mobile devices patched as much as possible to ward us away from any type of vulnerabilities that may be on our mobile devices. Just like how we want to take care of our PCs and our laptops and servers, we want to take that same approach when it comes to the firmware on our actual phones. When Android and Apple say that, hey, we have updates ready, it's for security reasons, and for functionality as well. You may get a little bit more of a functionality standpoint, so Apple may give you some new emojis, but if you really read what's going on when it comes to the updates, they're saying, hey, this update is to provide more security to the phone, basically. So just make sure that your users are updating their phones, making sure that they are connecting to a Wi-Fi connection and pulling in all those over-the-air updates and updating those firmware. So the same thing goes for your mobile cars, right? Your actual Teslas and your new high-speed car. That's it takes an over-the-air update. You might want to connect it to your home Wi-Fi in order to receive such a big package like that, and then now apply it to the car firmware. So in this lesson, we went over several things that can help you out when it comes to your mobile devices and the management of them. We want to make sure that we give our functionality to our customers, our users, and making sure that they can do their job efficiently. But at the same time, have them understand that these are just small computers that they have in their hands, and that they can open up other gateways for people to come in and actually see uh, business data on those phones, those tablets. So making sure that we have the proper management system for them, and that they're up to date, putting in the proper policies to making sure that we have the applications that we want on our machines, and that our users know how to properly manage them under their care. So let's get into lesson 14. This is securing application concepts. We're going to talk about different types of web application attacks that we may encounter, and how do we put things in place to ever face with challenge. When it comes to your applications, you want to make sure that you have coding whenever you're environment where you have a department actually creating an application. You want them to actually use proper coding, and in order to do that is based on validation. Whenever someone writes the code, you want someone else backing them up to read that code and validate that it is proper, and that you take any kind of mistakes out of it. We want to make sure of that, but we also want to make sure when permissions to, let's say, like a third party application where we don't know the code to that, we want to make sure that they don't have more permission that's needed in order to run the application. Because hackers, what one of their traits is looking to have more permissions than actually needed. And so if I have more permissions, then I can manipulate and have the application do what I want it to do, because I have the permission to do so. Now, when we're talking about developing an application in-house, we're talking about building code. And like I said before, we want that input validation. We want to make sure that code is actually validated by someone else who did not write the code. This way we could prevent things like buffer overflow, where we have we want a set number of characters to only go in to our, let's say, field, our username field, right? To give the example that you see here on the screen, is that you have a set number, but let's say the hacker says, hey, I'm going to put some extra characters in there to see if it sends a error code to the database, and therefore spills out the information that I would like to see in a memory bank somewhere. So this is how you get kind of like a memory leak, where it leaks out information because the server doesn't know how to deal with the extra characters that's put in. It's so we need a buffer there to actually say, hey, this is the capacity, this is the limit of what you can actually put in. So if let's say for most usernames, it's between 8 to 12 characters, and let's say I put in, but let's say there's no buffer, and I put in a whole script of code into that username box. Well, it may send an error there, because remember, servers are there to actually try to figure things out and understand what you're trying to do. It's listening for a command and then trying to give you the results. And so hopefully if I put all of that script into that username box, it may kick back some information that I wanted, such as give me all the usernames and account numbers that's in your database. Okay. And we want to look out for DLL injections as well. This is where it's kind of like when I was just explaining with the buffer overflow, that server is looking to give you some type of answer because you requested something from it. And that's the way we need to look at servers. Servers are there to actually um, serve you in uh, some type of way. They're trying to give you some type of service. Well, a DLL is some extra functionality to that application that's trying to give you um, some extra function that makes your life easier when it comes to using the application. The first thing that comes to my mind is maybe like when you're using a calendar, it will give you the calendar for the next, I don't know, 25 years, right? So that extra functionality on, let's say, the application being Microsoft Outlook, well, that DLL driver that's sitting in the background of the application is built only to get that information from the server to say, hey, I want the next 25 years of calendar months, and we're going to store them until the user is ready to see them. But if I manipulate that DLL, whenever it calls out, I can have it call out to a rogue server and then have it deliver um, malicious software to your machine instead of those functions that it was built for. Have that same mindset when it comes to APIs too, application programming interface. That same mindset of someone taking advantage of the extra functionality that you want to have between two applications. So we're going to use the API for these two applications that normally wouldn't talk to each other. We're going to have them talk. Imagine if someone were to manipulate that line of communication. Now it can be redirected to their will. But we can eliminate this or reduce the risk of it by having some type of input validation. Again, this is having someone look at the code after it's written. That input validation part is going to show up again and again on the test. So just be aware of it. Now let's talk about replay attacks. Replay attacks is taking tokens or cookies that we have accumulated with our web browsing and then taking those cookies or session keys and then replaying it back to restart the session again. And then if I'm a hacker, then I'm going to manipulate whatever I want to after that. So if I go to a spot, let's say my banking account, and they give me a session key in order for me to do some transactions, but then I'm compromised in a way and the hacker sees my session key. Hopefully it had a time to live on it, which is a TTL. And that normally cuts the session off at a certain amount of time. But sometimes you could take those session keys and put them back into a browser and it still has your account open. For example, have you ever been browsing on the internet and you close out the window, but then you close out the window, let's say to Facebook, but then you still have the actual Chrome window browser open, and you still open another tab in your session for your Facebook account is still logged in and actively running. So those are kind of just ways of seeing how your session can actually live without it being timed out, automatically going to a log out state. So we want to make sure that if we're building our own applications, we put those things in. How long should we be idle before we actually kill that session key? Or should we be taking cookies from our users and keeping them for data purposes? So these are things that we want to keep in mind when building our applications. We also want to be aware of these session hijacking and the cross-site request forgery. And this is where we are encountered by a link from the attacker that redirects us in some type of way or fashion or form. The main thing that we want to remember here is to teach our clients not to trust everything that we see when receiving emails or links in chats or links that are sent to you via the text. Sometimes links are very hard to read, and then even if they're easy to read, sometimes just one character can throw you to um, a whole different type of server somewhere that you didn't want to go. And sometimes these servers can give a front a front web page that looks promising. It looks like it's no harm to it, but you don't know what they're taking from you on the back end. We also want to watch out for cross-site scripting, and that's where a malicious hacker takes a script and embeds it on a legit website, and maybe the website owner doesn't know that that malicious script is on there, but it's there as a gateway to their malicious site, right? Or to gain some kind of access from your PC. So we want to make sure that we are aware of that. As security professionals, I put here on the second bullet, you can see that csi.forcepoint.com, we can go there and actually plug in the website that we are weary of, or just to check to see if they are any type of malicious links on there, and then we can warn our clients or whoever, hey, we might want to avoid that website until the owner fixes those issues that's on their site. Now, SQL attacks, I should have had this SQL attack slide right behind the buffer overflow slide, but it is pretty much how I like to group those things together. Is the SQL attack is normally how I look at a buffer overflow. I'm going to plug something into the username that's a SQL injection, and thinking that since SQL is probably going to have some type of if I'm using a username and password, I'll probably have some database of all users that's using this platform that I got, and they probably have some passwords to them or an account associated with them. So if I could put in a query attack for that, then hopefully the server will give me back all the names that's here in the database. So that's what I like to do when I'm thinking about a SQL injection attack, is more of giving a command to a SQL database and then telling them to give me all of the information that's within the server. Along with SQL injections, we also have XML and LDAP injections. And all of these injections are pretty much going around the same route, right? I'm interjecting something that wasn't supposed to be there in the beginning, and I want something from it. That's where a hacker is going to come at it at that standpoint. And again, it all goes back down to input validation, making sure that we avoid things like this, because we can avoid it in the beginning of building it. And if we've skipped that part, and then now we pushed our application out real fast, when that vulnerability shows itself, we need to then make a revision to it, and then that's how you get application upgrade, that 2.0, because we needed to fix this issue, this XML issue that we had. And you don't want to take away that functionality or give so many revisions out so short of and so many short of a time, because it takes away from your customer's experience, right? So we just want to make sure when building an application, we want to make sure that we have the right people looking at the code and validating each other. Now, as a security professional, it's always good to give guidance when it comes to building an application in a corporate environment. So we want to take our people who are using code to build our applications. We want to make sure that they use the OAuth's website in order to see best practices on when writing code, or what's the top 10 vulnerabilities that we face when it comes to web applications. So this is a good way we can point them in the right direction, so we can build our applications right the first time, and hopefully just make small revisions and not necessarily really big ones on a regular basis. So how should you handle your cookies when browsing on the internet? You want to make sure that we have cookies for the convenience of it, but we also want to make sure that we are not using the persistent having our cookies be so persistent to where we never clean them out. Meaning, for example, for me, I use the cookies just so I can stay logged in to ESPN and I can play my fantasy sports, right? And I don't like to log into ESPN just to get to that profile to play my fantasy sports. So I keep the cookies there to keep that session going. But I have to keep in mind that I have cookies that's for other sites as well that's keeping me logged in to those accounts. And so I will say on a maybe 2 to 3 months, I clear out my cookies, I clear out the browsing history, and I make sure that I start back over because you don't want to get into a point where if you are compromised and someone is snooping around on your PC, that they can look into your cookies and then find out where you've been and then actually see if there's some sessions automatically authenticated in there. And so now you have, basically let them into an account that they really may have been looking for, but they're glad that it's always been open because you kept the cookies on your web browsing history. So I talked a lot about, in-house applications. If we're building it, then we're going to use input validation to actually look at the code, have someone else look at the code, maybe even have someone else look at the code. But let's say if we're using third-party applications. Let's say if we bought the application and now we're going to put it in-house. The main thing that we want to make sure in that situation is that we make sure that they don't have any vulnerabilities that's out there. And make sure if they do that we have the patches ready to go for that application. We may need to put it in a test environment, see how it works, see if it still works with everything else that's in our environment, and then push it out to the mass. But we want to make sure that we understand that there's no vulnerabilities coming from outside into our environment now. So just make sure that you understand that when bringing in others applications, because uh, when you're bringing in a third-party application, more than likely you're not able to see that code that they're using to make it. They're going to give you a finished product, and whatever the application does, it does. And you're not able to go in and see the source code and actually change it to customize it to your ability. Not all of them do that, but majority of them that you would come in kind of with are going to have some type of block on it. So just make sure that they don't have any type of known vulnerabilities that we know that you know of, and then if they do, making sure that you have the patches ready to roll out. You can also use some type of coding practice where we're using obfuscation on, and this is kind of like a big word for it, but another word for it is just using camouflage. And a good example is what you see a lot of times when it comes to passwords. When you're typing in your passwords, you're getting these little stars or you get dots instead of actual letters of what you're seeing. But now, for convenience purposes, they have the little I that's at the end of the password block, and you can hit that and you can see what you typed in. Because I get it, once you start typing in 14 characters, it's kind of hard to remember if you hit the A or did you hit a P. So I get it, but you can have that obfuscation there to hide things in front of people and make things secure, um, without being so secretive. Now, when we're building our own applications, we want to make sure we test it and test it and test it before we actually send it out to what we call production. When we are putting it into play for others to use, our clients to use, maybe our coworkers to use. When we're building the application, we want to make sure that that application team is testing it, putting it against stress testing, and making sure that they may run some type of let's say they do a buffer flow over attack on it, and let's say they do a SQL injection attack on it. See how it actually reacts when it comes to putting those those attacks onto the application. How would it react? Will it give out information? Is it something that we need to actually change before we put it into production? Because once we put it into production, now, like I said, if we find out later that it does something that we don't like, we need to roll out another revision of it or update to it. Right. So we want to make sure we do all these the fuzzing and these stress tests beforehand before we actually push it out to the public. Now, in a corporate environment, when we're rolling out a application, we want to make sure we have a process, some type of plan in order to deploy the application. But at the same time, we want to make sure that we have a process of removing whatever application is coming in to replace. If it's coming in to replace something, we want to have a process of removing applications that we're not using anymore. And we all know why, because if we're going to say, hey, we got the new latest and greatest of what we need, we don't need the old. And if we're just going to keep the old on the PC, now we're just leaving something to be a risk factor later on. It could be manipulated by someone else because we're not using it. So it's best for us to just take it off the PC and dispose of it that way. But we also, going back to deploying the new application, we need to understand that we need a rollback plan just in case something happens, or the rollout didn't go as planned, or someone turned off their PC that night and now they couldn't receive the application over the internet. So we need to have this a plan in place to actually push the application, take away the old application, and then have some type of review of what we can do when it comes to how do we do it better. Now, when it comes to the version control, we also want to make sure for the third parties, for third-party applications that we bring into the company, we want to make sure that we're probably one version behind the bleeding edge of what they're putting out. To give an example, is that if I'm Microsoft and I want Microsoft Office, and Microsoft Office is on version 16, I want, as a business, I want to be on version 14 at least, because or version 15. The reason why I want to be on version 15 at least is because I'm not willing to see if there's any issues with 16, and I know 15 has already had a limit, so to say, right, of vulnerabilities and things that they have made. So I'm going to stay with 15, make sure that it's patched up as much as possible, and then have 16 in a test bubble. So whenever they move to 17, I can then roll out version 16. Now let's talk about software diversity. Now this is having some type of obfuscation when it comes to the different types of software that you have in your environment. You don't want to make everything so Microsoft driven or Cisco driven. We don't want to be a Apple shop all together. Like, we want to have bits and pieces of it. The reason why is because when you are just one shop, let's say if everybody's a Cisco is on Cisco devices, and then Cisco comes out, the company comes out and says, hey, all of our devices are vulnerable to remote coding and remote coding vulnerability, and it's a very critical vulnerability, and for right now we don't have an answer for it. Now everybody in the shop is pretty much vulnerable to this attack. In turn, it brings a big risk to you having to stop operations because you are vulnerable to to this vulnerability. The one that comes to mind when it comes to an example is SolarWinds. SolarWinds just had a big vulnerability to where it pretty much crippled the applications across the board. Well, you had a lot of companies that would get that whole stack, because not only SolarWind will offer some type of network appliance or device, they would also offer a application for help desk, or they may offer some other application for logging and SIM activities. So across the board, across that whole stack of applications, now you can't really do anything because all of this, all of the applications associated with them are vulnerable. So we want to make sure that we have a good diversity of vendors in our environment. We want to make sure that we're not all using the same products, but they work well together. We want that. We want things that work well together, but not necessarily made by the same company. And that gives a good diversity and a good security measure when coming into the when a hacker comes into your network. To give an example of that is that if a hacker comes into the network and they're very good at PCs, but then they jump the network and now they're on a Mac PC or a MacBook, I'm sorry, and they don't really learn Linux like that. So now it creates a defense in depth again by having something that someone is maybe not be familiar with. All right, just by having that diversity. So the key points to review when it comes to application building, remember the most important thing that I want you to take away from this lesson is input validation. If we're building the code, I want someone to build it, but I also want someone to check it, maybe even double check it. All right. Now we went over different types of attacks that could happen when it comes to coding, and we also went over some type of remediations that we could put in place when it comes to the attacks that go against our different applications. So lesson 15, let's go over implementing secure cloud solutions. We're going to go over the different types of deployments. We're going to go over different types of services that you can get in the cloud. And then we're going to go over how we should carry ourselves when putting things into the cloud, and how do we scan for different things when they're going back and forth from our local environment to the cloud environment. So there are 3 cloud deployment models, and we're going to go with public, private, and then hybrid. And with the public means that anybody can use it, whether you're a business or you're a private entity, or you're just a community service group. Anyone can use this public deployment model when it comes to the cloud. The one that comes to mind is AWS or Google, like Google Drive, or you want to think of a Microsoft account. Those are public domains when it comes to the cloud. Now you have private, where it's just like that's your own section of the cloud. So no one else is going to be able to be on the same server that you're on. No one will, if you're not, you pretty much bought out that section of the cloud for your own personal or business use. Then you have community. Now, community or some type of hybrid, I'm sorry, some type of community means that we're doing the same thing. We're in the same industry. So I like to think of it in a medical sense. Where you may have a big hospital that needs to put information into the cloud, but you also may have a small dentist office that want to put things in the cloud. Since we're in the same medical field and we deal with the same type of data, 9 times out of 10, we're probably can get together and get into a cloud deployment in that community section. So now let's talk about the cloud services models that you're normally going to see when it comes to buying some type of service off a cloud provider. You're going to see infrastructure as a service, IaaS, software as a service, SaaS, or platform as a service, PaaS. And we also are kind of getting into the anything as a service, that's XaaS. And let's start off with infrastructure as a service. Infrastructure as a service is pretty much they give you the bare bones of a cloud environment. So they're going to give you maybe an operating system, and you're going to have to build everything from there on out. So they may not even give you the operating system. They may just give you storage and a interface in order to connect to it, to the cloud platform. And now you have to go up there and set up your networking. You need to set up what type of servers that you want to use, install the servers, configure the servers. You're building everything from scratch. So I want you to think about, whenever you see infrastructure, it is the most work that needs to be done in order to get a finished product. You're talking about someone who can go to the grocery store and buy raw materials and make things from scratch. All right, not just buying something that's already pre-made and then warming it up. That's more in these other models that we're going to get to. So infrastructure as a service is bare bones. You're building everything from the the from the ground up. That's the easiest way I can put it. So software as a service is well, let's skip software as a service and let's go to platform as a service, and then we'll go to software. So platform as a service is you already have a pre-configured OS, and it's going to be sitting there waiting for any type of configurations or special applications to go on there, and now you build it from that standpoint. But like I said, infrastructure, they won't even give you the OS. They'll just give you basically a box. All right, if you want to think about it like that, a empty server, and they say here you go, and it just have the bare bone minimums. But the platform, at least it will give you a baseline, some type of OS that you want to build upon, and it has that infrastructure already configured in it. So you'll have the networking, the CPUs, the memory. You'll have all those things allocated, and you'll have a OS to work upon building your application or building however you want to build your database on top of that. Now, software as a service, they're going to only offer you the application pretty much, and these are ready to go, and you have less work to actually configure. Um, it's going to be pretty much, these are the layouts. You don't really get too much of a configuration or customization to your company. So a good way of thinking about this is things that we already use on a everyday basis. So if you have an email account with Yahoo, Gmail, or Hotmail or whatever, those are software as a services. They're already pre-configured for you, and you just pretty much log in and you use them. Another one will be any type of Dropbox, Google Drive. These are software as a service type platforms where you log in, and now you can change like who can see whatever, but you can't see no code. You can't take the application off and see what's running the application behind the scenes. So you can't see that OS behind the scenes that's running the OS. I mean the application. You could just see the service that you're seeing, right? And those are um, the most ready to go out of the box. We can use it within a matter of days of configurations, where platform as a service and infrastructure as a service may take, um, to weeks to months before they're actually ready to be put into production. Now, when we thinking about what the cloud is, we need to go back to what a hypervisor is and how it actually runs. So we have two types of hypervisors, and type one will be a bare metal hypervisor, and that's where um, the OS is going to sit on top of the bare metal, and it's going to run the virtual machines off of that bare metal instance. Okay, that will be the picture off to the lower right hand corner, and that's where you're going to see different types of VMs coming off of the hypervisor software that's there. Now, a type two hypervisor will be something more where um, you have a hardware, but then it has a operating system already installed on it, and then we actually go in there and allocate some of the hard drive and memory space that's allocated to that's given by the OS, and we can actually spin up virtual machines off of that. That's where you see where things like VirtualBox come into play, or um, oh Jesus, VMware platforms come into play, where you actually download it on your personal PC, but then you can spin up a Mac OS on a Windows platform. On your personal machine. So that's type 2 hypervisors. When we're talking about the cloud and these cloud providers, we're more likely going to be talking about a type 1 hypervisor. They're going to be, giving, they have data centers that are type 1 hypervisors, bare metal, and they have the hypervisor software spinning up different types of virtual machines for the consumers. Now, when we're talking about having security controls on the cloud, we want to make sure that we follow the same format that we do when it comes to physical devices that we have in our environment. So we want to put endpoint protection on there. We want to make sure that we have policies out there regulating what users can do and what they shouldn't do. We also want to make sure that our firewalls and our logging systems are actually seeing the traffic and logging the traffic, maybe preventing the traffic that's going to our cloud provider, and making sure we watch that traffic from our users to the cloud provider. So making sure we have all these things in place will keep our data secure, but at the same time keep our internal networks secure as well. Because not only is the cloud out there for anyone to get onto, remember, we can have a public instance to where we are sharing the cloud instance with a lot of folks. So say if one cloud provider gets compromised, but yet you're sending data that way, if they're compromised, then your data that you put onto that server, their cloud instance, could be potentially vulnerable as well. So just keep those things in mind, making sure that we keep all our policies and our endpoint protections up to date, and making sure that we watch that traffic going back and forth. We want to make sure that we are aware about how much power we want to pull from the cloud environment. So the reason why the cloud is so popular is because of its elasticity, resiliency, being able to expand, contract at a very short time. Given the fact from which we came from of buying RAM or buying storage and then waiting for delivery dates, we can have changes to our environment in a matter of minutes. So you want to be aware of the type of CPU and RAM storage that you get on your cloud instance. You want to make sure that you have something that's uh, allocated within your budget. Let's say that you don't want to overkill something that doesn't. You don't need that much power. You don't need that much storage. So just make sure that you have something that works into your favor, and you don't have to really worry about having too much or too little worth of power. Now, with that power comes availability too. A wonderful thing about the cloud is that it seems to never be down, right? And a lot of these cloud providers, they have databases scattered throughout the globe, and they're all connected to where if one were to have a maintenance day or even a natural disaster, then they can easily route traffic to another point, and you as a consumer really never see it go down or is not available. So having that uptime, having um, that availability standpoint is such a real attractive point to businesses, because where if we're having all our data in one spot here in let's say Tennessee, and then a hurricane comes and makes it to Tennessee, one makes it to Tennessee and then destroys that data center, um, then now we have to pretty much suspend business until we get that data center back up and running, and that could take months to years, right? So having a cloud instance back that data up or make that data available at any given time is something that we want to look into, and making sure that we have the proper cloud provider in place in order to make our data available. Now, when you're talking about the network section of the cloud, we want to make sure that we focus more on private networking and separations of the network. So we making sure that we do a logical aspect when thinking about how we actually divvying out our IP addresses when it comes to the cloud, making sure that we're not just lumping everybody into the same mixture. We want to do it like we do a physical building. The marketing department has a set number of addresses, and the legal team has a set number of addresses, IP addresses. So we want to do the same thing when it comes to our cloud environment, separate these IPs out, And we also, if we can do NAT gateways and as well as putting VPNs out there, let's take advantage of those things because, like I said, the cloud is not necessarily such a new type of technology. Is more popularized nowadays, but um, it's the same concept of what we've been doing in physical locations. It's just now we're using the internet to have our data pushed to a data center that may be outside of our state or country for that matter. And now we just want to make sure that we treat that as a kind of a distance operation center. You want to be mindful of your security groups when you're talking about giving people access to your um, cloud instance. So we want to make sure that if we're building any type of identity or usernames or any type of users in the cloud, we want to make sure that we follow our best practices and give them only the enough permissions to do the job, and making sure that we follow the directions of if someone leaves, then we take away permissions from our cloud instances as well, because we don't want to just think about our Active Directory software that's physically in the building. We also want to make sure that the username and password that they use to log on to the cloud instance is also disabled whenever they leave the company. And sometimes it can be lost within the whole concept of working. But we need to, as security professionals, be aware of that and have that in our plans and steps to make sure that the identity access and management part of it stays true. Now, when we're talking about moving data from your local machine out to the cloud provider, we want to have something that's kind of scanning those documents or data and making sure that is not leaking any type of sensitive information. So this is where CASB will come into play. CASB stands for Cloud Access Security Broker, and it's going to sit as an agent on your local device, and it's going to look at your user putting information out to the internet or to a cloud provider, right? So whenever, because here's the thing, you don't, while as security professionals in our work environment, we may have a set number of cloud providers that we work with, but that's not necessarily who all your users work with. So to give an example of that, the security team may say, hey, you can use box.com and Dropbox for your storage outside to a cloud provider, but you may have users putting things in OneDrive, Microsoft OneDrive, or Google, and putting it in their Google Drive. And we're not aware of it because we allow everything to go out to Google. So we want them to go and search on Google and maybe look at their email on Google, right? Well, Google also offers all of those different applications, which is, cloud based. So we want something like a CASB sitting on our PC to scan those documents going to other cloud providers that we may not be aware of that our users may be using. So in this lesson, we went over the different types of cloud deployments, the different types of services that you can have, and we also went over different types of security measures that we need to put in place in order to teach our users how to use their cloud. So lesson 8, we're going to talk about identity and account management controls. What things are we putting in place in order to administer the type of usernames, identities that we giving our objects, and then how do we actually manage the accounts once they're set up and running. So when we're jumping in identity access management, there's a bunch of controls we can put in place in order to help us be more secure when we're giving access to people, and also just kind of validating their authorization. So we can use certain things like certificates and smart cards. A lot of certificates you'll see used is when it comes to public key cryptography. We can also use tokens, and tokens will give us this type of validation that this person is who we say they are, because we may have giving them a username and password, but we also gave them a token to, we assigned them a token to actually validate the username and password. So we can use those things. We can also use identity providers such as Federated Identity Management, where if I log into one web page, then automatically another web page may accept me because of our by me knowing a mutual party. So a lot of times what you want to think about is when you can go to a certain website and they say, hey, if you have a Google account, then log in with your Google account. You won't have to set one up. We'll automatically trust the fact that you have a Google account in order to create this account with us. And from here on out, whenever you create that account, you can use your Google account or Gmail account to actually log into that website. So when bringing on new individuals, you need to make sure that you have an onboarding process as well as an offboarding process. Onboarding meaning we have a checklist, or we make sure that we have everything in process, that once you come through our doors, we know exactly what information to give you and what not to give you. More importantly, we know how to create your account. We know how to give you permissions to where you can print to certain printers, be able to share files within your first day, and you're not sharing out of your scope of the things that you need to do in your work day. So we want to make sure that HR has the proper policies, making sure IT has their proper policies as well, and that everyone that we bring on, that it's a almost a cookie cutter type deal to where everyone has the same process. Also, we want to make sure that we do the opposite whenever we let someone go, someone gets fired or quits, or God forbid passes on. We want to make sure that we have a offboarding process as well, making sure that we take away permissions, we take away cell phones, any kind of tablets that they may have, laptops, tokens, anything that we have given them. We need to make sure we get that stuff back. And we also want to make sure that there's a policy for that, as well as a checklist for that, making sure that, hey, once so John is terminated from this job, the proper personnel is aware, not only just the security to make sure that they are escorted off the premises, but to make sure that the proper personnel is in IT knows that this person is gone, so we can disable his account or her account. We also want to make sure that in the onboarding process, or in the interview process, that we might want them to sign an NDA. Maybe the job that we're bringing them on for, we need to tell them trade secrets or important information that makes us unique in our field. And so in order to give them that information, maybe we want them to sign a non-disclosure agreement saying that you won't talk to anybody else if you're not selected for this job. So just making sure that we have all these things in plan to take a new personnel as well as to offload someone. So now that we got our personnel into the office, we need to make sure that we have policies in place for them to follow on a day-to-day basis. We may need to make sure that we have separation of duties in place, making sure that they're not just have to do everything, that we have managers in place in order for them to do certain tasks that should be taken away from them. So to give a good example on that is that if a bank teller has the permissions to print a check, then they should not have the permissions to cash the same check. They should have to go to their manager or floor manager or whoever in order to cash that check. That should be a separation of the duty. Now, we have least privilege. and we want to make sure that we give them only the enough permissions for them to do their job on a day-to-day task. We don't want to over load them with permissions in order to see every file that's here on the directory. We want to make sure that we only give them enough permissions in order to see what they need to see. And this is needed because if they're compromised with their account and a hacker gets into their account, then we don't have to worry about them seeing more than what they're actually able to see. They can see only what Bob can see in the mailroom, and he doesn't have access to the marketing department. So make sure that we have least privilege in entailed on our accounts. We also want to make sure that we have job rotation. So, kind of going with the separation of duties, job rotation is not having you do the same job year in and year out, or even if we want to rotate the functions that you may do quarterly throughout that year, right? So in order to do that, we're just going to make sure that our training process is up to par, because a lot of us, the reason why we probably stay in one spot is because we can't actually train you in another spot, right? But if we can rotate you out, then we can have you doing something totally different every quarter. Therefore, if you were, let's say, you were sneaking money out from one account to your account every month, you were just sneaking that money out, and then we rotate the jobs. Now you're not able to have access to those accounts, and we get Susie to come in and do your job. Then we can see, oh, okay, wait, we had logs of this money going to Bob's account every month, but now all of a sudden it stopped. So that's why we kind of want to have that job rotation to kind of weed out those processes that we don't have an awareness of. So we want to make sure that we have that job rotation. We also want to make sure that we have a mandatory vacation too, just to kind of, piggyback on that job rotation. Let's say if we can't rotate jobs, we can have mandatory vacations where we tell you to go home for 2 weeks and see if anything arises, any kind of different processes comes up, and now all of a sudden we found out that this was going on while you were over it. So now we can ask those questions and get those things ironed out, or we could take the appropriate actions. So, like I said, HR needs to have those onboarding processes, but we also, like I said, to have those offboarding processes, making sure that we get everything back. We want to get our laptops back, phones. We give out phones, but make sure we take them back. Make sure we change the phone number. And we just don't give the same phone number back to the new guy or the new girl that's coming onto the job, right? Making sure that we take back tokens, bank credit cards. I'm sorry, not bank credit cards, but business credit cards, just in case you had someone that was traveling, and sometimes you forget to get those type of items back, USBs, USB thumb drives. And these are things that we accumulate over our time, our tenure at our business, and we just accumulate all this business assets, and we just don't. We sometimes a breakup, or let's say if I'm really mad and I quit the job, then do I have a policy in place to say, hey, Lee's not gonna come up to the business to give back the stuff. Can we remote wipe the cell phone that he kept? Can we remote wipe the laptop that he kept? What information was on that laptop? Can we shut it down in any other way? Because I may not get that back. Let's say if you have an employee suddenly pass on, then how do you go about respecting the family but also protecting the business at the same time? What is the process on that? So we want to make sure that we have all those policies ironed out, and making sure that we have just as a robust onboarding processes, that we have a offboarding process that just as robust to keep the business safe, keep it moving forward, but at the same time getting back what assets you may have given out to that employee. So when creating accounts, we want to make sure that we have privileges limited to what a user can do at their job and nothing more, right? But we also want to make sure that we put in different policies like password policies, and we also want to make sure that they don't have permissions to change any kind of system configurations. To give an example, is that once I give Bob the credentials to log into a computer at work, do I really want him to add his own printer or his own device uh, at on his login account? So we want to make sure that we don't give them any kind of system configuration rights, and have, unless it's part of their job to do so. So if we have Susan who's just got added on to the IT team, then she needs to have a privilege account in order to allow those type of changes to happen. Whenever we have guest accounts for our third party vendors that come in, we need to make sure that they have an anonymous log on, something that we're going to throw away as soon as they're done with whatever business that they're bringing on to the company. So we want to make sure that we really limited their accounts to only the things that they need, and that's pretty much just internet access, but we want to make sure that we lock down those type of accounts. So we touched on group-based policies just a tad bit whenever I was talking about we create a group. Let's say we create a group for marketing, the marketing team, and we want to make sure that they can go to their marketing printer. They can talk to each other all within the department just fine. They can share files with each other. They can look at the files that each other has made, and we want to make sure that policies for that group accounts for everyone that's in that group. So if we can create a group in Active Directory with a certain amount of policies for a particular group, and we know how their business and their operations work, we can limit their permissions only to their job needs. And so whenever we have someone come on to the organization or leave the organization, only thing we have to do is really just take them out of the group, and or put them into a group in order to have those permissions or to take those permissions away. Now let's talk about admin accounts, super user accounts, root accounts. These are accounts that are pretty much can make any changes to the network. But as a security professional, you don't want to give someone super user account, or in the industry, sometimes we'll say a God account, to where there are the only ones that can make the changes. Now, I get it if the corporation or the company is very small and it's a handful of administrators, it may be an account that has a super user does all account. But we want to make sure that we're very careful with these type of accounts, because these are what the intruders, the attackers, that's what they're looking for. They're looking for these type of accounts that can do all and go wherever they want to go on the network and manipulate anything that they want, because it has the permission to do so. So instead of me as a hacker trying to create my own account, why not just get an account that already has those permissions already applied to them? So we want to make sure that if we do have administrators on our network, that we give them permissions to make changes. But what changes can they make? Can they change passwords? Um, and if they can change passwords, can they change group policies? And if they can change group policies, maybe they can't allow websites or disable antivirus software. So we want to make sure that we give them permission, but not all the permissions. And we want to make sure that we understand how the business works, how accounts work, and that way we can delegate the permissions accordingly. Now, going along with those admin accounts, sometimes you will run across these service accounts, and a service account is kind of like this generic admin account that you may get with a product that you just bought or you just got out of the store. So let's say if you just bought a router or an extender for your network, it may come with a service account, a generic admin account that has the permissions of a administrator. The thing to be aware about those type of accounts is that a lot of us do not understand where they're at. So the router in your house may have a service account actually stamped onto that physical router. So, whenever you can, just pause this video and go and look at your router and see if there's a service account linked to it. It may have a username of admin and the password of an admin. And if you would to plug in the web page for your device, you could use that credentials to get in and make the changes on your router. So we need to be aware that these service accounts are out there, and we need to make sure that we are able to get into those, change passwords, change the credentials, and maybe take some of the permissions away on those type of accounts, or make sure that we just at the least, change the password on them. So this slide pretty much reiterates what I said in the previous slide with the generic accounts, and they're kind of like generic admin accounts. But we also have shared accounts that, let's say, in certain examples, would be kind of like we're working in a bank and we need to print checks. Maybe we have a standalone machine that's off in the corner somewhere, and we're just using that as tellers to print checks. Well, instead of giving people permission for that, since it's a standalone machine, we may have a one login machine, login credentials for that machine. And then now it's shared among the 10 or 11, 12 people that's in that particular branch for that bank. And so we need to make sure that those credentials that's on those standalone machines that are shared accounts, we want to make sure that our users are very aware about the security of those accounts, and then making sure that we go in as administrators on that account. And then, like I said, kind of trimming it down, trimming the permissions down to where it can only do but so much damage. Now, when you're building out your accounts, you can get real granular on how much information you want to put in there. But from a security standpoint, how much information do you really want to put into your attributes when it comes to building your accounts? So we want to make sure that we have a naming scheme, some type of account name, username. Is it going to be first and last name? Is it going to be first initial, last name? Is it going to be something totally different, where it's just like a randomized letter and number scheme that can be assigned to your users? Just keep these things in mind. It's good to have is user friendly whenever your username is first and last or first initial last name, but when it comes to, let's say, reconnaissance on the hacker side, if I'm doing any kind of reconnaissance on, let's say, LinkedIn, then if I have a name in place and a company to link it to, then I can easily figure out the first part, which is your username. And then now the hard part would be the password. But if I had a random jumble of letters and numbers, then now you're making it much harder for the hacker to figure out usernames at least. Now, yes, it is kind of harder on your clients to remember something new, but you do run the risk of some clients or some users writing down their username and password. But I would rather go with having that than you're never going to change your name. You're never going to, the likelihood of you changing your name is low. So I would rather go that route versus of having something random for your username versus usernames being your name or initials. So we talked about the account password policies a little bit, and this is we want to make sure that we have a strong policy in place, and we have a rotating policy. And what I mean by rotating policy is meaning that our users change their passwords on a 3-month basis. from what I've seen, is pretty much standard. We want to make sure that we have a length character of somewhere from between 8 to 14 characters. We want to make sure that it is complex, where we are using a combination of alphabets, numbers, special characters, things of that nature. Remember, whenever we make the character or the password longer, that is harder to brute force. So that's why, if you ever wonder why uh, it needs to have all of these contexts into a password, it's because the brute forcing technique takes a lot longer to actually put in, and different characters and different type of symbols when it comes to our passwords. So again, we also want to make sure that we change it every 3 months, or the more you change it, the better. But we also want to make sure that we don't have a reuse on our passwords. I've seen some places where they allow 10 password changes, and then they allow you to reuse after the 10th password change. But some places I've also been where you get no reuses, and really it shouldn't be um, any excuse for reuses. You should be able to take small phrases and encrypt it, not encrypted, that's the wrong word, but cipher different letters and symbols into a small phrase in order to create your new password. I'll show you a video on how I come up with passwords, and how you should teach your users how to do the same thing. Also, lastly, we can have password hints, or some type of forget password link for our users that's having trouble with their passwords, and we can have security questions set up in order for them to go the next step in order to reset their passwords. So, like I said it earlier, I wanted to show you how I make my passwords, and how I go about whenever I'm forced to change my passwords, or not really don't want to say forced, but it's good practice to change your passwords. I take a short statement like this: I love cookies, and then I'm going to go about putting my uppercase and lowercase in there, as well as just throwing some numbers in there along with my favorite dollar sign. So I replace my circles, I replace my O's with zeros, as well as threes are probably going to represent the E's. If I have any A's in there, that's going to be represented by four. And then I use a symbol. I use let's say a star, or underscore. I might use a dollar sign. So I use all of these things just to kind of really start with my phrase, but just change letters out in order to make it more complex. But I'm still following that same phrase, right? So whenever I'm typing in my password, I know that it's I love cookies, but I have it embedded in my brain that I'm replacing some vowels with the numbers. Now, along with those account attributes, you can have account restrictions, such as like a geo mapping, or some type of network location, to where you're having access to your network or not. So the first thing that pops up in my mind is kind of like a VPN. If someone is able to log in with their VPN, then they can have access. So that account is linked to the network, the internal network of the company. And we, in order for us as external users on an external network, we need to get to the internal via VPN, and it can be linked in that way when it comes to your account. You can also have a time-based restrictions on your account. So if we want our users to maybe work from 8 to 5 o'clock, and maybe give a grace period at 6 o'clock, then we want everything, we could put that restriction in for 7 o'clock until 7 o'clock the next morning, to where we don't allow users to VPN in, or we don't allow users to come into the building, or if you happen to get into the building, you can't log in at that point in time. So these things allow for better security, as far as if there's no reason for us to be working at 2 o'clock in the morning, then we can put the restrictions in. So if we do see any activity at 2 o'clock in the morning, it raises a red flag. We can take the appropriate actions. Now, from time to time, we want to make sure that we have account audits. Auditing is just checking behind the processes in place, the configurations that are in place. In this case, the accounts that have been put into place in the groups. What type of permissions did we put out there? Do we have the right permissions for the marketing team? Do we have the right permissions for our financial team? Do we need to take things away? What have we learned? And then are we doing it right? This is pretty much how a audit should work. And then it helps us to perform better because we can always go back and say, hey, you know what? This is not allowing us to be more secure, and it's not allowing the business to move forward. So we can always have these audits to help us out cleaning up what we already have in place. So let's talk about account lockouts and disablement of accounts. So we want to make sure that we have this type of a policy implemented into our organization for several reasons. You want to lock out, of course, someone when they get their account or password wrong, maybe after 5 times. A thing that you may or may not know is that after 30 minutes time waited after your fifth chance and a lockout, then your account is automatically unlocked. There is a configuration in there to where it stays locked, and then the only one that can unlock you is the IT team or whoever is the administrator over the Active Directory. But we want to make sure that we are locking accounts out and that we are disabling accounts that are not needed with the company anymore. We want to make sure that if Bob leaves the network, or I'm sorry, Bob leaves the company, then we disable his account, not necessarily delete his account, but disable his account in order for him to not use that same username and password in order to, maybe go to an external login or network and then get back into the business side of the network, log in with his old account that we never disabled, and then be able to pull or transfer files or what have you. So we want to make sure that we disable. The reason why I said we don't need to delete is because maybe we need to keep some files that he had. Maybe we need to search his account. Maybe it's a necessary duty that we go through his account and make sure that he didn't do anything malicious. So we want to make sure that that account is disabled, but not necessarily deleted. So in further classes, we'll go over how long we should keep certain documentations. So this is another attribute to what you want to do when it comes to disabling an account. So when bringing on individuals, making users onto our network, we can either have them grouped into certain groups and then they have permissions and rights that way, or we can have based off the resources that they're going to be working with, or the ownership is going to determine what type of rights that they have. So when it comes to ownership, resource ownership, then we're going to talk about discretionary access control. That's hey, you work for me, so I'm going to say that you need to have access to these documents, and that's discretionary. On my discretionary, I'm going to give you access or request access. And then you have role based. Role based is more likely what you're going to see into the real world. You're going to be able to be lumped into a group. If you're working in the marketing department, then you will be lumped into the marketing group and get the policies and the permissions that the marketing group will receive. And the same thing goes for finance, HR, different departments that you may have in a 9 to 5 type of organization. So just to kind of go into ACLs. ACL stands for Access Control List, and this is where we pretty much we give people permission based on their role or group or time in the organization. We give them permission on what they can and cannot do when it comes to their username and the resources we have on the network. So maybe you cannot print to the printer that's on floor 15, but yet you can go and see whatever documents that we have in for the contracting group. So when creating different users, we want to make sure that we have different standards for those type of users, and we want to make sure that we don't give them more permissions that they actually need to do their job. A lot of times we can go ahead and just give someone all the assets in the world. Yes, it creates less work for us to actually come back and maybe dumb down those permissions. It creates less work that way. But um, from a security standpoint, if you're giving them that much access to different things on your network, then you're opening yourself up to a bigger risk of being attacked. But when developing ACLs, we not only just have role-based access controls, we can also have mandatory access controls, which is abbreviated for MAC. A lot of times you'll see this in the government sector. I know a lot of time when I was in the military that we would use labels and clearances to actually show what type of access you have, whether it be private, confidential, um, um, unclassified, secret, top secret. So you will see these type of things whenever you're um, studying for the exam. Just think whenever you're seeing labels or clearances, then you're probably talking about a mandatory access control. We also have attribute-based um, access control, which is a combination of the subject and the object. Where you're the actual subject and then the object you're trying to get to will be the printer on the 15th floor. So you can have those type of attributes determine what type of assets you have throughout the company. You can also have rule-based access controls, and this is where it's not determined by the users or the managers that's in the organization. It's determined by the system, and it's more of a stricter access, but a very secure access as well. So, and sometimes when authenticating to a certain site, you may have certain sites that trust each other on a federation level, and they say, "Hey, if you log into one, then we automatically trust you to coming in and accessing this account on our side." So a lot of times you'll see kind of like these inner workings together, and that's where you get OAuth and OpenID kind of connecting these accounts together on different sites. You see it when it comes to different websites as well as from a website down to a mobile app. So going back to our onboarding process, whenever we're bringing on new individuals to our network, we want to make sure that we put out different policies that they know the terms on which we allow certain behavior. A lot of times, everyone who's been hired on have probably signed an acceptable use policy, AUP, and that's pretty much laying out the guidelines of what are you allowed to do and what will not be tolerated at this organization. So we want to make sure that our policy strictly outlines everything that we are willing to allow on our network. You also want to make sure that in some cases you want to make sure that you have a rules of behavior when it comes to social media. Are you allowed to take pictures within the organization and then post them on social media? It's not necessarily how much you can post in your actual saying in a statement, but then if you're letting out um, secret information or confidential information in a post, then we need to have policies against that too. So just make sure that we outline these type of things are what kind of behavior we are willing to accept of our users. We also want to make sure that this is where we outline if they're going to bring in their own phone to use within the organization, or we're going to give them a phone. Um, Once they if they're going to bring into the organization their own phone and then put corporate emails on their phone, then technically that information is outside of the care of the organization. So how would they need to monitor that how would we need to have our users take care of that information that's on their personal phone. So all those things need to be outlined on a policy and make sure that our users sign those policies upon entry. So, what you want to do on I would say a monthly basis, but more of an annual basis, is we want to train our users. We want to make sure that our users understand what we want to have them do within the organization, right? So, kind of reiterating that acceptable use policy, we want to make sure we train our users on the different types of security policies that we have, what to do, how to handle data that's leaked out, or maybe before you actually make a mistake and sending out confidential information, what to do when you're faced with that adversity. So we want to make sure that they know what to do, how to react, and then the appropriate things to use or appropriate things to say when it comes to divulging different type of data that's secret to the organization. Now, like I said, this training normally happens yearly, and we often have to sign off on it, saying to a governing body that we have taken the training. But a lot of times you can have those training broken up into different types of methods, right? So not only can we have them go into a certain website and do different scenarios and simulations with a computer-based training, but we also can have phishing campaigns that go out throughout the year, quarterly, or maybe twice a year, if you really want to just kind of test the waters when people are getting into their workflow, making sure that they're going in and doing the things that they need to do on a daily basis. We might want to just throw a phishing campaign out on a quarterly basis, and making sure that they understand what a phishing email looks like, because sometimes when you get into that flow of just working, looking at emails become redundant. So you want to make sure you test your users to see if they're on their toes, and see exactly how a good phishing email looks and how to react to it. So the key points to remember when it comes to identity access management is that this is a baseline of when users come onto our network. What do we give them permissions to do? What do we give them permissions to see? And how do we manage that as they go through their tenure here at the business? So just knowing that if you have a good grasp on your users, and when it comes to their accounts and how it's made, and then the properly disposing of them, put you in a great position to not have to worry about their accounts being compromised and then being taken advantage of by an unworthy individual. So lesson 9, let's talk about securing network designs. How are we gonna put things in place in order to make our network more secure, and keeping them out of sight of the bad guys? So the one thing that you're going to learn as a security professional is that we always have some type of best practice, and networks is no different. We actually want to follow what works in our industry, and seeing what others have done to make their network more secure is something that we could probably use in our environment, right, in whatever sector that we're in. But a lot of times we want to make sure that when we start designing our network, that we actually set things up in a secure manner. We have security in mind. So we want to make sure that we not only think about what type of encryption that we want to use on our networks, but we also want to know about the single points of failure. Is it easy for one router or asset point to go down, and then now no one can get on that network? Is it easy to break into the passwords, actually get access like that? Is it accessible from outside the building? Can people from the parking lot actually get access to your network, and then snoop around and make lateral movement? So all these things you want to make sure in the designing phase and throughout the changes that you make, right? So just because the network is set up and running, we also need to make sure, is it as is it efficient enough to be secure enough, right? So do we need to make changes throughout its life cycle? And you want to make sure that we design the network in a secure manner, always having security in the forefront of the mind when designing our network. And so when you're designing stuff of your network for whatever, whether it be the house or your home office or whether it's a small business or enterprise, you want to know how data flows in and out of your network. So you want to know if we're in a small business and we're trying to set up a network for a dentist office, we want to make sure what devices do they have on the network, and then what are we doing to send out different data? Are we just checking email? Are we downloading files from a cloud provider? What are we doing on a daily day basis? And that's knowing your workflow, knowing your business architecture, where we know exactly what the business is doing to make money. And then now, how do we formulate a plan around the network in order to make making money more secure, right? So that's how we want to look at things, and we want to just know every detail about how business is conducted in this whatever venture we're in, and then we want to make those things secure. So if you're not familiar with the OSI model, I want you guys to take it upon yourself to actually Google the OSI model and look at the different layers about how data is transferred from one device to the next. But this picture right here is pretty much showing how data comes into your network. So at the physical layer, that where the telephone cable that may goes into your, not a telephone cable, but the RJ45 that goes into your laptop, that Ethernet cable, that goes in, and then it actually communicates with the NIC card that's in there to the network closet that you may be connected to, or the Wi-Fi signal, and you're connected to that access point. And as you see right here on the first layer, you'll see that switch and that access point. That's where the data is coming in. So if I send you an email, it's going to show up at that access point and then wait for some type of communications to your device in order to, actually bring it up to the application layer, which is layer 7, in order for you to actually see what's going on. So this diagram here just kind of shows a quick overview of how these layers look. Now, mind you, it's 7 in all, but you just see your main ones here when it comes to networking and how data comes into the network, and this is how it flows out. So it starts at that application layer, and then it goes down. It breaks down into layer 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Once it gets back to layer 1, and it turns into bits, ones and zeros, and that's how it goes across the network to its destination. Its destination being a router in Atlanta, or just someone that's on the fifth floor while you're on the third. So that's how data is actually ported from station to station. And we also want to look at this kind of this diagram by showing where we want our firewalls to be put at. Sometimes we may want to put our proxy servers in different spots in order to take our data, analyze our data, or maybe even redirect our data when it comes in, kind of like redirecting the traffic or making a detour if we needed to. So this is a good example of that. And like I said, if you're not familiar with the OSI model, please take your time, Google it real quick, and read up on it and watch some videos on it. Network segmentation is one of the best ways we can make our networks more complex, not putting everything on one network, being able to segment the network off into different VLANs and have different devices talk to or be on the same IP wavelength as other devices that they're actually doing the same thing. I think is it shows a complexity that you've put thought and effort into your network, but it also it's a hindrance to a individual trying to hack onto your network and then trying to see what's actual valuable on your network. So if we want to separate our marketing department away from our financial department, it serves a lot of a more of a purpose than just lumping everybody in onto one network. Now, this slide talks about network topologies and zones. So when you're into the networking field, you're going to probably be looking at everything from a high level, but also you're able to get into the weeds of your network. So whenever you're looking at a topology, you're probably looking at images on a PowerPoint or some type of diagram, and it looks similar to what you see here on the screen. And so in order to have it logically in your mind of how the building is set up network wise, this is where you get topologies at. And then now, if we have everybody that's on the second floor who's within the financing department, then we could say that they're all on the same network, or in this case, let's say they're all on the VLAN 100, or and then everybody who's in legal is on VLAN 110. And so we can break them up in uh, a logical format that we can understand it a little bit easier. It's easier on the eyes instead of just looking at a bunch of IP addresses and then trying to understand the nomenclature about how our network is actually situated. So again, you'll see different groups broken up on a piece of paper wise, but it's not necessarily that like that when you get into the building. You have people who may be on a mobile, uh, be a mobile device to where they move from floor to floor. Maybe they don't even work in that building. But we have them on a particular VLAN in order to receive updates or to receive any type of permissions that we want them to have or maybe take away. So just keep that in mind when it comes to topologies. Topologies is going to be that diagram, kind of looking at all the images, and then the zones will be those groupings that we want to put similar devices together. People who work together in certain departments, we want to put those into those zones. So DMZs is a place where we can put some of our servers that are web facing out into this kind of like an isolated area. So it blocks off the traffic that comes from the outside where our users are actually interacting with the server, and then it's a backdoor into our network, right? But it stands in the middle of the outside world versus coming into our internal network. And a DMZ sits there and takes all the, let's say, orders for t-shirts, and then it pushes the information or the data from that DMZ into our internal servers where we can take the data and fulfill the order of that t-shirt. So DMZs is a good way of just kind of isolating something that we need for it to be out to our customers or our users, something that they can touch and actually put information in, but we don't want them to actually come into our internal network and then place those same orders or put in different information, different data on our internal networks, because you don't know who they are, right? So we can use DMZs for this action. Now we also have something called basting host, and it's kind of the same thing. Or you'll hear some people may use honeypots, something that's out there sitting, um, away from the internal network, but is accessible for um, outside networks, or if in the case of a honeypot, then it's out there for a hacker to actually see and then actually try to manipulate. And then what we're doing as security professionals, we're logging that information down and learning from whatever tactics that they're using on that machine. So hopefully we all are familiar with IPv4. That's where you'll do your command prompt. You'll bring up your command prompt. You'll type in ipconfig, and then it'll come back with some information about what kind of IP you got from your router. And more than likely, it's gonna have a 4 octets, and those octets are separated by the periods or the dots in between those numbers, and that's an IPv version 4 type of address. The thing about that is that it's set to it's only set to so many addresses in the world. So that's why we have different classes, and different businesses have different types of classes of IP addresses. So if you think about it, if we're set to so many IPv4 addresses, then eventually someone will have the same IP address, right? So if we set them up in classes, then we can use something we call NAT, network address translation, to when we send information outside of our network, then it uses NAT to change into a public IP address, and then uses NAT again to change back into a private once it reaches its destination. But on this slide, we're talking about IPv version 6, and version 6 is pretty much it's a never ending type of address, to where it's enough to give everything in our network and a unique address, as well as our internet of things. So we're thinking watches, doorbells, let's say smart refrigerators, our cars, anything that needs network address, we can give it a IPv version 6 address, and it'll be able to communicate just as well when it comes to the network. So the main things that we want to make sure is that, IPv6 has a more secure uh, uh, it has a more secure version to it than IPv4. But the thing is that everybody is not equipped or ready to make that switch from IPv4 to 6. So you will see more people using 4 than actually 6. So just keep those things in mind. But it is a more secure method of using network addressing. It's just that we're not ready to actually make that transition over. So not only to having VLANs and segmentations physically on the network, we can have certain things such as having a data center, alternate data center that's out there, or a data center that's not in the necessary same region as us. A lot of people now may go to the cloud and have that be their data center. That the cloud gives this access of um, having a greater availability factor to your actual data center that your company may have. Is robust in the cloud, to where the availability is there seamlessly forever. Um, and so it has a greater chance of the data has a greater chance of being accessed, versus if, let's say, if there's a big storm coming into the city and your data center is in the same city as your building, and then now no one can work from home because not only is the city out of power, your data center is also out of power. Therefore, no one can access the data. So the cloud kind of eliminates that single point of failure, so to say. We can also have zero trust, and zero trust. The implementation, the thought behind zero trust is just constantly validating and not trusting one federation to another, right? We're constantly validating any input that we get. And therefore, if we're constantly validating, then pointing out any type of any type of action that is not validated or authenticated, then it's easy to point out and then actually discard of. So when it comes to networks, a lot of times you're gonna hear, as a security professional, is the man in the middle attack, and that's where we're sniffing that network. We're intercepting that traffic that's going across the airwaves or on the landline, and we're actually observing that type of traffic, and seeing if we're able to see what's going across the network, right? So we want to avoid those type of attacks. Again, you'll see a lot of people, as a security professional, we'll see a lot of times that's being associated with Wireshark. Having that tool be able to sniff the network and then gather those type of packets, right? But we also have spoofing, and a lot of times you'll see, especially on this test, we'll see where spoofing is associated with MAC addressing. So where even though MAC addresses are supposed to be unique to every device, MAC addresses could also be spoofed by certain software to make it seem as if you're supposed to be on the network. So a lot of old networks probably, if we have only a small amount, let's say 10 PCs that we want to have on the network, if we wanted to provide security, we'll just say, hey, for these 10 devices, we'll take the 10 MAC addresses and then make them we'll make sure that they're the only ones that can get an IP address on the network. Well, sometimes I could spoof that, and then now instead of you giving me a DHCP constantly changing my IP address, you think that I'm already on the network, so you automatically give me one, right? And now I'm spoof my way onto the network, and now I can traverse wherever I please, or see if I can traverse, right? We also have ARP poisoning and MAC flooding attacks. ARP poisoning is just the broadcasting of unsolicited ARP replies, trying to spoof MAC addresses. And then we have MAC flooding, where we're over flooding the switch, trying to trigger a unicast flooding. So we want to make sure that we understand these type of attacks do go on, and that's why it's so important to understand the man in the middle, being able to be onto our network and sniff our network and then apply these type of attacks to our network. So we also want to provide a prevention on looping within the network. So we want to apply the spanning tree protocol, where we don't want to cause what we call a denial of service on ourselves by having a broadcast or a flooding unicast given out on the network, constantly sending packets back and forth, and the units don't know what to actually do with it because it's coming in so fast. So it causes a denial of service within the network. So we want to make sure that we set it up with the spanning tree protocol in order to provide a better so just in case we plug in different Ethernet, or we plug in a Ethernet into a wrong port, that we don't cause a network outage, right? So this is what we want to make sure that this goes into our planning and designing the network in the beginning, right? So in order to protect us, we kind of want to have port security. So on those routers and those switches, if you ever seen them, we have, sometimes we don't use all the ports on them, right? But sometimes when configuring these switches and routers, we leave those ports activated. So whenever you do plug in an Ethernet cord, you may be on DHCP, so you automatically add it to the network, right? So, and we want to go into the configurations, the settings of those devices, shut those type of ports down, disable them, and then carry on. And if someone needs to actually use them, then we put in the proper change for it and actually enable those ports in order for use. We also may want to look into MAC filtering, right? So any MAC address that we're not familiar with doesn't get an IP, doesn't get onto the network, and that way we can cut down on the MAC spoofing that's could be going on our network, right? So we want to make sure that we put these type of things in play. Just goes back into our planning, our setting up our architecture, on how we actually want to configure our devices once we get them open and out the box. So network access control is when we want to put some type of endpoint on devices, like a laptop. And so whenever we have people come into our network, not everybody can just get onto our network and then start browsing or doing snooping around, different types of folders that may be on our network. So we want to put this type of, let's say, an agent on our desktop or our laptops, and just to kind of have like that a common piece to know that, hey, this device is a known asset. It's allowed onto our network. This is a good way to create another defense in depth product. So having that endpoint type of control will be able to easily point out people who are not allowed onto our network, right? So if we only want to, let's say if we're a small business and we only have 15 devices that's into our network, but then all of a sudden we see 20 devices. Now we got to say, okay, these four or I'm sorry, these five new devices, we can go ahead and kick off the network. And if it's legitimate traffic or a legitimate device, we can then make an exception for them and then bring them on, or more importantly, put our endpoint agent on that PC or device in order to keep track of it, and then make any type of changes or updates to it accordingly. So the main thing I want to talk about on this slide is the SSID, your service set identifier, and that's when you, if you're on a Windows machine, you'll look down at your Wi-Fi signal, that little the little symbol you have there, whenever you want to connect to a new network, and you want to make sure that if it doesn't need to be broadcast, if that SSID doesn't need to be broadcast as a network administrator, go ahead and just shut that off. There's no need to broadcast it out if everyone is automatically connected to it. And the reason why we want to go ahead and shut it off is because it's a good way for me to go and create another SSID that's similar to it. So if my SSID says bayonet 1, then I can, as a hacker, I can go in and say, okay, everybody's connected to bayonet 1. Why don't I just create a bayonet 2 with a rogue access point and see who I can get to connect to mine? Because employees are not necessarily tech savvy to understand why, as administrators, we do what we do. So whenever someone comes in from a long day of work and they're just trying to connect to the network, and they don't really know if there shouldn't be a bayonet 2 SSID, they just want to get to the internet. Yeah, so we just want to make sure that we can disable that if possible. And then if we need to broadcast it out, make sure that our employees know which ones to contact and which ones is a legitimate one. So if they see any type of rogue access point, then they can go ahead and report that to the proper authorities. So just to kind of add more on to the wireless access point, when we're setting up our wireless access points, whether we're in a business environment or we're back at the house or some type of we're setting up a wireless device at our friend's house or maybe at the church, we want to make sure that we're using Wi-Fi protected access 2, WPA2. Now if you have a more high speed upgrade of a router and you see WPA3, I would use it, but sparingly, because you want to make sure that people are able to connect to it and then actually have some service. So more than likely, you want to make sure that you're using WPA2, and we definitely want to stay away from WPA, just the version 1 issue of it. So we want to make sure we stay away from version 1, but yet we use WPA2. And a lot of times on these routers, if you try to use WPA, just the version 1, it'll give you some type of warning saying, hey, you can use it, but at your own leisure. This is unsafe. Okay, so again, just to kind of beat this point is that Wi-Fi protected access 2 is what we want to go with in our environment. So Wi-Fi protected setup, I've seen this on several home devices, routers, or let's say extenders that you can buy. And I also seen this button. It's a button that you can press on your, let's say, a printer. And instead of going through the actual configurations of finding the website or finding the web page that's associated with that printer and then manually adding it to your router, you can hit a button on your router that says WPS, as well as the button on the printer, and it will do a wireless connection and set up the configurations that way. It's a very convenient access. Just to kind of set up new devices into your network if you don't want to go through the hassle of trying to set it up and then going on and finding the web page for it and then doing the configurations manually. You can use this feature to actually connect devices securely to your network. But you want to make sure that your access point firmware is up to date, and we want to make sure that um, I would suggest that you go in after and still look at the configuration settings and making sure that you have a baseline of what you want on your network. But just to the know for the exam is that it's a convenient way of connecting devices um, via a button on both devices. But say if you're in an environment where you need people to connect to your Wi-Fi, but you don't necessarily need to track them. So you don't want to put that agent on there, that endpoint agent, in order to keep them safe and protected from anything else, or keep yourself, protected from anything that you don't want them to do to your network. You may want them to go through a open authentication or a captive portal, and this is what you see a lot of times when you go to a motel or some type of a coffee shop, and it has a public Wi-Fi. But whenever we connect, is that it brings you to a splash page, a setup page of saying, "Hey, you're connected," but in order for you to carry on with, sending data back and forth or web surfing, we want you to one, comply with our policy, and then two, we're going to use this type of encryption while you're actually using our internet. So this might be, like I said, is good for places where you're seeing open Wi-Fi connection and people are coming in and out all the time in order to use the Wi-Fi, and then that's it. You may never see that device ever again. So this is how you can keep yourself protected, but yet at the same time provide that service. Now, remember what I said about having someone putting another access point, or when I say access point, think about another router onto your network. Um, so someone putting another router onto your network, and then now they're routing traffic because you set the SSID up to be broadcast, and then now someone has taken that SSID nomenclature, and then now they want to name something very similar to yours, but now they're using it to route traffic to wherever they want to go, or maybe browsing the traffic or sniffing the traffic, sorry, to see what's going on, what information is passing back and forth. So these are commonly known as rogue access points. That's when someone is not supposed to be there, right? It's a rogue access point. And then you have an evil twin, and that's where, like I said, it's masquerading as a legitimate access point. So we want to make sure that we keep those things, we keep an eye out for them, especially if we're on a networking team, and just making sure that our employees understand what network they should connect to. And if all possible, maybe we want to disable the SSID and make sure that they only have one place for them to actually connect. And the reason why I stress the fact of having a rogue access point on your network, or having an evil twin, is because not only can they sniff the network, but they can do things like this, where they can do a disassociation attack, where they can look at the traffic going forward, back and forth, and then take over that session that you may have open with your bank. And now they can pose as you, just by disassociating your session with that bank, and now they are controlling that session and then routing money wherever they need it to go. So we want to make sure that we want to stop things like this when it comes to disassociation and replay attacks. But in order to do those things, we need to make sure that we have a good understanding of how can a hacker get into our business and then legitimately reroute uh, the data from one spot to the next. Now, another attack you need to be aware of is jamming attacks, and this is where we have a very loud radio signal to actually um, cause a loud interference with our legitimate network signal. So when you think of jamming, I want you guys to think of static within the radio airwaves. So think of if you're old school like me, we grew up on radios and we had antennas with those radios. So if your antenna was not in the perfect setting, then you would get a lot of static in the radio station. So it wouldn't come in as clear as you would want it to be. So you could think of that static being a jamming type of an attack to where I can hear it, I just can't hear it as clear as I would like it. And in this case of jamming, then it causes a DDoS attack, a denial of service attack, where it's degraded so much to where it's unusable. So we can look for these type of things using a spectrum analyzer, and then hopefully, stopping those type of attacks. But we want to make sure that no one's actually performing these type of attacks against us when it comes to denying our services to our customers. So, like I said, denying those services to our customers is basically a DDoS. I'm sorry, a DOS attack, and that's without the D in front of it. So that's the extra D. I'm sorry. So you're talking DOS, denial of service attack. That's where as a client or as a customer, I'm coming to you for a service and you're not able to give it to me. To give an example is that I'm going to Amazon to buy a headband and Amazon is not up, which is never. But if they're not up and then I can't get to the actual website, then it's a denial of my service. I cannot get to them. Amazon is on the hook for not providing that service, right? So a distributed denial of service is a more targeted angle at a server. So a DOS attack, a regular DOS attack, is just a wild, doesn't have a particular range of where it's going. It's wild and spread out, right? And where a distributed denial of service is that I'm going for the particular server or device that's giving out a particular service. So if I'm looking for, I want to stop payroll next Friday, I'm going to do a DDoS attack on the payroll server in particular. I don't care about the website server. The website server can stay up for all I care. I want to go directly for the payroll and stop people's paycheck on Friday. So that's a distributed denial of service attack. I'm going in on one particular server, and this is done with bots, right? So an attacker will be the commander and it will command different bots, different PCs. So when you think about a bot, I want you to think about different types of workstations that's all sending traffic to the payroll server. So when I say sending traffic, maybe they're sending an acknowledgement type of a packet, and they're just saying, hey, do this for me, do this for me, do this for me. And everyone, let's give it a round number of 100 PCs, all just kind of going at this one server and saying, hey, please give me this information. And the server, as the nature of a server is to actually take these requests and then give them the answer. And then it will ask for an acknowledgement saying that you got that request or you got the answer that I gave you. But the bots are programmed to not acknowledge. So a server can get overwhelmed if so many requests come in and there it's waiting on a response back to those requests, and it's never coming. So now it's in a hung up state, causing the denial of service. Okay, so that's a distributed denial of service where we're taking a number of bots and we're attacking this one particular server wherever it may be, and we're causing a particular service to go down. Um, and it's a particular one, not necessarily a spread out one like a denial of service. Now, the way we get around that DDoS and DOS attacks is that we have different servers set up to do the same thing, and we can have them do load balancings and clustering in order to take the traffic in and then distribute it between the different servers all doing the same thing, right? So if we have 4 servers all doing the same thing, let's say they're all doing emails at the same time, right? And we have it load balanced between 4 servers to all provide our company with emails, and then server 1 goes down, then we still have 3 different servers to actually keep email going. So now let's go back to an example when it comes to DDoS attack. Let's say if I'm a hacker and I want to make sure I take down the email, right? I don't like this company. I'm taking down the email, and I got the email address, I got the IP address of one of those email servers, but and then I sent all my bots to go in after server 1, right? And I take down server 1, but I realize that the emails are still going because it's load balanced. It's load balanced, and now instead of it, the emails just coming through and giving a load to server 1 is now distributed out to server 2, 3, and 4, and they are still giving out the email. And now you can have a notification, go to your IT team, say, hey, server 1 is down. Don't know the reason. We need to get that back and up and running. It is no panic. There's no hey, we're down on email. We don't really lose customers like that. We're able to keep our communication going. That's how we kind of get around that denial of service type of scenario. And clustering does the same thing where we have more than one PC or more than one server creating services, um, and getting around sharing the load of the request coming in. So this is a good way to get around distributed denial of services, and it should be implemented, but some businesses are not equipped to actually have different servers to actually create that type of load balancing scenario. So this is where the cloud could come into place, to where we could spin up different servers in the cloud in order to have that data go back and forth between those different servers. So the key points to remember is to make sure you go back and you study how networks are set up, and then how do we take our network and make it more secure during the initial setup. And then now, if we make it more secure during an initial setup, then we won't have to make too many changes when we're actually performing our services to whatever group we're providing services to. Make sure that you read up on load balancing and clustering, as well.